Magandang gabi mga kaibigan at welcome sa Filipino broadcast ng European Group B sa PGL RMR. On the way tayo papunta sa Antwerp Major at geared up tayo on the way sa susunod na laban mga kaibigan. Ako nga pala si Dad Femina at nandito lang ako para i-deliver lahat ng action sa inyo sa official Facebook page at YouTube channel ng Focus Fire Gaming. And of course, let's not forget we have a lot of matches for you tonight. Kakatsabi nga lang ng mga previous casts ko kanina that we have 2 action-packed best of 3s for you today, and we're gonna be heading on into the next best of 3, and it is gonna be between Ninjas in Pajamas versus Sinners, and it's gonna be a very interesting match. If you consider the map veto as well, we have the Inferno as the first map, and it is the map pick of Sinners, their strongest map arguably in the map pool right now. Sinners are lucky enough to get one of their best maps dito sa pool ngayon, and it's giving them a bit of a challenge against NIP na napaka, I would say, medyo inconsistent as of late eh. Mahina sa pistol round, and that's one of the win cons that Sinners na kailangan nila para ma-build up yung momentum para sa panalo na eventually dito sa Inferno map. That's their best shot at gaining an advantage against Ninjas in Pajamas dito sa series natin dito mga kaibigan. Pero once na mag-head tayo sa second map which is Overpass, then mas magiging komportable yung mga fans ng Ninjas in Pajamas, specifically because that is one of their mga medyo better maps sila compared to the first map that we had for Inferno. And once we head into like maybe game 3, and I would say na it's very much possible for Ninjas in Pajamas to make it really close, then it would be one hell of a banger as we're heading on into game 3 sa Nuke. Kaya mga kaibigan, ang ganda ng laban para sa atin ngayon, and let's not forget to thank everybody who has made this possible. And I'm starting off strong with Lupon WXC, one of the leading esports companies in the Philippines, delivering the best esports coverage like no other. The Armory as well, your one-stop shop for all things Lupon WXC related. So if you want the best Lupon WXC merchandise, then be sure to check out the Armory itself. All presented by Focus Fire Gaming, the official FPS broadcast platform by Lupon WXC. Let's not forget Rivalry as well, the #1 site for esports betting right now. So let's head on into the first game in the best of 3 between Ninjas in Pajamas versus Sinners, at mukhang nasa attacking side na ngayon ang Sinners natin with banana control being attempted para sa ating T side. And Zedco just playing this very patiently with the default strat na lagi natin nakikita for a lot of Inferno attacks, na banana control, sobrang importante niyan. Kung may banana control ka, then madali mong makokontrol yung buong B-site na yan. Util is ready. Blobski, so before that, 4Z almost gonna take the frag over to the other player, but it's Zedco taking that first blood over to Brolan, over towards that B-site. That's a successful first blood on the hands of Sinners, and Rez is just trying to control mid right now. Shock coming out of Apps, even finding the 1v1 over towards Rez, and at least he is able to back himself into cover. He's taking his chances. Knows that yung mga fights na kailangan niya dito, sobrang importante kasi ayaw nilang ibigay yung man advantage na meron sila ngayon. Wali pa nga tayo. The aim punch. Definitely enough for him, but that's despite him getting blinded. Si Hampos ang makakuha ng pag-equalize ng man count dito, but kills are happening for both sides. It's a 2v2 in a blink of an eye as Neofrag gets a double at 4Z with the one tap. Rez, kakagaling lang niya sa A site at with only this lonely pistol to work with against these two players, it's possible. If he's able to isolate one of them, nahanap niya yung isa over towards the other side, but that's the one tap from the T250 out from 4Z. That's the 1-0. The first round win coming in the way of Sinners, and this is what you expect para sa team na may 80% win rate overall sa Inferno map na mismo pinik nila. Look at this. First few seconds of this pistol round, so calculated para sa attacking side. I mean, you know that they have may man advantage pa rin naman sila, so hindi nila kailangang maging too aggressive. Just wait for Rez to just come on and back into the site. Hampus, I mean, almost hits a shot. That scout would have dealt so much more damage over to these members, and if you're NIP, kailangan mo talaga yung frag yun, pero yung AK ni 4Z ang mismong makakuha ng first blood to the round now. Banana control still in effect para sa mga Sinners, especially with the man disadvantage para sa Ninjas in Pajamas. Good smoke to deny the vision out of one of these players, but it's be the rotate towards that A side, especially with Forzy opening up the site para sa mga boys niya. Over for the Sinners side. Only Brolan, S-Tag, and Plopsky alive. Medyo mahirap, especially with the Deagle up and running for one of these players pa lang sa CT side. I mean, 5 versus 3, and so far, Sinners are playing this very, very cleanly. They don't need to take too many risks, especially with the better guns that they have right now. And welcome, Sneaky. Kamusta ka naman, kaibigan?
Hello. I didn't expect na sobrang pilis bala matu 2-0 yung ENCE na andito na tayo sa game natin ngayon. But I really thought Anonymo would put up more of a fight, but apparently
Yeah.
not. ENCE is too strong, as they are usually. But,
Yes.
you know, Sinners,
Instant.
2-0. Wow.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh.
ang clean eh. Ang
I
clean
was
naman
looking
eh.
for a certain someone sa NIP. Alam yata ni Direk yun. Wala na pala si Fuzzy. So it's actually Brolan. Nako, Fuzzy. Fuzzy is like, I would say, siya yung parang toned down version ni Farley. Pero mas acceptable naman si Fuzzy. He's like I wouldn't flame him as much kasi he has his moments as well, more than, you know, your boy Farley. Pero, ayun na nga. I would say, if I was NIP, I would also play Brolan. Kasi nga, I mean, he's a vet. He has so much experience coming in from NIP or from Fnatic and every other Swedish org that he bounced around in. So I would expect him to bring some experience to the table of NIP, but still it's pretty hard to fit the void of the device. Pero they're gonna try, to say the least. So ayun na nga, Sinners. B-take.
Yeah. NIP are forced again to play the pistols, especially with how much effect into that first pistol round for Sinners right now. An aggressive push for B-Stick, pero sobrang risky. Medyo na-caught off guard sa positioning ng defense ngayon, and Forzy and Neofrag just taking frags over towards the members of Sinners. Tried to NIP actually, they tried to regress towards that B side, kaso nga lang, the still have the lower buys here. They got the Mac 10 out from B-Stick. That's as much damage as they could hope for. So have a lot of util para ma-support yung pag-push nila. They still have better guns. And the best they could hope for is just kung mag-fumble man lang yung Sinners ngayon. But they're not fumbling. They're not taking any chances. They're just going on in for the trigger. Shock even cleaning up a double.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too spicy, no, dito sa may banana area natin to actually go for an all the way push
Spicy
into
banana.
B site. NIP kind of overextending a bit, but at the same time they have pistols and they can just do whatever they want. And pati ka naman mag-overextend, but if you die, then yeah, that's just unlucky. It's a pistol round though, it doesn't matter too much. But 3-0 para dito sa Sinners, pretty clean so far, just like you said earlier. But now NIP have a chance, and ENCE is gonna be the one offing at
Ooh. I mean, you forget the op. It's just Brolan with the rifling though. He got a banana and he's just taking full control of it right now. But Zedgo at least trades it again. Back to a 4v3, making it 4v2 now as Hamp is able to take the frag over to Zedgo, stopping his momentum with Shock, shocking these members out from the players of NIP. Still a 2v3. Best that they could hope for right now is to take these guns, maybe run for the hills again, but still have enough time. Doable pa rin to para sa Sinners, especially with Shock on a rampage.
Yep, and they only need to get one pick here, and as soon as they get that one pick, they might start gravitating towards a single site. But it's good that NIP nagsa-stack up sila dito in order to not take a individual 1v1. Instead, kung mamatay nga yung isang player dito, it's gonna be an instant trade. Pero kung makakuha ng timing dito si Shock though, if he can catch any of the players dito sa A-site, then medyo delikado na ang A-site nga dito ng NIP.
Medyo delix pa nga eh. Especially with one of them being separated from each other. Kind of understandable. They want the info over to the B side, but Plavsky so deadly with that angle. Finding Shock, and that denies the possibility of ever having to go for the 2 versus 3 now. But again, it's B-Stick and B2. AK in hand.
Oh, I didn't see him.
No, I don't think so. No, he knows that B-Stick is gonna come out of this A short area now. Got the smoke too, vision denial, but I think they have enough time to deny him of the objective. But at least he plants the bomb at the
Super
least.
live. And meron pa naman pambili yung Sinners dito. So I think they are fine for now. And I think inahanap lang ng NIP ang AWP dito. So they can acquire maybe a double up. Oh, just an AK para dito kay Brolan, I guess. And I would prefer Brolan with an M4, no? After what happened dun sa banana. Para makaspam pa siya through the smoke.
Oh. I mean, nakita naman natin na the T
Didn't
side
see it?
always.
Oh,
No, he did.
my guy, you looking at
You
the
would
crosshair
have
too
though.
much, bro.
You should have though. You
Too
should have.
close to the monitor, siguro.
I mean, feeling ko dapat makita niya talaga yun eh. Kita niyo yung ano,
Kung
yung
si
elbow.
Elite yun, may kita niyan 100%.
Ay,
That man's monitor is really, really far, sobra.
wala eh. Yung nakita, ended up costing him. But actually made it into 1v1 possibly, kaso wala. 1-3 now, and it'll be a bit of a mixed buy, but hindi pala. Parang may pera pa naman pala mga miyembro ng NIP ngayon. And again, another attempt at going for banana control. Ang daming mollies para ma-deny yung pag-push for both sides, but it's Broland who takes the punish. And another for the members of Sinners now. It's a trade-off though. It's a 2-for-1. It's the advantage over to the Sinners side, and the T side, you could just head on over to the B side, no hesitations.
And Sinners, I think, mag-full on B stack na lang sila dito. But Hampus, if he can get a slight timing here on one or two members ng Sinners, then maybe they can turn this round back around. But IGL has to be careful, man. He has to stay in the site.
Oh yeah. I mean, isa na lang nag-anchor. They're still scared of the possibility of a rotate. They did that in one of the previous pistol rounds. Kaya medyo na-understand ko na hesitant sila na makapag-rotate kay dito sa B site. Still waiting the time, playing the time correctly then, putting a lot of anxiety para sa CT side natin. And eventually, as we head into the 30-second mark, they will pull the trigger onto Hampus. He has to do the best that he can to hold it against 4 players ng Sinners na hindi papunta ng A. They're gonna get on over to that B site now. Hampus just playing this so patiently. He doesn't have to peek now. He goes for the swing, and Zedko is taken off of the picture, but still a 3v2. They have secure over this B site now. Tag together with Rez have to go for the 2v3.
Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna go for the save. Mas importante pa yata yung up dito sa situation na to. I mean, 2v3 plus B-side is already overtaken, and look at their position. So as soon as they even try to peek, they're gonna get some damage onto themselves. And yun na nga, I'm actually interested on what Sinners have to offer here, because this is a 2-1 match. And pag nanalo dito yung Sinners, they contenders, no? Direct? Contenders or challengers? Challenger stage. I've always wanted to see itong team na to, no, without Oscar. Kasi Oscar, if you remember, your boy Oscar, old man Oscar, from Mouse, pumunta siya dito ng Sinners, and naisip ko, if they had just a slightly faster offer, no, this team would actually be like a legit threat going into the major, and that they did. 4C. He hasn't fired the up yet, pero you know, so far so good naman para sa side niya. It's good to have a multifaceted offer na pati sa rifle and sa SMGs ay magaling rin umana. Pero uy, seems like a B-take galing dito sa Sinners.
Rinse and repeat. Same tempo, a bit of a similar tempo compared to the previous round, but I'd expect this to be much easier para sa mga Sinners natin na take over yung B site ngayon, especially with if you're looking at the loadouts, it's only just an op as well as another pistol, pero the op actually could have as much impact as they can towards the Sinner side. Isang kill, masastop yung tracks ng Sinners. Di sila makakapag-try ng push sa B side, or at least delay yung pag-push nila. And that's a lot of time bought as well, since Banana could be easily controlled sa side ng NIP. Especially since may molly pa rin naman yung upper nila. They could buy as much of this time and just call over to the squad, knowing that there could be the commit call para sa Sinners ngayon around this banana area, but it's a split push nonetheless. They invest different members on different sectors of the map, and as much of the time bought for both sides, they are reassessing, especially for Sinners, who haven't really taken a side of interest just yet.
Yep, and this is the phase pace that we see in every team now. That yun nga, slow play lang sila until they can find anyone overextending. And speaking of overextending, that's gonna be Lofty.
Oh, wait. Mistake. Oh, naka-double kill pa nga, but Zedko is getting hindi nagpapatalo. May kill rin siya para sa kanya as Tag of kill with the op that he had late into the round. 6 seconds para makapag-plant ng bomba yung Sinners. No scope, not gonna hit towards the smoke. And eventually, Neofrag will fall. The op recovers. It's a 3v2 now. Rez try to go for the lurk right now through Banana. He's holding down the angle. Forzy, despite him getting blinded, he knows that Rez is in the perfect place to die. It's 1v3. S-Tag against 3 players who are very low dito sa mga miyembro ng Sinners ngayon. Isolate lang niya itong nasa left side. He's not checking his corners, ladies and gentlemen. At mukhang B-Stick gets the last frag over to the members of NIP. That's a 1-5.
So far, so good still. Coming in from Sinners, man. It seems like NIP, they cannot handle itong itong initial push ng Sinners pagdating dito sa may banana area, and I don't know, man, it seems like every time the NIP wants to make a play around the map, there is a rifle grenade on the other side, and B-Stick with a really good round, actually using his teammate as kind of a bait there without him dying, and getting that first pick is already bad signs for NIP if they're gonna try to at least eco the round. But Roland, this is why you keep the man on the M4 kasi nga kaya niyang gumawa ng mga ganun na play.
Oh, supportive din sa util eh. I mean, Rez also demonstrating the power of the A1S so far in the Inferno map. Taking out Shock and Neofrag slows down so much of the pace for the Sinners ngayon. And maganda din to kasi nakuha na nila yung frag sila. They don't need to over-aggress again. This is why banana control could be so volatile for both sides. You could have the early frags, then after that, you don't need to keep setting the tempo. You can just wait on. Alam nila na yung Sinners, malaki yung disadvantage nila so far. They don't need to throw it all away.
Yep, and para dito sa Sinners, it's gonna be them waiting around the map once again para makahanap ng overextension galing dito sa NIP. But NIP seems like that is not part of their plan as of the moment, as walang gumagalaw dito sa A side. Stay lang kayo dyan, just anchoring. Don't have to do anything, and it's gonna be up to B-Stick and Zedko para makahanap sila ng entry dito. Forzy is gonna have to do a really good job supporting these two players. But
Uy, nakita niyo ba? Ooh, that's a tag. Man, all right. Okay, clean offing so far from the CT side. A double, a 2-piece on the B-Stick then. NIP. I mean, it's sila ngayon. Forzy running for the hills, just saving up the op. And this is another win para sa NIP. Good news for them. They have the bomb within their sights towards that A site. It's not planted. So Sinners are going to have to settle on Forzy just taking that up, head on over to the next round and try to stop the momentum from NIP. Ayun. I mean, so far, sneaky, medyo expected pa rin naman sa akin yung resulta ngayon para sa scoreline natin. May lead pa rin yung Sinners, and if you look at the stats, Sinners, yung Inferno map nila, yung win rate is so high, it's 85% if I'm not mistaken. And ang lakas nila sa pistols, kaya nagkaroon sila ng malakas na momentum moving forward sa mga rounds natin. And against NIP, who are not that strong in the pistols sa Inferno, maybe even on other different maps as well, it's not that surprising, especially with how we're looking at the landscape ngayon. Yes, we got NIP bouncing back with a win for themselves, but it's a really good sign that Sinners are aware that they have the tactical pause to work with kasi baka mabigay yung momentum sa NIP, di ba? Madaling refresh lang para sa kanila.
Yeah, and also this is not the same NIP as we saw back then, where yung NIP na can actually contest and actually having Inferno being one of their best maps. Pero at the moment, itong Sinners, ito talaga yung map pick nila. I mean, 83% across 18 maps. That's half of it is tier 2 teams, but at the same time, that's still experience. Para sa side ng Sinners, knowing that they're pretty much in their comfort zone dito sa mapa na to. Pero NIP, I mean, they can fight back no problem. Every time Brolan tries to harass itong banana area, he always gets one player and dun lagi nagsisimula yung problema ng Sinners.
Oh, yung problema na yun.
Oh,
Alam nila, ilang beses na yun, but it's ENCE himself who gets the first frag, but Zedco able to trade it up. It's a 1-for-1. Zedco is down to 6 HP. That could be a problem for the Sinners, but he could just be used as bait. Maybe even go for the refrag as well for one of these members. It's an IP. Just playing it passively now. The aggressiveness out from the Sinners. It's punished exceptionally well. Especially slowly up in the hands, though, para sa 4Z. And Sinner side, mukhang nagsaswarm na lang sila dito sa A site now with 50 seconds on the clock.
And Sinners, I think they're just waiting for any more reactions galing dito sa side ng NIP bago sila mag-decide kung saan sila pupunta dito. And I think that smoke might just be a sign that the Sinners are actually gonna try to go B. But look at the slow pace, no? Lumalayo na si Hampus dahil dito sa slow pace na ginagawa ng Sinners. And now, he's gonna be a bit far back. Now, it's basically a 2v4 dito sa side natin.
Oh, ayun. Hindi na na-trade. Yun na sana yung kailangan nila para kay Zedco. It's already 2 quick frags just after the nick of time. 15 seconds na sana kailangan nila para makapag-push. Kaso, the time, they don't need to wait it out. They could just let them come in and just greet them with the rifles in their faces. It's another win for NIP. The wins are piling up slowly but surely. Still a lead for Sinners in this round or in this game so far. But yung NIP, makakahabol pa sila. Especially with how much money they have in the pocket right now.
Yeah, I think makakahabol pa nga yung NIP dito. And I think the loss bonus is kind of helping them as well. As the more it disappears throughout the rounds that they win, it's still giving them pretty much so much money para sa side nila. I mean, 3-9 para dito kay Brolan. So if they even lose this round, they can still afford it. But Sinners, back on those Glocks. Yun lang. This might be another round that they have to throw away. And Brolan just having a field day dito sa banana.
A1S lang, sapat na. Supportahan ng daming smokes din eh. And with the support of the silencer out from the A1S and a lot of rate of fire, daming advantages na meron with the CT side actually. And especially with banana control being like a pivotal point para sa B side. I always say this time and time again because it's so crucial. If you want to head over to the B side right now, rush B, you mean rush banana could actually be a vital option. But again, they still have pistols. Brolan, again, having another piece for himself. Another piece of the pie, and he's not sharing it to the members of NIP. So far in this round, 50 seconds on the clock, and it looks like a rotate towards the A side.
Yup, and Hampus, I think, is up next here. And yup. There it is. Formalities are done. 4-5. NIP, they get the 4th, but now it is time for Sinners to turn it around in this one, unless NIP has another answer on their arsenal. I mean, so far, they have read, I would say, every push that they wanted to do, but at the same time, nagkamali rin ng coordination dun sa A-push kanina with Sinners. The apartments guy and the short players not really coordinating together to go for a push. So it's just a B-stick flying, running into pit, and it's only one dude staring at him. But man, if you do not get pit control talaga dito sa A side, then it's gonna be a rough time.
Ang importante din na kailangan nilang ikutin si Brolan whenever he tries to go for something so aggressive sa may banana side. Ngayon, wala na siyang ni-attempt. Especially with the util pushed out. They exchange bullets, but not really the frags just yet. Anticipate and flash, but it's a swing. It's a dry peek out. But B-Stick gets all the benefits. It is a double kill towards the members of the Sinners right now. And NIP, you just have to try to assess with this man disadvantage. How do they try to contest this now with Sinners just separated all from the fray? That's Rez taking the frag over to Zedco, and it's making it a little bit more easier on their side. It's a 3v3, it's doable.
But yeah, I really did think that Zedco made a big mistake there. I mean, he had the lurk in apartments, but still not being careful enough to check if Rez is pushing up in the apartment side, and that would have caused at least, or that would have had at least another option for Sinners. Dito, but Esitag.
god. He almost flipped the shot, but ultimately he regained control over towards these members. New frag able to refrag there. Again, he whiffs the shot, might even hit the second, but no, he doesn't even give him a chance. New frag might even save this team altogether. That's a 2v1 with Rez going for another lurk into Banana. And actually would try to go for this 1v2 now. Set up into that post plant. Di niya nakita yung player outside of Coffin there. We hold up towards that side, the garden side of this B site. He's trying to lurk on top of one of these boxes, but it's Neo Frag securing a 3-piece for himself. That's a 4-6.
And you can just see, man, the slow plays and the slow pace coming in from Sinners is so brutal para dito sa city ng NIP. Kasi nga, I mean, hindi sila makarotate in time dito para matulungan ang mga kakampi nila. Pero, it's so good at the same time, no, that only a single player can actually get those 2 entry kills para makalurk pa kahit papano yung isang player dito sa A site. I mean, Zedco might have died, but at least he still made NIP think whether or not magpupush pa sila sa A or magpupush pa sila sa B. But at the same time, some really good shots here galing kay Neofrag. Getting that 4K in the round, and it's so important as well na nakuha na si Esetag doon before he could have made any big play. So Sinners, they collect around and they save themselves the trouble of going eco na naman dito sa next round natin.
Yung NIP, ano din eh. Bumabawi din. They need to like stop that from happening again. Na-recognize nila na maybe there's another lure coming out from one of these members again. They also took advantage of the possibility for Broland to do something quite aggressive again. And ito na nga. Nakalabas yung smoke, nakalabas yung molly, di sila push. Broland is just going gung-ho, but he's not taking any names, kicking asses so far dito sa, I believe 11th round now. A mid-control, a play happening on mid-side. Rez and Hampus just spraying on down. That's a double kill for both of these players on NIP. Shock. Only man standing, but he's not standing any longer. Hampus just takes his head off. And it's another round in the pocket of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yup. And NIP with a quick turnaround actually, and Sinners do not have enough loss bonus to actually cushion itong loss na to. So they're gonna be back on the pistols, but man, it's the crossfire sa mid, it's the Rez and Hampus combo. Man, once they get that first pick and no one is looking on their side, it's such an easy time para dito sa dalawang riflers sa A side. It's just to clear the rest of Sinners, and Sinners kind of reckless with that one, no? Wala masyadong I mean, I counted like 2 flashes, but other than that, not much smokes to block off any angles here. So I think they went for a risky play. Unfortunately, hindi nag-work out yun.
As you said, this is the consequence that they're paying ngayon. Nakapistols na lang ang mga miyembro ng Sinners. They can do nothing about this aggressive util usage for the members of NIP dito sa Banana ngayon. They're even spraying on down. It's not Broland this time around. It's Plopsky who takes over the Banana area. Isa na makapag-push dito sa side ng mapa ngayon, and they're still there. But it's just Banana. They're still wrapping these players around. Esatag with the op is pushing another advantage on the side of NIP with the players of Sinners. Trying to back through towards this ace side, but it's going to be greeted by an op if they're not careful. What is that shot though? But Hampus, it's a spray down onto these 3 members. That's a tied up scoreline, and we're looking at a close game here, Sneaky.
Yep, 6-6. I mean, NIP, once they get the ball rolling dito sa CT side, it's really hard for them to stop in this one. Especially, tignan mo naman yung banana control ng NIP. It's getting more and more aggressive coming in here from Plopsky and kay Brolan. So, if they try dito sa gun run, no, to actually fight for their lives dito sa banana area, then Sinners are gonna be delayed by so much, knowing how slow the pace they like to play dito sa mapa na to.
Yeah. Oo, men. Kaya, yung importante din talaga sa kanila na makapag-secure ng map control so far. I've been doing it pretty successfully in a few of the rounds. Kaso, I mean, they could be running out of steam as the game goes on. And if you could remember, ito yung isa sa mga best map, if not the best map para sa Sinners. And if they lose this, then moving on into the second map, and that's Overpass. NIP could have a better shot at not making it close against Sinners that time around. And I mean, they're taking it really slow, knowing that NIP actually established under crossfire here and there.
But good read though, galing sa NIP to just stay back dito sa may banana area. I think they recognize that, okay, they know that Brolan and Plopsky like to push dito sa B. So I think they're gonna try to camp as much as they
No
can.
way.
Brolan
No
with
way.
a really good angle. He's
No way.
blocking.
No way. He blocked them. He's not going to be able to push out.
Oh!
Zedko. Oh, that was a lucky spray. Wait, that's a double. That is something
That's
that he
so
should
lucky.
not have gotten. Super lucky. Sobrang swerte. Bigyan mo nga ito ng lotto ticket. Mukhang makakapanalo ito bukas, Sneaky Frog.
Yup. But that was so well played sana dito galing sa NIP. But the lucky bullet. Grabe. It happens.
God.
They're gonna attempt to go for B though.
Oh, yeah. It's all on the Sinners now to try to burn as much time as possible. They don't even need to kill off these members. They just have to make them take their sweet time. But a lot of these mollies so good. The sheer amount of cover. And ENCE tag together with Hampus holding hands into this retake, successfully going for the win and able to go for the defuse on the bomb.
Yeah, and I'm surprised na meron pa silang dalawang molly doon. Actually, I think they picked it up probably from tree or dito sa may city na area, knowing na I think Lopsky died too early and there's like 2 mollies na naano, or maybe they saved it just for this retake and they haven't used it dun sa A because Sinners didn't actually poke A at all. They were focused dito sa B. And the Molotovs rightly placed galing dito sa NIP, and it seems like the Sinners are in a stump dito sa ating first half. They got the first 6, but now they are stuck on 6 as well. And NIP, I mean, if they can ramp up dito sa T side, no, if Rez can do usual Rez stuff, and if Hampos can go crazy, and Brolan can be, you know, a competent rifler like he usually is, then pwede pa tong maging mapa ng NIP.
Moving into the next round now. Hopefully na-assess din talaga ng Sinners yung tama naman yung post-plant positions nila, pero siguro hindi nila na-expect na they have the correct util for the side of NIP in those last few seconds of the round. Yun talaga yung nagpanalo sa kanila yung correct knowledge of where these players could be, but it's a 1-for-1 towards Banana side. Roland again having a rampage for himself, is denying them from pushing on forward. Really good smoke as well, buying so much space for himself. But Sinners could also consider a push towards this A site. I believe it's been a long time since I've seen them go for that.
I really like it na every time na magpipistol round dito yung Sinners or at least go for an eco, Banana is never an option para sa side nila kasi the Plopsky Brolan combo once again dito sa B, just pelting them with pressure and just forcing them to go A into the op of Esitab, which is what Sinners don't want at the moment. No, they don't want anyone to get picked super fast, and an op is one way to do so.
Over towards really clean frag para kay Esatag. Rez as well, just demonstrating the better guns so far. Good smoke too. They could just bang through it, no problem. Also gives a lot of denial over to the other side. B-Stick, he got an upgraded gun, but it's Esatag again with his up. Sobrang shiny ng Big Green so far for the NIP squad, as it's Zedko, only man standing, but again, not gonna happen for them. It's another win for the members of the CT side. Ninjas in pajamas are gonna dance all into that good night.
Yep, and this is max loss bonus already for the side of Sinners. And at this point, if they cannot get the win when they have all the resources to do so, then that's just NIP being the better CT team at the moment. 4 straight rounds for NIP, and they have full control of the game in this one. I thought that Sinners was actually, I don't know, makatakbo sila dito kahit papano all the way to 9 or all the way to 10, pero hindi pala. NIP, kinokontrol nila ang pace of this map as of the moment, and Ooh, a switch up of a defense actually. It's now Esitag going for the help dito sa B.
Tama nga din, malay mo mag-adapt ngayon yung Sinners, di ba? They've always been going for the default strat of heading over to Banana. But every single time, it's Roland and Propsky who were the Guardians, the lone Guardians now. But Rez over towards that A side is not going to be safe with the spray done by Zedco. It's 4v5. Zedco, you might even spot out Hampus going towards the platform, but yeah, there you go. Shock is able to go for the frag, but Beastic, look at that spray to Esitag at kay Plopsky. So Brola na lang natitira, but it's a 1v4. You have an A1S, but this time it's not on Banana. It's going to be planted on towards that A side.
Yep, and ooh, that's a good shot. But what a misread though by NIP na, you know, to put itong si Esitag dito sa B side. But at the same time, you can't blame them, no? I mean, it's a bit of a pattern para dito sa side ng NIP to just have Roland or have Esitag stay A with the op and then just hold that very unwinnable angle pag meron kang rifle doon. And ayun na nga. I mean, what else can you say? NIP just misreading the play and Rez unfortunately getting caught early on. As Edco swing the corner to apartments and there was no one there.
I mean, it was a good attempt as well to kind of be 3 steps ahead of the members of Cinders. Kaso nga lang, sobrang fortunate that B-Stick was at the right place to go for those 3 kills that would be so pivotal to their victory now. Yes, it's still a lead, but it's only a 1-point lead. Kaya pa rin nilang makapagbawi against NIP, and I mean, so far on the T side, they're looking so aggressive, but Popsky's down to 81, but look at this, the double pistol out from Neofrag, the double third kill, might even get the fourth, but no, it's gonna get denied, but the damage has been done. Sobrang dami na napatay dito sa may Banana area. It's a 2v4 with Sinners. They have the man advantage so far. They're gonna try to go for this plant, but have to play against this disadvantage now.
Oh, pero Hampus, he got 4Z. That this is now possible. Pero Zedco, oh no, it's only gonna be Rez. Oh no, Rez, you're gonna have to go huge for the team once again.
Okay. Okay, gets one. The double peek would have been good. Oh my god, made it into a 1v1 now. The double peek didn't work. He tried to go for the tap. Now for Zedco. He's not gonna get out of here, Rez. My goodness, that is so disgusting. He didn't even need to kill him, but he just stuck it. Stuck the angle on towards that side. He got the win over towards the Sinners side, but sobrang sayang ng ginawa ni Neofrag here.
Yep, but at the same time, it's so well played galing dito kay Rez. And Hampus at the same time, Hampus getting those kills, but at the same time, Rez, I mean, just playing that one really, really patiently, just dancing around itong Sinners, making sure na wala silang angle na pang diffuse dito, but at the same time, just dodging and weaving. And Rez, man, this dude has been the best player for NIP for so long, and he is still that.
You know who's the star of the show so far for NIP. I mean, look at this guy just running and gunning, just trying to see us go these members of Sinners so far. Kita mo naman yung effects ng pay aggressive niya. Shock is limping into this matchup. Oh, that was a lucky spray from Hampus. Neofrag didn't even need to peek out. B-Stick is the lone guardian towards this B site, pero itong Sinners, alam nila yun. Kaya nakapag-respond yung sa mga membro dito. Si 4Z, holding hands na lang dito sa B site. May bit of a crossfire. Soon a triangular position dito sa B side, but Zedco not hitting the shots, and Rez just backstabs him towards this apartment area. A side is open for business while everybody else is running towards that B side for Sinners. It's a free plant, a free secure para sa Ninjas in Pajamas dito sa A side.
And it's so huge for Ninjas in Pajamas to actually start yung city side ng ganito kasi nga they really have their problems pagdating dito sa T side. I mean, sometimes they are too passive, sometimes Hampus does a really bad play and NIP has to adjust around it. Pero ngayon, it seems like the first 3 rounds are clean para dito sa NIP on Inferno and Sinners. Pag natalo sila dito, then man, this is gonna be possible 11 as well, no? Para sa side ng NIP, knowing yung economy dito ng Sinners is next to 0. So we are probably gonna see NIP getting 11 in this one unless B-Stick and or Shock and or 4C can get a crazy play here, but most likely not. But NIP, I mean, if they can put themselves in the comfort zone dun sa Overpass, then Sinners might be in trouble, man.
Game's not over. And we're heading into the eco round anyway para sa Sinners. So let's take a look at the future so far, Sneaky Frog. I mean, 2 parts. One, may eco buy ngayon ng Sinners. So this is possible for NIP to just get another win here. An 11-7 and it's another step closer towards match point ngayon, diba? And this is the map pick for Sinners. Ano yung sunod na map ngayon, diba? It's gonna be, ano ba? Overpass, right? Saan yung win rate ng Sinners?
Map.
It's a res map, right? Sinners are not having the best of win rate so far sa Overpass, but hold that thought. The scout dealing a lot of damage. Nakita natin na Res and S attack are down below 50 HP so far, and it's looking so grim sa future so far ng Sinners. But I mean, S attack just pushing the point again, and we've been talking about how they could have been actually really good dito sa Inferno map, but they're not pulling a lot of the advantages that they should have had.
Oh, but Zedko has a place in sight at least. So maybe he can do some damage on S attack, maybe he can do some damage on Res, but at the same time, I do not think that this is around unless Zedko, gets spotted out by Broland so early.
I mean, there you go. It's a free plant for them. And fortunately, makikita mo nyo muna kami mga kaibigan. Hello, you're still watching the Filipino broadcast dito sa PGL RMR. Still in the match of NIP versus Sinners, and it's looking like Sinners are gonna be forced into a save again. They only save a scout and a Mac 10. Best that they could hope for now is to try to get more entries into the next round. As I've said, 11 round is expected for the members of NIP. Better guns, and maganda yung tempo nila sa pag-push towards this B site.
Yep. And not much of a problem para dito sa NIP. They just collected the kills, spotted the scout guys sa mid, and they're just like, all right, this might be, just an easy B site. If we do not see anyone, most likely that this is going to be a stack. And I mean, Sinners going for the 50-50, but flipping the wrong side of the coin. But NIP, I mean, 5 rounds left from taking this entire map. Sinners are on, I wouldn't say panic mode, no, but they need to really ramp up their play dito sa city side, or else NIP just gonna cruise their way towards 16. But 4C has the up now, though.
An up from 4C, but fortunately they already scooched themselves papunta sa banana ngayon. Good smoke para ma-deny yung molly na pwedeng gamitin para sa mga miyembro ng NIP. There's possibilities for Sinners to go again with an aggressive push, take the page out of the playbook para sa ninjas in pajamas, but now slowing the tempo, especially with the low buys for a few of these members for NIP. Everybody else on the other side has access to the A1Ss, and a lot of smokes could support a lot of the smoke bangs here. With so much of the time being burned while everybody else is on banana, Sinners are anxious. They know that they could be flanked around over towards this A side. That's why they invested so many of these players around that side of the map.
Yeah, but this is just going to be a B-take coming in here from NIP, and so if Neofrag and B-Stick are not ready, this is going to be bad.
Oh my god, good flash, but it's a 1-for-1. Neofrag, a double. It's an A1S, so he can just keep spraying on through, even if he's smoked out. It's a 3v4 now and execute. Good nade in the default. Catches so much damage onto S-Tag, and Neofrag just finalizing that with a wall bang smoke through. It's a 2v4 now. Steve Frag is just playing so patient, catches him in the perfect time, and he even might get the double, but it is Blopsky. 1v3 now, and he has the Famas to work with, but against an op, hindi siya mananalo, kaibigan.
Sobrang importante ng round na yun para dito sa Sinners, man. I mean, that's gonna reset their entire economy here back in their favor, and now they can at least comfortably buy some M4s going into this next round. However, NIP, I think afford pa naman nilang bumili dito unless they actually just went to zero dito sa round natin, and maybe they're just gonna opt for the pistols, pero ayun na nga, same AKs for everyone. Daming pera pa naman. So, NIP have one more chance.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, they taking their chance.
That's his push.
Throwing around the park. That's his area. That's his home. Alam nila na magagawin nila yung pag-push ulit ni Brolan. Pero he knows that play more than anybody. Look at that smoke bang though. B-Stick. Down to 32 and 37 respectively for Brolan and Hampus. This is enough for them to not secure Banana anymore, but it's still a 4v5. NIP have the man count.
Yeah, but they have to find one more player para sure nang makuha nila ang site na to. However, slow play pa rin. Galing dito sa Sinners. Don't want to overstay their welcome on one side of the map kung nandito yung bomba sa B. Pero gusto lang nila mag-pressure dito sa A. So, the tendency of NIP or the tendency of Sinners here is to just place one player nga dito sa B and siya na bahala with everything. And this could be a good risk to take if Forzy can get the pick here.
That could be big. That could be huge.
Oh my god.
The peak! The crouch peak from Rez! Wala, we've been talking about how that op could change so much, but he's not changing a damn thing. It's 5v3 now. They're still pushing on through with the man count. S-Attack is down to 1 HP. He's a dead man walking, but he's still walking, ladies and gentlemen. That's B-Stick na nag-iisa at nag-hug lang siya sa sarili niya dito sa Banana.
Yeah, this is so bad para sa Sinners. I mean, Rez 17 and 10 on T side, and he can do that type of stuff. Just eliminating the Opper immediately, could not even react. And now he learns his lesson, man. What do you think Esitag was holding that tight of an angle? Kasi nga, yun nga, as soon as a crouch peek happens and you are not fast enough with the op, then you just instantly die. Bit of an overextension with that AWP. But NIP, 12-8, so I mean, meron pa silang op dito kay Esitag, and Esitag has been doing a stellar job on the AWP despite being, not traditionally an opper for his team. The last time he opt before he went on NIP was he was still playing with complexity, and nagsa-second op lang siya para sa kanyang teammate, which is pretty impressive, no, to say the least, that you can just put him on the main opper role and he actually can do his job.
Yeah. Ang flawless ng pag-take. Flawless ng pag-duel para sa mga miyembro ng NIP there. I mean, Sinners. With each round, the chance just gets slimmer and slimmer for their own map pick. And it's going to be bad news once we head over to Overpass.
This is where the experience comes in, man. Like, if Oscar was here, he's going to be like, hey, I've been 12-8 before. Like, we can easily come back to this. We just need like 1 or 2 rounds and we're back in the game. But for Sinners, I think the IGL has to at least just tell his team, guys, I mean, it's not over yet, at least. Meron pa namang 4 rounds bago manalo yung NIP dito. And if we can get anything, then we could actually just fight back with sheer force. Pero the Sinners push, but Blotsky ready.
Oh, wala. He's already in the perfect place, the perfect corner to corner Zedco there. Perfect time for him to take away that gun. Take away the deagle out from Zedco. No value out of the lurk now para sa mga miyembro ng Sinners ngayon. They don't even need to push Banana now. They can just threaten this mid side. But 3 players para sa Sinners ngayon. 3 Sinners actually, to be exact, are holding really tight angles ngayon. They could take away Rez ngayon, that would be huge. It would slow them down, but you could still trade them out effectively, but it still is going to be a slowdown in momentum altogether. But B-Stick has the M4A1S, and he's relying on the flash, but no, even if he gets the flash over, it is going to be Hampus and Plopsky taking all the spoils and victories for NIP so far. Plopsky going for the bag. Rez is not able to get the frag, but deals as much damage as he can over to Shock. The plant is secured for the members of NIP, and Shock and Neofrag maybe even go for the exits.
Yep, just exits what you can do at this point, and NIP inching their way ever so closer to 16. And grabe naman yan. I mean, Sinners, meron lang sila mga Tigil Stone, but literally they could not fight itong NIP at all. They were just playing together as a group, getting those kills, and I mean, just the teamwork galing dito sa NIP is really just a thorn on the side of Sinners, who thinks na. I think mostly tier 2 teams play like this, where they like to go for their own plays and somehow, you know, be the star of the round. But para naman sa NIP, I don't think Hampus is gonna allow that. He's like, you're gonna play your role, or you're gonna end up like Fuzzy. I think that's the type of dude that he is.
Man. Again, it's another win for them. And the NIP are they're really strong on the attack now. I've been noticing ever since Sinners, they got the 6 there. Parang medyo na it's like they seemingly don't have a good hold of how NIP have been approaching a lot of these T-side rounds now. I mean, really good din eh. Really good strats din eh. Deep pool, whoo, clean shot. Quick peek from Forzy, but a quick kill.
Oh, they got the op.
They even get the op there. Wala na magagawa yung Sinners ngayon, but they still have 4 members alive.
Over the edge. That's 4,750 just erased just like that to Sinners.
Daming pera yan. Daming advantages so far. NIP, man advantage. They also have control over 2 apps. Not pushing towards heaven, but Plopsky actually could consider. Rez is also around the mid side. Nobody is going too aggressively para sa mga Sinners side ngayon, especially with the crossfire established for Neofrag and another on the other side at Zedco. So if Rez pushes, and at least one of them is going to get taken out, unless the flash comes through for NIP, then this crossfire is going to mean nothing. That's a double out from Zedco, but that's all that he can get. It's a 3v1 with B-Stick standing, and he's also already running over to the east side.
Yeah, he's just gonna stick to cons. Not really run, bro, but yeah, it's just gonna be right there. Nood lang siya ng pinto. Then NIP just gonna chill in this one, but goddamn, this is hard para sa Sinners. This is hard para sa Sinners. I mean, when I like to talk about like win conditions of the team, right? There's like a clear win condition. For example, Navi, pag mainit is simple and Bit is doing his job, then automatically they win. For FaZe, if Rain or one of the 4 players just starts scary mode in this one, then that's the win. The weirdest, ito yung weird dito sa NIP, no? I mean, yung win con nila, this is like their side win con. There's the main win con where yun nga, when Simple pops off, then mananalo talaga sila. Then the side win con is Bit carries the game, then mananalo sila. For NIP, it's like when Hampus starts to carry the team, I think the game is over kung ganon. Kasi when the IGL is like, all right, I'm gonna just throw down with everyone that I see on the map and just win every fight. He's 21-11 for God's sakes. May hirapan talaga yung Sinners pagdating doon, especially with the style that Hampus is playing, the very aggressive IGL style where you just push everything and think later. And pag nagsasucceed yan dito para kay Hampus, I mean, the amount of space that he can create for NIP is just insane.
Man, NIP, they just read the banana control correctly. The attempt at least. I mean, B-Stick though, hero. That's the hero gun that he saved up from the previous round. It's already have a bit of an impact. Brolan is taken out. That's one of the key members for NIP, but mainit pa rin naman si Rez at si Hampus so far into this matchup. So Brolan could be I'd say minimal damage on their side. Still though, even though Sinners have the man count, you also have to consider that they only have pistols now.
This is dangerous though, guiding sa Sinners. This is dangerous, but the smokes, they have one more smoke, I think. Yep. On B6. And the rotates are gonna start dito sa Sinner side. But they're not gonna over-rotate here, knowing na itong NIP, pwede pa silang bumalik sa A. And this is why some teams, they really like to emphasize itong mid control. No? Even if players are taking B, you do not want to give mid dito sa A. And you only let it go if you know, nakapasok na yung mga players dito sa kabilang side. Or you actually go through mid and go through the banana area and pressure from there. But nope, it's just gonna be a straight up B push.
A B push, yeah, but oh man, Molly correctly placed towards B stick, and another for Rez as he bangs through the smoke, even gets the headshot. They finalize that plant, and it's a 3v4, a 3v4 actually. My excuses, nagbabang na lang towards the church area. Kaso nga lang, I mean, medyo mahirap yung retake na to, especially with only one rifle to work with kay Neofrag pa. And they're just gonna save it.
Yep, and that is match point para dito sa NIP. I mean, so far, solid pa naman ang kanilang T-side dito. Sinners still can't figure out how to break this death ball that NIP has every time they enter a site. It's just that it's pretty basic actually para sa NIP. They like to group up and they like to absorb some of the nades first, then papasok sila dito sa banana eventually. But the Sinners are actually kind of welcoming that. No, they're not really contesting control around the map. Kagaya nga dito sa may banana na area, they just throw a few nades, then shoot a few shots. But after that one, pag wala sila mahanap doon, they just back off all the way to site instead of having someone literally guarding banana galing dito sa may barrels na area. But mistakes are piling on. Para dito Sinners and NIP, they're just finding these mistakes and getting these free picks.
Now they're also at the brink of winning the map pick of Sinners ngayon. Good news for them kasi mas madali na yung time nila sa Overpass. Especially since in a lot of the early rounds, si Sinners na lang yung kumukuha na majority of their wins, and it all started with how the pistol round was going for them. But it's the gun round. This is the AK, and we're talking about Roland getting a double 2 onto B-Stick and Neofrag. They're not going to attempt that any longer over to the Overpass map. They're just heading on through over to that B side, trying to take control for themselves, maybe make as much noise as they can, while 3 players to NIP are just holding it down towards this mid side, with Rez having the perfect crosshair placement onto 1, but he might only get 1 there as Shock is able to trade it out. It's a 3v2 now. With the bomb not being super in control of them, they still can pick it up towards the C side.
Yep, and they might actually go A here, knowing na nakapasok na dito si Plopsky. With that control, I think it's going to be a second mid route instead. But I think Shock can smell something. I think he smelled something. Brolan's gonna go down. This is kind of a disaster of a round. I think nakita nga ni Brolan nakita ni Hampus dito, si Shock.
I think it all falls on Shock now to deny this win, but he's whipping the shot. Hindi niya makuha yung easy frag. Pulls out the deagle.
No, Shock.
And he suddenly just comes back outside, and
that's such an important
now
deal,
they have full info. They can just hold down that cross. They can just hold down that side, but no, it's Forsey saving it for the members of Sinners, all up to Plopsky now, all the weight on his shoulders to take away the map pick for Sinners. And a 1v2 sprays onto the 2 members alive and steals away Inferno from the members of, the CT side. My God, that was so clean.
I counted 2 shots. 2 heads. Just like that, Plopsky, man. This guy is a demon when it comes to those situations. And NIP, the Ninjas, get the first map, which is yung pick dito na Sinners. Sinners, unfortunately, I think their Cinderella run has, I wouldn't say been cut short, no, kasi 2-1 stages pa lang to, but there's been a detour doon sa kanilang Cinderella story in this tournament. But ayun na nga, I mean, Inferno, basically, NIP went in. I really thought that NIP, I think the info that I had about NIP dito sa Inferno map was still fuzzy era. But I think that Brolan makes all the difference. No, you cannot see it in the scoreboard, but you can see it on the screen. Brolan makes all the difference para dito sa NIP compared dito kay Fuzzy. I mean, Fuzzy, he's a good upper man, but just having Brolan being that definite B defender para sa team mo is really just doing wonders para dito sa NIP.
And sobrang aggressive din niya, especially on the CT side, because you know how banana control is always so important if ever that you're gonna go for that execute, right? And in the T side, I mean, it was all falling into how these picks could just be affecting yung landscape para sa mga miyembro ng Sinners dun. And eventually, they never really took a huge advantage anywhere. Especially on the second half where the members of Ninjas in Pajamas were in full control. I mean, dalawa lang panalo nila dun sa second half, kaya understandable na the momentum is so high. It's so high for the ride for the members of Ninjas in Pajamas that they take away the map pick para sa mga miyembro ng Sinners ngayon. And we're heading on into the second map, but before that, let's take a moment to thank a lot of our sponsors, Sneaky Frog.
Yep, we would like to shout out Rivalry.com. Use the code DLUPO and WXE, of course, for up to 200 maximum deposit bonus. So guys, if you want to bet on the EU RMR and the major coming up, then gumamit na kayo ng Rivalry.com as they are the most reliable in the market. But that is it for the sponsors. And any more notes, Dad, before we close this out for a break?
Well, I mean, the second map, we're heading into Overpass, and so far it's not the best of maps for the members of Sinners there. That was their best chance at taking a win for themselves into the series, but we're gonna be heading into a detour, and that detour is into the depths of hell para sa kanila. But we're gonna see if NIP gets to close out their momentum in a 2-0 fashion against the members of Sinners, as we're heading on into a short break, but don't go anywhere as the PGL RMR will be right back.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome back mga kaibigan. We're still gonna be heading into the second game. Let's forget about what happened kanina. Syempre, nandito pa rin tayo si Dad Femina at si Sneaky Frog still delivering the action to you. It's still the same series. It's Ninjas in Pajamas versus Sinners, and so far, nakuha ng Ninjas in Pajamas yung first map pick ng ating Sinners ngayon, and we're heading into Overpass, which is a stronger map para sa Swedish team.
Yup. I mean, overall, Overpass, you are right. It is a pretty Swedish map na many Swedish teams really like to pick. Itong map natin, when Fnatic was still, at least Swedish back then, they really like to pick itong Overpass map natin, and we have no shortage of Swedes dito sa my NIP, so I think magiging komportable sila dito sa map na to. And I also said kanina na Overpass, this is a res map, so if he does not perform, then that's a big loss para dito sa NIP. But at the same time, momentum is still on the side of NIP after riding the high of that first win galing sa pick dito ng Sinners. But Overpass is a really volatile map, so dami talagang pwedeng mangyaring mali para dito sa NIP, especially knowing na nasa T-side sila magsisimula dito. But we are gonna bet dito sa ating best of 3. I am gonna say 9
NIP
on Sinners. I should...
Sinners, okay. Underdog story.
Ang ganda ng odds na Sinners, man. Parang... let's pick Sinners, dude. Let's pick Sinners map 2.
You know what? Sige. Let's go for Sinners ngayon. They do have
the
like...
risk.
Live the risk. You like live life dangerously. Yun pala yung tipong tao na si kaibigan mo si Sneaky Frog. I mean, it's understandable.
I am not a person that you should go with when you're gambling, man. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. But... ayun na nga, we are gonna bet onto the Sinner side because the odds look really good. I mean, times 3. Sino naman hindi gusto makakuha nun? But at the same time, I'm really banking on itong Sinners to actually start off things right dito sa CD side. Maybe we are gonna see more action from the upper dito sa Sinners, itong si 4C, and maybe he can come alive dito sa Overpass kasi nga dun sa Inferno game natin, we really did not see too much impact with the AWP. I think I barely heard an up shot galing sa side ng Sinners dito, so they really need him to be on in this game.
I think it's also because of yung CT side ng Sinners medyo too passive, and NIP could just take full advantage of it, already claiming so many of the advantages onto the map, taking full control over to key points of the Inferno map. And it could be the same story this time around, but as you said, Overpass, sobrang volatile ng map na to, especially with so many avenues for lurks, especially with the presence of underground aspects of this map and everybody else. I mean, pwede pa rin naman silang makapag-anchor. Kaso nga lang, sobrang layo ng bawat sekro ng key points dito sa mapang to for the city side. However, it'll be very interesting to say the least. You mentioned na we mentioned a lot, especially nung break na NIP. This is their map. This could be their comfort map, especially now that we're out of the depths of Inferno ngayon. And tingnan natin kung kaya nilang i-keep yung momentum. And syempre, because of a win streak, a multiple round streak that they had into that previous game, they're looking to keep that streak alive coming into the second map as we're heading into NIP. Starting on the T side, a split push on towards the B sector with mid trying to be controlled over with Shock, holding on that angle, but Rez knowing that they are looking over that side of the map.
And it seems like it's just going to be the same thing from the last map. It's NIP sitting around one spot of the map and Rez, go kill, brother, you got this.
It's been effective so far. I mean, he's dealing a bit of damage, a bit of chip damage, more and more bullets to the body of 4Z. Nataga din siya sa paa, but that's a head tap if I've ever seen one. Shock definitely delivering the shot to you, brother. That's another tap from Neofrag using the double Berettas, but it's Plopsky holding things down. It's a 4v3, but again, is going to be the Glock and Esatag ever so aggressive into the aggressive push over towards this B site right now. Pit is being controlled by the double Berettas of Esatag as we speak, but the members of Sinners, they want to go for the retake. They still have the guns, but no, they're trading everything out. It's Shock himself who is shocking these members left and right. Esatag is now down the count. It's a 2v2, but it's the Glocks winning out the trades left and right. It's all up to Shock here, who has been impressive in this round, but he could even get the triple kill to end it. That's a 4K. If I have to say it for myself, Sinners are able to back everything up despite a lot of good attempts out from Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yep, those were all body shots as well para dito kay Shock. I mean, USP doing some damage here. I mean, getting that first kill dito kay Rez was already big. That eliminates the potential lurk threat galing dito sa NIP. But Shock, man, going huge for his team, and that's such an important start para dito Sinners to go 1-0 sa CT side so they can start their dominance from there. NIP, I mean, that's so heartbreaking para sa side nila, no? I mean, losing by a hair, 21 HP on Shock. One more bullet would have ended everything.
Oh. I mean, it could be the nerves, it could be just NIP, classic NIP in the pistol round. And again, the snowball effect into the second. The EU+CIS is enough to secure the frag over to Hempus, but it's a forced buy. It's an AK out from Plopsky. Good for one through the smoke bang. Finds 4Z there. It's a 4v4. And they could go towards the monster area or maybe even surprise them around the short side, but still, Sinners sitting pretty and just remaining on separate sectors of the map. The frag gonna go for the peak, but he's peeking towards three members with Plopsky. Maybe gonna be able to secure the frag over towards that side.
Ooh, and they back off. Okay. So I think Shock has to play a bit more careful here. Gonna switch guns with his teammates. I think the FAMAS, definitely a more fitting gun for him at the moment. Might as well give the better one to Zedco. And NIP in a really good spot here, not gonna lie. Pwede pa silang mag-set ng nades dito. I'm surprised that they have nades actually, despite having a force buy. So if Sinners cannot get the proper shots in, then this is gonna be a tough one for Sinners to turn around. I mean, they have no loss bonus at all.
Yeah. Still have nades, as you said. So a lot of need to support this push. Despite Sinners having the better first round, they come out with the better outcome for the members of NIP. Rez gonna go for the entry again and frags over to Zedco. Might even get a second, but it is gonna be the double out from the star player of NIP. And B-Stick nagala sa kabilang sector ng mapa. Habang ang NIP ay nakapag-camp na, nakapag-setup na, nakapag-secure dito sa may B-side.
Damn, and Rez with a good double entry para dito sa site. I mean, if he did not get the Waters player dito sa B site, that would have been a disaster para dito sa NIP. That would have been an easy open angle. But, yun lang. I mean, Rez doing as expected dito sa ating Overpass. Just like I said, this is a Rez map, so expect him to do well in this one. But, 1-1, Sinners. Look at their economy, man. It's distraught. 1.7k, 1.5k. They can barely afford anything, so they have no choice but to go for a full eco dito sa round na to. But B-Stick, oh my god, he's opting for that very expensive smoke. Minus 300. What are they gonna do? I'm not really a fan of force buying, especially if the economy is this low, man. This is kind of desperate moves from Sinners, man.
Super desperate. I mean, I think they're just relying on trying to slow down the push and a lot of the aggro out from NIP into their initial encounter and a boost up from Zedco, overlooking towards the pipe area. But I mean, desperate moves, as you said. They're trying to go for the taps from the dig. It's not a one dig, but it's considerable amount of damage out from one of these members. Ampus is gonna be, I guess, have some chip damage up his sleeve, but NIP are there to back him up. It's a full 5-man commit for members of Ninjas in Pajamas, especially considering that Sinners are only holding a lot of pistols on their side. but a very big hero by a smoke missing is an opportunity for Forzy to actually use the scout to his full effectiveness. That's a double out from Forzy. That's a triple out from Forzy. 4 kills for the Sinners and a lot of sins for Ninjas in Pajamas here.
Oh my god, just because of a single smoke miss coming in here from NIP, that could have been the difference. That could have been LOS lost here for 4Z. Kaso, ayun lang, medyo kapos. Arm day, probably not done from that man right there. Pero S-Tag definitely capable with this rifle. If he can get itong si 4Z, then maybe it's a possibility. But I mean, 4 Deagle staring at you, that's a pretty hard ask.
Yeah. Unless he actually goes aim train mode, then I guess this could be very much possible, but he's down to 9 HP. Bit of an aim punch, and there you go. Finalizing that is the last tap from the pistol. It's a huge misplay from NIP. It would have been a really good play, actually, that now that they have seemingly took control around that B site, but I mean, that missed smoke actually had so much into effect. A positive out from Sinners as 4Z's on a rampage.
That's tough. That's tough for NIP, man. Just because of a single smoke, they actually lose the entire round. And napakaganda naman ng look actually dun sa round na yun. And if they can just easily take an oversight with the guns that they have, with the AKs that were in their pockets, then that would have been different. Pero Hampos with a really aggressive buy, actually. An AK off his hands instantly.
Oh my god. I mean, Mystic has been holding that A1S since the previous round. One of the hero buys, I'd like to say. I'd like to term it out. Coin that as full effect. It's a 4v5. Slowly trying to take A long for NIP while Rez is just trying to see if there's a possibility of a boost. No eyes. Over towards the A long for CT side. 4Z is just holding an angle towards another opening of the map. But I like the jump peaks. I like the jump spots out from the CT side. They could need that bit of info, and the util could be perfect to slow down the attempt out from NIP. And if they lose one of these members out, it could be a forced out save. A multi-man save for NIP now. As the molly and the smoke exchange for both sides. 20 seconds for them to push out. Oh, this is the play now, but Neofrag and Basic so perfect into this play. Nip all relying on S-Attack to deal as much damage as he can, but damage is the only thing that he can do.
Yep, and unfortunate, but 4C almost actually losing them the round with that smoking the Molotov dito sa may bathrooms area natin. And that single flash could have marked the beginning of the end here for Sinners. Pero, ayun na nga, some of them dodged just in time, seeing the smoke, or rather the flash fly na nanggagaling dito sa A. And pretty easy spray downs coming in from them. Mystic, good aggression actually, not letting Hampus find a pick anywhere around the map. Not even letting him get control dito sa may fountain, which is really nice that Sinners are pressuring them that much.
Listen ko, medyo gotta call out a lot of the smokes that should not have been there. Should have been there too. That's another frag over to Hampus. A rush with the SMG that 4Z has in his pocket. I believe it is a really good advantage for him moving forward for Sinners now. It's stopping the aggression again for NIP as they're down into the pistol again. And trying to hope that Sinners could possibly bit up more they can chew, and that's the opportunity that they need. But, I mean, they're overlooking these entrances, but nobody's taking a chance.
Yep, and I think it's just gonna be a waiting game at this point. Nag-aantayan na lang sila dito sa may entrance. Dito, papunta sa may playground, and yeah, I think it's gonna be a certain point of the round, like 45 seconds, and then they go for the point, unless someone runs into them first.
3 spray downs. That's just textbook, knowing that they still have the advantage. The only way possibly moving forward for them is to try to take control over towards the B site. but they already had the angle towards the short tunnel, so now it's another advantage for another win on the center side. And I feel like this should have been a really good opportunity to time out, right?
Yeah, but it's still pretty early in the game. So I think naisip nila, okay, we can allow them to get 4 of the first 5 rounds in this one. But as soon as we get the bye, then we start threatening yung kanilang offensive na defense dito. And, too offensive. Galing dito kay Forzy.
Oh, I mean, just
But look at this.
going back to their aggressive roots. Oh, Rez. Oh, Rez. Oh, you know that this map is his. You know that this map is his comfort. Then eventually that smoke's gonna dissipate. Good molly out to fish out one of these players, but he hasn't caught one of these players off. Basic. Perfect time to come out of cover.
Might die to
Take
Brolan, though.
Rez out. Might die to Brolin too, but I mean, there you go. That's the refrag out. 3v4 and IP. They need this advantage. They need to curve it in something, but Brolan, what? A triple kill. It's all up to Neofrag, just wondering what the hell just happened to the Sinners players.
Wow, that is so well played. Galing dito kay Brolan. I mean, tossing yung flash dito sa may short area natin and just peeking it full on, no stop aggression. Galing dito kay Brolan. Sinners going a bit aggressive as well. Forzy trying to go for the short peek. Pero, Brolan with the top connector control galing sa kanya. Grabe naman. Well played from the new guy galing dito sa NIP. It seems like he has found his rhythm dito sa mapa na to. And now it's just it just has to be Rez and maybe Samus getting their feet wet in this map.
Short tunnel, aggressive push out from Plopsky here. It's a lot of noise, but not into the CT side. Forzy has the angle with that up, but it's not enough to maybe try to go for something aggressive out from the CT side now. They know that, I mean, they need to walk over the up now for the Sinners, and an IP playing the time correctly, just assessing possibly the lurk out from one of these players, and B-Stick is on enemy lines. He could actually find himself isolated picks around this A-long side, and Roland swinging on down. He's digged down and he's taken out of the picture. That's Neofrag also down to 21 HP, but 4 versus 5. Eventually, it could be the push towards this A side, the CT spawn. The members of Sinners now, and Nessa Tag took full control. A really good spray onto Neofrag and Forzy, and even finds himself on top of Optimus now. Members of NIP have full control over this A site.
And Sinners, they're gonna find Plopsky, pero yun lang. Yun lang yung mahahanap nila dito. I mean, NIP with a textbook A push galing sa side nila, also getting that key picks along, trapping that one player. He did not know what to do when NIP, as soon as this flashes start flying, he was just panicking dito sa long, and ayun na nga, getting those first 3 picks so easy para dito sa NIP. Hampus, gonna get one more, maybe? He's at Disco.
No. Saving na lang. Save na lang para kay Zedco ngayon. Flash is out, but at this point, it's just an easy wall back. Para kay Brolan, it's a common spot for them to just go for the bang over towards the alley side. I mean, it's another win for NIP as they try to catch up to Sinners again. Could be the same story that we're seeing in the Inferno map, as this Overpass said volatile as ever. Picks are definitely important so far, as it forces the tactical pause for Sinners.
And Sinners really don't want to get yung momentum dito ng NIP out of hand, kasi nga nakita naman natin yung nangyari doon sa first map. Pag nabigyan mo ng onti momentum itong NIP, then they're just gonna start rolling with the game, and this is not what you want, especially dito sa T side ng Overpass, where it's actually the way weaker side compared to the CTs, where they have so many tools para mag-rotate in between the sites. But NIP, if they can keep the ball rolling here, and if Esitag can opt the same as he did doon sa first game natin, then NIP might just have another round in their hands, and Sinners actually going for the eco frag, or rather the eco for now. The 4-man boost. Not now. Maybe later.
No, malay mo. Ito yung boost. Ito.
There it is.
Nakita ko
There's
yung
a 3-man
nakita
boost,
yung
yeah.
Yeah, nakita ko yung yung post sa social media ng Focus Fire. May isang nag-out, may isang AFK. Ano yung plano ng mga teammates niya? Just cover him. This is everybody just using their
It's all tab, I
pistols to
guess. Like,
full efficiency, diba?
yeah, one guy can at least maybe enjoy 1 minute and 15 seconds of just pure silence dito sa long. Look around the German landscape.
Mali mo, nanonood din ng VTuber. Diba?
True! Yan ang cultured.
Oo.
Yan ang cultured. Yan ang tunay na cultured. Yung pinaka-cultured, I know like yung age range ng audience natin is kinda high. So, I'm gonna try nanonood ka ng slam dunk sa phone? Yun na nga.
Slam dunk.
Slam dunk.
Actually,
Dude, slam dunk was the best, dude. Like 3 episodes just for one shot. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Give me that.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of shots.
Not hitting, but connecting eventually. That's a tap. That's a kill. A lot of damage being dealt onto Sinners. I mean, at least Rez has been told to sit down from the USP, but still tied up. Everything up for NIP as again, caught up to Sinners. It's so resemblant to what we saw dun sa Inferno map.
Yep. And yeah, it's still pretty clean coming in from them, but now is the time para maikot ng Sinners ang game na to. If they do not get this back from here pa lang, tignan mo yung economy ng NIP dito. 9.2k on S-Tag, 8k on Ampos. So, they have plenty of money to just keep this streak continuing para sa side nila. And if ever they do lose, they have so much money still. So, just keep mounting para sa Sinners. But Rez, oh my god, opening up itong connector.
Oh yeah, this guy's coming up online now in lower tunnel, but that's a really good adjustment from 4Z. That would have been a really bad timing for him, but he's able to be aware of the possibility of another guy coming out of the other side of his cover. It's a 4v4 now. Everybody's so split up, but so many people invested towards this monster. Oh my god, smoke will dissipate, and Plopsky is not going to expect it. That's a double spray down over to Plopsky and Rez, but it's all up to the last two players of Sinners to hold everything up towards the sides, but Tag and Hampus are doing a really good job of assessing the landscape so far of the Overpass map. Eventually, they could find themselves an objective towards a peace site, especially with one of these players down to 15 HP. That's 4Z with an op, and if he could catch out Hampus here, this is big.
Oh, he heard that. He heard that scope 100%. So Hampus has information on whoever is playing this A side. So they need to work together to take down Neofrag.
25 seconds.
Hampus. Oh no, now's not the time to be an IGL, my guy.
Ay, wala. He was busy calling everything out, so we're left into a 1v2 as a tag. I mean, he's been so aggressive and so good into the first map, but he's not able to carry all of that into this round. So now, that's a win for the members of Sinners there. That's what they need in order for them to stop the momentum building back up for NIP. The confidence surely being shaken.
Yep. And Force with a really good shot dito sa A side natin. Pero, I mean, Sinners doing a good job making sure that at all times they're capable of making a play there in shock. Making it the 2v2 really hard for the T's once...
And you boost.
Oh, you boost. Oh, it didn't work. Almost.
Now they're aware. Now they're
Don't
aware
see that in the other game.
Yeah, no. I mean, it just shows how prepared yung NIP ngayon sa sa Overpass. I mean, Rez, I feel like this time around, you can't fool me twice. I mean, catching Neofrag there was beasting in the first round, but it's now gonna be a lot for Rez there, but it's gonna be traded out. It's 1-for-1. That's up, dealing a lot of impact into one of these members. It's 4v4, slowing down the tempo for both sides.
Oh my god, S-Tag, shoot it, bro. Nah, he can't see it. He can't see it. Only the spec can see the X-rays, but...
Shoot it. Shoot it. Shoot.
Bloodhound, pop your Q, dude. I need info.
Right. Hey, that's ibang bang yun. Ibang bang yun.
Oh! That's my guy.
Oh, mali. Mali timing. Akala na pwede nang gamitin yung flash, but I mean, that's really quick frags over to the members of Sinners now. That's full usage of the util B-stick with a quick lurk and might even catch these players off, but he needs to reassess. There could be somebody over towards that short tunnel, and I mean, he's right.
This is the
He's not
exits.
pushing it too aggressive, but the exits all around, but it could actually be converted into the win as it takes down Hampus there. That's a 2v3, but with how far 4Z is and with what he's holding, this is a save for both of these players.
Take out one, that's good enough for them. Pwede na. I mean, 1.2k para dito kay Rez, but at the same time, I think it's just gonna be another buy for the two riflers. Dito sa NIP, as long as Esitag has enough money to buy an op every round, I think for NIP. And 5-5, I mean, with how Overpass is, 5-5 being tied on round 10 is really bad para dito sa mga CTs. You need to start finding a way to make this a 10-5 instantly, or NIP is gonna have such an easy time dito sa CT side, man.
Ito na naman tayo eh. I mean, nakita ko na to sa Inferno. I mean, no bias whatsoever talaga. We both are cheering both of these squads like
I mean, we bet
without
on
any
Sinners.
sort of bias. But we bet on Sinners, right? And Sinners, it's bad news for them. It's I think this is gonna be a low buy for them now. They do keep the A1S and the op from 4Z. They have enough money to buy a few of the util. Kaso nga lang, they want to save as much money as they can and try to keep snowball, but can't really have a snowball if you don't have the smallest of snow piles, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, medyo nakakatawa, no? I mean, we can just call out, we can just call out anyone dun sa chat na tinatawag tayong bias and sinasabi natin, we bet on Sinners, checkmate. Thanks, Rivalry. Lupon WXC for 200 bonus, by the way. Oh, but 4Z, look at that. His face was full white. He ate that flash.
Oh. Ate it for breakfast. Oh, ano ba oras sa Overpass? It looks like it's the afternoon naman. Wala masyadong tao. So baka
It's
break
about
ngayon.
to the sunset. Oh, speaking of sunset, sun's about to set for Zedko. Oh my god, B is wide open. Oh my god, Sinners, what are you doing? I think they tried to go aggressive dito sa A, pero hindi gumana. It is actually a mistake. It's gonna be NIP getting B.
Good lord, that one frag that they needed for the NIP members opens up so much on towards B site. They have no control, they have nobody to defend this. They're just taking their sweet time to assess where everybody is on the center side. I mean, I'm questioning it myself. Where the hell are they?
Yep, I think they were banking on NIP to go for really hard A control dito sa ating map. And this is the second time that Sinners, unfortunately, flipping the wrong side of the coin in this 50-50. And you know, I think they just prayed that, okay, I hope NIP goes into A, gives us like 2 rifles, then we can somehow turn around. But NIP, you know, 2 times the charm para sa side nila. I mean, the luck is on their side, that's for sure.
Flawlessly taking the win there too. And what can the members of Sinners do, right? Like, isa lang naman yung yung makapag-stop sana yun, and not much info. He's not able to act accordingly. So he got surprised by the push shot for NIP. Rewards them with another round, and again, it's the lead put up by NIP leading up to this. It's a full buy for the members of Sinners there. They could have an equal chance into trying to stop them from going aggressive now. It's the mid push, it's the mid control. But nobody is dying this yet. That's a really good nade over to Broland, though. Considerable amount of damage. You just trade it out if ever that they try to go for a push.
Ooh. Oh my god, the connector fights is always high pressure talaga para sa Sinners, because as soon as they lose itong connector area, that's like giving NIP their own rotation, no? Like how the CT base is actually built. You can just easily rotate between A and B, but if you give a connector, then that gives another way for NIP to play this map a bit more faster, but for the big kill.
So close to it, to taking a second. That's the op destroyed onto S attack. That's Plopsky down as well. One of the util users are down for the members of Ninjas in Pajamas. Sinners are having a field day towards this A short side. The snow lurking around, destroys Forzy. That's the op down, but Rez is able to refrag everything. It's a 3v2, doable for NIP, but Sinners could have actually opened up this round in 30 seconds. They have to act quickly. Good smoke out as well onto the bin area, but Neofrag just comes out of cover in the perfect time, perfect place as well. Now Brolan left in a 1v3. This guy was the nated guy into the early round, but this has to isolate these players. One on Optimus coming out of default, but wala, nasampal ng A1S. It's gonna be a win for the members of the CT side.
Yep, and 6-6. I mean, NIP. If you're NIP right now, you're good. You're good, bro. You're pretty much good for you're set for the next half. And at this point, any rounds after this is just a bonus for NIP. But if they can get at least 3 more, then at least get the half on their lead, then Sinners, you're gonna have a rough road going back into this one. Pero meron pa naman silang pampili dito. 4Z with the AWP. But NIP, I mean, if you can get one more round, bro, this is going to be really bad for the Sinners. That's what I'm trying to say. 9-6 is the goal here for the CT side.
Reverse, nice scoreline. Oh my god, it's smoke bangs again. It's really good job for a shock there. Just trying to stop their momentum, stop their push out into the monster side. So again, util to try to stave off any sort of attempt to claim this B side now for the members of NIP. Plopsky out of the picture, and an opportunity for Sinners to claim that momentum for themselves. They know how important this round is for them. They're using everything that they got to try to stop NIP from having any more chances here. Really good nade on to Broland too. Just exchanging so much of this util now, and I feel like the tension is boiling up to this point where I feel like once we head into that 30-second route, then all of the triggers are going to be pulling at this point. We have Shock just holding down this angle once they come out of this area, and there you go. New frag is good for 1. That's the spray on towards the T side. But the lurk out for one of these players, and Hampus and S-Attack is able to trade everything out. It's a 2v2, equalizing everything for NIP, and this is good news. They even secure the objective for themselves. Hampus is able to find aware of Beast going for the lurk, but Forzy is still alive with the op coming out of heaven too. It's a 1v1. Op versus AK. While Hampus, he doesn't even need to peek, but no! He tries to contest it. Forzy is able to go for the clutch.
What a back and forth between yung dalawang teams natin dito, but what a misplay from Hampus. I would never go long if I knew my opponent in a 1v1 had an AWP. Really wanted to keep as close as you can. But what a close round from both sides. Good thing Forzy is there to save the show. And man, Shock did so much for this initial entry, but what a shot from S-Tag, but what a shot from Forzy as well. Good reaction. This is what I was looking for from this player, man. The fast reactions with the AWP. And Sinners, nako, pag naayos pa nila yung half na to, maybe they can still end up 9-6. Oh.
He didn't even need to fight that in that previous round. He could have just rotated over towards short tunnel, but again, Forzy, another impact kill over to one of these players from Roland, and the op ever so deadly for Forzy. And you've been hyping this guy up as the main op for Sinners.
Yep, and he finally activates. I mean, I think he was just a bit nervous. He had no confidence dun sa first game natin, pero I think he's finally found it. He's peaking more aggressively, taking more control of the map gamit ang AWP. And that's really good, especially when you're Sinners right now trying to get that first pick, and just like that you do.
Well, good adjustment though from B-Stick and this. I mean, these picks are very important for Sinners. Then we've been talking about how in the previous round, if they lose that, then NIP could effectively snowball. But it's the other way around. It's Sinners snowballing their way so far, taking a lot of these early aggressive picks over to S-Tag and Broland. courtesy of both Beastick and 4Z, but they're still coming out of Monster. He's still spamming through those barrels. He even uses a lot of the util to fish them out, even trying to deny their vision here. Flopsky trying to fish everyone out. The Molly, I mean, does work, but it's not going to be effective so far. Really good usage out of the util. Zedko and Beastick taking pieces for themselves. Another for Shock. Everybody gets a kill except for Neofrag, but it doesn't matter. He takes a win nonetheless.
Yeah, this is what I don't want from NIP. Actually, them slowing down the pace and not asserting control fast enough para makuha nila yung site dito. And Sinners, I mean, their rotations, sometimes they do over-rotate in this game, pero kapag nag-decide na kasi yung NIP na gusto nila mag-5-stack sa isang side of map, gaya ng ginawa nila kanina, then Sinners, they're not afraid to just assign one player to just run down and just camp the entrance on the other side just to get 1 or 2 picks. And instead, they actually rotate down into connector and, provided some good role. Dito might be short waters, but yeah, you see how important connector control is, man, because not only can it provide a rotation point para dito sa T's, but at the same time, it could provide the CTs another way to defend itong B short.
Another opportunity to lurk too for the CT side. Connector also deadly, also very volatile for both C side and CT, but again, more avenues for Sinners to play with. Another aggressive push out from Polopsky as he comes out of short tunnel, but nobody's gonna know his presence just yet. It's still gonna be a low buy for the members of Ninjas in Pajamas. And Polopsky is gonna get delayed with whatever he's trying to do. Maybe just fish out and bait out so much as a util possibly can. That's the Mac 10 winning a 1v1 with that close range, that rate of fire. It's gonna overwhelm even an AK at that range.
Oh, this is for the boost in long. No info yet. Nope, didn't see anyone. So they're gonna peek long, but Beastick, just swerving
God.
around back.
Naiihi si Beastick pero
He needs to go to the
nakakita na
bathroom,
siya.
man. He's right behind him.
Ayan. Pupunta sana ng CR pero nakakita na Shotty. Pero yung timing, not gonna be there. I feel like he's just holding down that A long side and possibly an attempt at a lurk for NIP. But again, it's gonna read na they're the type to commit, then they're gonna commit over towards B side now with 30 seconds on the clock. Angle from one of these players on the CT side, but Shock is able to get the one kill onto Polopsky. Everything's been traded out. It's 4v2 now in a blink of an eye. 4Z again with the op. And the riflers are so good out from Sinners. That's the first half done. The CT side, it was decent. It's really good out from Sinners compared to how we've seen them in the previous map.
Yep, 9-6. I mean, that's the score. I mean, that's the best score that they can get dito sa first half natin. CT side was kind of brutal, no? Knowing itong NIP, they were constantly pressuring to push itong connector side, and Neofrag gets caught out like 2 or 3 times, and pag nabigay mo na talaga yung connector dito sa T's, then yeah, that's not really good news kung kayo yung CTs dito, that you're gonna be dealing with a lot more poke coming in here from NIP if they do get connector. But now the sides are going to be switched. Sinners, let's see what they have to offer dito sa T side. Maybe they have the aggression that they did doon sa CTs and can blindside itong NIP. But NIP deciding to go for the 3 connector push, or rather 2 connector and then 1 stay in A. Okay.
Interesting. I mean, it's unorthodox. It's unpredictable. If it's surprising you, then it could possibly surprise these players too out of the Sinners, right? They assume that B side is for free. But they're all lurking around the sandbags, and that's a really good angle. It wasn't. I mean, his ass has to be so butthurt so far, but I mean, it's traded out. It's a 4v3 with the members of Sinners able to trade everything out in their favor. Shock again comes out also in the underground to Ezatag and Roland, but oh my god, quick peeks, quick frags out from 4C2 with a Glock to work with. That's another win, the 10th for members of Sinners.
Yeah, that's such a worst case scenario thing to happen para dito sa NIP. I mean, they tried to go for the 4-man push dito sa B short. It did not work out. Plus the guy lurking dito sa A, despite the aggressive the aggressive placement here from Hampos to just try and guard A coming in here from bathrooms. I think they didn't spot him in time. He rotated too quick. And NIP, unfortunately, paying the price in that one, trying to go for a somewhat risky play, but can't really blame them. You can't really blame them for going for that because they really needed that first round, and now they're gonna try to fight back with their own force bite. Eagles and 5-7 for Rez.
Forzy is having a party over towards, I mean, around the mid side. I mean, 3 players, so many people around A long. They're pretending to be trees and rocks over at that side of the map, and hope that members of Sinners could possibly misstep over to that side. It's a trap laid out for NIP, but this time, nobody's biting it. Nobody is holding, going, even attempting to push out that side of the map as everybody else is separated. Maybe a peace split for the members of Sinners now. They're waiting for the smoke to dissipate around Monster, and they can just pull the trigger and overwhelm Rez as well as Plopsky on the other side. And tamang hintay na lang sa get sa dalawang players na to. And oh, the flick from Rez. So clean, so perfect. And I don't think they'll expect 2 players out from here.
Oh,
It's
no.
a triple kill, a 3-piece. Plopsky's assist from the flash was perfect as well. And all comes down to Hampus' double kill using the Deagle to good use.
And that is what you want kung kayo yung NIP dito. Getting that force by, it's gonna force the T's back into the Stone Age in terms of the economy. And grabe naman yun. Rez going huge with that corner play. He also had his homie right behind him, but I think Rez had it down with the 5-7. As soon as he got the first shot, he knew that he was gonna make a big play there.
Oh, man. I mean, parang your life just flashes before your eyes, tapos bigla ka nalang nagkaroon ng sobrang positive na outcome. I mean, that's what you like to see in a homie. And the assist from Plopsky is also like pretty key into how he made it look so easy. 5-7 in that close range. I mean, blind din yung kasama mo, kaya medyo madali na lang para sa kanya ang pick up yung pieces para sa mga miyembro ng NIP. And also forces Sinners to go down into the Deagles across the board, maybe the 5-7 as well from one of these players, but as a tag, I mean, good shot out from the scout. That's Neo frag down. B-stick to follow. Rez is able to find 1. 2 players are blinded. Zedko and Forsey are not able to play Counter-Strike. It's Hampus. Zed gets another onto Shock. That's 2v5 in an instant.
Man, I really hate it pag ginagawa ng mga teams na you answer a force buy win with your own force buy, not knowing that sobrang lakas na ng weapons dito ng NIP. I mean, they had only pistols the last round, so you know damn well that they're gonna buy some rifles. And Sinners kind of sinning with the buy, that's for sure.
Oh man, I mean, it's the consequence here. It's the eventual 8th for the NIP players, but there's still 30 seconds, and I don't believe this is the save call yet for Zedko and Forsey. Best they can hope for is make as much damage as they can, but end up damaging themselves trying to peek out like that. It's Hampus, and Zedko is the only man standing against 5 players, but it is going to be the double out from Hampus. So that's NIP taking a freebie for themselves. And I feel like the previous round dealt so much into the Sinners roster there.
Yep. And this is really bad. Para dito sa Sinners, man. They're back to 0, so they're gonna have to deal with another eco. That's 1 more round para dito sa NIP to heat back up into this T side. And despite getting that pistol round, man, it seems like Sinners did not even win that one. And NIP back in control dito sa ating game. Timeout, I think. I think this is an NIP timeout. If they play it smart, then they're the ones gonna be calling timeout. And if Sinners are the one, then they're dumb because it's an eco.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be good talaga for NIP kasi still they're down 2 rounds, still pretty close, but you need as much time as you can to refresh everything. And for Sinners side, then Would be weird if they actually called for the timeout there, especially now that they're on the eco. And that could be double benefits for the members of NIP ngayon. They're pushing on down towards that tunnel side, and Ampus, so quick, finding B-Stick, just taking the fangs and claws out of B-Stick there. That's 4 versus 5 already. It's an advantage for the members of NIP.
Yep. And Sinners, I mean, what can you do, man? You have Glocks. I think you're just gonna try to damage 1 or 2 players here. If you get SC tag, it doesn't matter because he has the scout. And then, yeah, I mean, look at the economy of NIP, dude. Even if they die dito sa round na to, it's gonna be an easy rebuy coming in from them. And Brolan, oh, with the Galil.
Ooh, jumping. Oh, Zedko's
the
still alive, but able to destroy him there. That's a double out from the Galil.
That's the aim labs check right there.
Tracing 101.
Have you done your tracing today? Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god. And all right, we're gonna see the real game this time, which is the gun buy coming in here from Sinners. Will they be affected after those 3 losses courtesy of NIP, or makakabaril na ba sila dito ng kanilang mga AK-47s? I think they should fight for connector control muna dito if they want to go A. But other than that, if they only want to go B, then that's all good.
I respect that. Gotta commit to another piece of puzzle again. And now they're fighting for connector and Roland. Oh my god, that's a really good flash on from Shock. Assisting, the other side. Orzi be trading everything out. That's Essa tag taking a freebie for himself, pulls out the deagle and finds
Shock
Zedko
could not peek, man. That's so
not
sad.
cutting his corners there. So it's a 3v4 and now the tempo has been slowed down. It's Sinners are wondering what the hell just happened.
Yep, they got blindsided by 2 players. I mean, Brolan with the Galil already done his job. Even if he doesn't get out of connector alive, I think damage has been done. Papunta sa side ng Sinners dito. And who expects Asitag to just be crouched at the side of the smoke with an op, with his deagle out? Definitely not Zedko.
Yeah. Yeah, we could be... I don't know, man. Yung attempt sa pag-take nun alone, possibly just to make noise, possibly to bait out Util. Read that correctly, and NIP just force a hand over to the center side. They have a lot of their people stepping foot over towards the CT side, the CT spawn actually. The A side could be planted, but Hampas coming out of the toilet side. Kakatapos lang niya umihi, mga kaibigan. Nakadalawang patay pa nga na tinanay pa niya yung plant ng bomba. And it's gonna be another tied up scoreline. It's a close game that we have for you guys.
Yep, Hampos even got a bathroom break before he got into the side. Grabe naman yun. I mean, that's just Sinners kind of imploding dun sa round na yun, and just them trying to get back into this one, but the numbers were already too much para dito sa NIP. And huge mistakes galing dito kay Zedko. But, I mean, do you really expect a guy to be short? He has an op. And then nasa kabilang side ng smoke.
They have enough bullets to just have warning shots all around for the members of Sinners now. And a lot of the presence around this B site. And with the attempt as well for a separate push, maybe, possibly, it's playing for picks at this point for the Sinners side. They could still try to play for the objective, right? They only have the Deagles, they only have the pistols. At medyo volatile yung mag-push nila dito sa Monsters, especially if you remember yung Rez and Polopsky combo in one of the previous rounds. They tried this in one of the previous rounds, but now it's supplemented with a push towards short tunnel.
They're just gonna wait. They're just gonna have to wait until they can find the pick. I think Shock is gonna go for the boost so he can see the guy in Toxic, but no one's gonna be there, so
Info.
that's a bit of info, but does it matter? Does it matter though?
No. I mean, at this point, Rez is he just call that area the Rez. I mean, he gets a 4K. That's a give it an ace. Give the ace. Have
You freaker.
Oh! Okay. Ako
would-
yung tipong ano.
He looked,
I am
he even looked
I
at
am
Rez. He's like,
the
I took your ace. What are you gonna do about it, huh?
I am the rank stackmate na wala kang pakialam. Girlfriend kita, kung kaibigan kita, na matagal na sobra. Kunin mo yung ace ko, I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
think
be
about it.
ranked down sa friendship list. That's for sure. Pag if you stole my ace sa CSGO,
I still think about it. I
that's just
still
an
think
L.
about it from time to time.
L friend.
Kunin mo yung ace ko. I mean, just to acknowledge though, that's a 4K, a 4-piece off from Rez, and it's a lead for NIP.
Oh, I
All
think I know
the
why. Look at the
losses.
Yung
Ano?
hampus at ni ano, ni Rez.
Oh,
Trying to be the alpha dog still, huh? Both of you sharing in top frag.
oh yeah. I mean, I think at this point the match is between Rez and Hampus ngayon. Nagpapagalingan na lang nila. And
Yup.
I mean, the Sinners naghahabulan pa rin sa
Hampus has
NIP.
14K, bro.
Jeez.
Money longer.
Pabili ng prosi.
Ooh. Pwede. But, I think an AK-47 is also a good purchase. Or an M4.
Okay lang
More
na
expensive,
60 FPS. Basta may AK. Diba?
Yep. Get 60 bullets per second, though. Yun na nga. SE tag. Ooh. Forsy's dead.
Have you seen this push shot from Connector though? There you go. It's not a toilet, and it's a double. An easy double out the shock. Brolan able to trade it out, but Zetko is also in tunnel. Or toilet, actually. So 3v2. Rez and Plopsky have to play catch up. The A side is open, but they could also rotate over towards B side. They have so many options now that they opened up this play.
Ooh. Beastic has such a good angle, but Blopsky has to.
Oh, nah, it doesn't matter.
No.
Doesn't matter. I mean, you can just readjust, and it's the quick opening. Rez all alone, 1v3. They planted
saw
onto the B side. He saw that. Oh my god, that's a freebie. It's 1v2 now. It's possible for
If he wins
NIP.
this, then NIP just wins.
Tama. Daming
that's the
utas din ni Rez eh. So much to work with. Molly out onto the sandbags area. He's banging through the wall. He could isolate both of these players, but it's a double peak. It's a trade out. A 1-for-1 in that post plant. And the members of Sinners finally wake up.
Yeah, Rez knows if he got the first headshot, that would have been an easy 2K for him. But it is a 1v2, harder than expected. Pero, yun na nga. I mean, Sinners, they finally answer back after such a huge lead. Galing dito sa NIP shot with some really good shots. And, buti lang si Zedko, hindi na caught out si Brolan dito kasi kung nakash out siya doon, then that would be a disaster para dito sa Sinners. And there's gonna be one person stuck in A with low HP. Not the best look, but fortunately for them, they get 11.
Tie everything up again. This time, it's a close game. It's the close round that we want. Everybody has guns. Everybody has a good amount of people. I mean, possibly NIP. Oh, they expected that boost. Flops. I mean, Jesus, stops it. Stops the attempt out from the Sinners now because of this frag over to Zedko. He's not going to reassess.
Wait, how many smokes? One? They only have one smoke now. Eee, this is tough for Sinners, man. They have to just straight up fight.
No need to try to secure the site now. They could just try to take these picks. That is if NIP come out of their bases. Shock is taking his chances, maybe expecting these players to come out of the base since Brolin, who's so far away from homeland, could actually pick off Neo Frag right now if he comes out of this cover. And there you go. That's the bomb. That's huge. NIP, they could burn so much of this time. They lost control of the bomb, and Brolan is holding it so well down on the rocks area, and he's so low into HP. Forzy's losing that. It's a double for Brolan, and Ezetag even finds his own. It's Beastic all alone in a 1v5. What is happening to Sinners?
That is tough for Sinners, man. I mean, they just got picked everywhere. The strength of Sinners is in numbers, and that is not the case for them at the moment. They just got picked off. What a good solo play galing dito kay Brolan. Dito sa long, using the smoke as cover as well. Unfortunately, hindi nga nila ma-recover yung bomba dito. Etong Sinners, and NIP, they snatched the lead back dito sa City side, and maybe, just maybe, will force itong Sinners into an eco because they did not win too much rounds. The loss bonus is still pretty friendly para dito sa Sinners, but other than that, I do not think they can buy. Neofrag is gonna go for the Hero AK-47 though.
I mean, you get the frags, though. That's the question. Can you put full value out of that AK now? I mean, you got so much to work with for NIP. You could fall back on so much. You got so many avenues for lurks. Nakita nga natin si Brolan single-handedly limiting the options for members of Sinners now. And again, the monster area is so hard to push through, especially if you got Plopsky heading on towards that side, and B-Stick not connecting the shots, trying to jump up and down for Brolam, but B-Stick connecting the shots that he needed. The Deagles are something that you cannot underestimate. But Shock is so dick down to 9 HP. The aim punch is so good. That S-Tag, again, the Lone Guardian, the Lone Anchor towards his ace side is gonna lose his up. That's a 4v3, that's huge. Molly out to Hampus. Thinks he's around truck, but oh my god, the info was enough. Hampus is able to find the smoke bang onto 4Z. And Zedgo is be securing the plant. It's Sinners having the adjustment and able to go for the refrag. Rez with the wall bang. What? All up to Shock, but suddenly Rez just shocked everybody. All alone.
Rez cannot go on his own here, man. He needs a friend. Phone a friend.
Phone a friend. Game show.
Yo.
Game show big. Oh. Me too. Nah. I mean, Plopsky knows better.
Yep.
Plopsky and Rez at this point, they know better not to line everything up. I can see the possibility of that happening though. Yeah.
Yeah, but 13-11, I think NIP just has the end game here. Look at their money, 10k on everyone, and they're just gonna buy up whatever they need, 9k. So napaka-healthy pa naman ang economy dito ng NIP, and they have the winning side of the map as well. And grabe naman yan, Rez going huge in this one. Ooh, using the brain. This is why Rez, you gotta keep him on your team, dude. 6 years in NIP for a reason.
It's the R in Overpass. It's Rez pala.
It's Rez.
It's Rez.
I almost said you can't spell Overpass without Rez, but that might be
No.
that might be
Walang
something
Rez.
for sure.
Nah.
Yeah, the easy is somewhere else. It's in all chat, dude.
Nah. Easy yung city side nila.
True, yan ang true. As of the moment. But Sinners playing this pretty passively. Oh, Brolan, dude. Brolan is so good at just getting those picks. Shock is gone.
Yeah. That's one of their key components too. He was popping off, but I mean, Plopsky just destroys Zedko as he comes out of Monster, and again, another for Rez. I mean, everybody's taking a free piece, just given up for S-Attack as well as Hampus. B-Stick and 4Z just trying to scrape up all the pieces. Still have the bomb out in 4Z, but I mean, everything's guarded. Everything's guarded on both sides.
Yep, and at this point, what can Sinners do? I guess just look for a pick, because if the save is gonna come in, then it's gonna be a force buy. Then you don't want that pagdating dito sa round number 14. So desperation is for them. But Acid tag. No device, no problem, bro.
I mean, yeah, true. No device, no problem. As Attack has been warming up as of late, and 4Z at the very least gets an exit, pero for 4 seconds, it's a freebie, a free win for NIP now, almost flawlessly. We can scrape aside Hampus there as Brolan just finalizes that last frag. At dalawa na lang mga kaibigan, matatapos ng NIP dito sa ating series as Sinners. They have to take a lot of this time to reassess and reset mentally.
Yep, and the Opper does not have money as well, literally, as he did not die in that round, instead opting for the save. And yun na nga, NIP, I think it's just their takeover mode at this point. S-Tag, dude, he was tested as like a double opper para dito sa NIP when Fuzzy was still in the team, and the double op worked so well, but at the same time it was just 70% Esitag doing most of the work. So I think this is such a good adjustment from NIP just to make Esitag okay. You can be the main opper for now until we can find a really really good one. But it's so good to have an opper that's multifaceted. He's like a god on rifles and an okay opper. I mean, just having like a stable opper on the map, nakakatulong talaga yan pagdating dito sa Overpass.
Medyo nag-rise na ulit yung mga member ng NIP, but oh my god, everybody just spraying on down. Shock is dick down until he dies to the flames. Plopsky gets a double kill, and everybody just cleaning up on NIP's side. I believe that was the buy run or the low buys for his Sinners. I wasn't looking too
Eco.
clearly.
That's the
Eco.
eco. You're not looking because you know that it's over. Pero, yeah, I mean, maybe.
Paano na yung bet natin? Paano na yung bet
Paano na
natin?
yung bet natin? I don't know, man. It's rivalry's money, not mine. Sinners losing the bet, but odds were too good. If nag-bet tayo sa NIP, I mean, the odds, like, nothing's gonna happen. It's like 1.4. So, it's not that much. Unless you bet so much, actually. If you're one of those, like, high volume, low risk betters, then you're gonna be happy.
I'm getting gambling tips from the gambling tito himself.
No,
Yeah.
I'm the novice, actually. You should meet yung mga ibang tao dito who really likes to bet. And si Direk, mahilig mag-bet. Bet
Si
Lord.
Direk. Oo nga din kaya ako nandito. So, I mean, so far, it's match point para sa NIP series point. And they win this, then it's another chance at going on forward to the major. And Brolan, again, we've seen him get the impact isolated picks, but he's gotten a 2-piece for himself for free. And this could be the start of the end for Sinners.
Yep, that challenger's spot is looking a bit warm. And NIP is about to seat themselves in unless meron pang gagawin dito ang Sinners with the AK-47s in their hands. They have full utility, full everything. However, NIP, they have the control of the map. That's not the play, but, at least they got info.
Dami pa rin naman nila. I mean, yun ayun, yung refrag 2v4 now. 25 seconds for them to do something. Beastic has control over Optimus, but not the full sight now. They could still go for the plant with 17 seconds to spare, but NIP still have their man count. They, at the very least, Brolan and Plopsky are one shot away from dying into a 2v2. If you consider the trades, then NIP could very well just steal this one away. Zedgo and Beastic just has to isolate everybody and hope that they could just come in one by one. Kaso nga lang, may assistance of the Util, but Zedgo doing his best, doing the heroics, doing the triple kill, but no! It is Rez on his home turf dito sa Overpass, claiming the 2-0 victory para sa Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yup, and I would say a pretty convincing 2-0 to say the least. Inferno looked kind of rough, but at the same time, hindi nga sila masyadong kampante as of recent dito sa ating Inferno. Pero pagdating dito sa Overpass, it was just them after this second half, after that win on that eco, or rather on that force buy. And Sinners is gonna have to play another best of 3 to fight for contender or challengers, Boss Jack.
Either of the two.
Okay. Depends depende kung sino man nanalo sa standings. Sa standings. All right, it's going to be standings based. Okay. They're going to fight for the challengers and maybe a contenders if they're super desperate.
Oh yeah.
So, tignan natin. I mean, it's NIP, dude. So we're gonna see them at the major, whatever happens, talaga. And Sinners, yep, you're gonna have to fight another best of 3 possibly with Heat, Bad News Eagles, Anonymo, or who else is fighting at the moment? G2 or Astralis. Okay, that's gonna be a pretty hard fight galing sa side nila, but still NIP proving why Roland was worth it. Definitely he
Ay.
was. I mean, even though his stats looked kinda a bit whack, but it's like it's more of like you can feel his impact around the map
Oh.
rather than you can see it in the stats. So, good job. Galing dito sa NIP, adjusting accordingly. Meron na ba tayong MVP, Direk?
No? Meron na ba? Meron na? Okay. Like, honestly, if it's not Brolan, I'm gonna riot. But of course, it is Rez himself.
Pwede na.
Pwede na, sige,
We
okay.
take those.
I mean, especially on the especially in Inferno, nakita natin yung impact niya. I mean, he always make these proactive plays whenever he was on the city side. And yung pag-entry niya, whenever that he would have the opportunity to do so, it's so supported and so set up well that I can understand why he has this big of a KDA now. And on the Overpass map, he just demonstrating why Overpass is his map.
True. And Rez really stepping up to the plate for his team, the longtime NIP veteran, proving why he is a mainstay in the NIP roster. But that is it para sa amin dalawa ni Dad. And you can see, guys. Oh wait, I'm wearing my... You can see it, guys. Sorry, I'm about to play Codem. So I think I was a bit too excited. But you guys can see our social feeds so about Twitter and Twitch. It's gonna be Sticky Frogcasts for me, and for Dad, it's gonna be Dan Femina on Twitter and on Facebook. So make sure to visit our socials if you want to see more of us. Pero yun na nga, that is it para sa amin dalawa. One more series after this, brought to you by the Moon Duo Kenoit and Naufu. And once again, thank you to Rivalry. Use the code LuponWXC for up to $200 deposit bonus. And yep, so that is it para sa amin dalawa ni Dad. There's one more day for Counter-Strike and the final day na ba, Derek? Ng final day na ng EU RMR, and malalaman na natin kung sino ang makakapasok dito sa PGL Antwerp Major. So guys, see you next time.
See you.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
And welcome to the official Filipino broadcast of PGL RMR. Dito lang yan sa Focus Fire Gaming. And ang matchup natin ngayon will be Astralis versus G2 Esports. Sobrang
Yup.
tinding laban na yan. Kami ang magiging kasama nyo dito sa ating Best of 3 series. This is Keroit.
And this is Naufu.
Yep, and don't forget to like and share the stream dyan sa Facebook and also sa YouTube YouTube channel namin. And also, we would like to thank Lupon WXC, The Armory, and Rivalry.com. Speaking of Rivalry, pwede kayo mag-deposit dyan mga sir, no? Kung may mga questions kayo about deposit, PM na kayo sa page, and also may live chat support dyan sa ating website, rivalry.com/focusfire. And yun nga, pre, pag-usapan na muna natin to, Astralis versus G2 Esports.
Yep. So, Astralis versus G2 tayo ngayon. So, last series natin, napakagandang matchup ito. Tagal nating inabangan yan, partner. And pag-usapan naman natin yung maps muna na pinili ng both sides. No? For G2 naman, ang pinili nilang map is Dust 2. Siyempre, Astralis. City side doon. Then Astralis, ang pinili niya naman dito, Ancient. So, tama nga naman yung nais nitong Astralis, no? So, taas to ang gusto ng G2 since panalo sila doon last match nila, which was against Bad News Eagles, and medyo one-sided yun, 16-10. Tambak din siya. And for Astralis naman, ang pinili nila is Ancient. So, same rin nun. Feel ko naman yung Astralis dito, natalo sila against players sa Ancient, no? Pero pinili pa rin nila. Feel ko, nahanap nila yung, kumbaga, yung solusyon dun sa mga lapses nila. And feel ko naman, this time around, mas gutom na dito yung Astralis, Lods. Kasi minsan parang may lutang moment sila pre. Alam mo yung ganun. Hindi ko sure
Pwedeng,
kung na-obserbahan mo yun.
pwede pang no, tumalong lagi. Kahit
Oo.
nasaan nila na yung lead, tapos biglang
Yup.
hihina. May mga ganong senaryo na nagaganap sa sa Astralis. Naalala natin nung against Pro Week.
Oo.
Grabe yun, overpass yung map. And eto, speaking of Dust 2, both teams, maganda pinakita dito with their past matches. Pero hindi ko masasabi may makakapalag or mawa-one-sided to ng isang team. Feel ko sobrang dikit nitong matchup na to dito sa ating map 1. Uy, wait lang. At rivalry, yan. Bet muna tayo dyan direct. Tignan natin
Yes, sir.
kung kanina ba tayo dito. Map 1, ang hirap basahin. Kaso, sige, ikaw muna. Ako na lang sa map 2. Tignan natin kung
Okay, sige. For Bapan,
feeling ko sa Dust 2.
ako dyan G2 And ever since talagang lakas na talaga sila sa G2 kahit wala pa naman rin si Monici doon. And feel ko ngayon mas lalamang sila sa map 1. And yun nga yung pick nila, which is Dust 2.
Dust 2, no?
Yep.
Feel ko Astralis naman dito sa Dust 2. Makakapalag. Siguro kung madisable lang nila si Monici sa
Ay,
mga
oo,
early
pwede.
aggression ng off ni Monici. Pwedeng
Yep.
mahirapan dito yung G2. I think natalo sila ng ng Anonymo ba yun? Nung first game nila. Sobrang
Oo, pre.
parang one-sided ata yun, pre. Yung nangyari nung matchup nila doon. Pero Mirage yun. And a best of 1 series. And
Yep.
dito naman tayo sa ating best of 3. Astralis ang makakatapat nila. And isang panalo lang ata. Qualified na. Tama ba? Parang qualified na rin ata sila Isang
Yep.
win na lang, no? Sa ating major. Antwerp 2022 na 2 weeks from now. Parang doon
Yup.
yung major natin. Lapit-lapit na. And habang waiting, sino feel mo na papalo dito sa sa G2 naman, no? Feel ko Monici pa rin ba?
For G2, kasi yung last series nila doon, which was against Bad News Eagles, ang pinaka nag-pop off to si Nico. Syempre, parang ano na yan, kumbaga expected na yung mga ganyan, pero Nico, taas nung rating niya doon. So alam ko almost nakaturi siya, 1 point something, 1.61 yata yung rating niya doon. And also together with him, with his cousin Hunter, sila yung dalawang mainit doon sa last series nga against Bad News Eagles. And feel ko kailangan kahit si Hunter, kumbaga ma-disable nila, malaking bagay na eh. And Astralis, knowing na matalino naman maglaro yan, and kita mo naman yung mga UTs na ginagamit yan para sa, against sa setup ng mga kalabas, nakakita pa rin tayo ng triple nade dyan. Hindi pa rin nawawala yan dito. And saktong-sakto lang yung mga call ni IGL Glaive most of the time. And feel ko magkakatalo lang dito yung mga lurk.
Mga lurk, no?
Oo.
Kung bautakan
Mm.
ng ibang players. Pero city side mag-start yung Astralis.
Yappy.
Knowing their city side round win percentage, they have only 37.8% no compare sa kanilang T side 42. Both sides naman parang di green dito sa stats no. Statistically wise, feeling ko G2 mas lamang no with 70% win rate dito sa
Taas,
kanilang
no?
as to mataas kasi pick nga nila to and feel ko kukunin nila and possible pa makita tayo ng mga map traits or map win no.
Yep, feel ko nga map trades yung mangyayari dito. And for Ancient naman, sa may Astralis, parang pansin ko nga po, ang dami nilang Ancient na laban past few tournaments, no? Pati yung last tournament din. So, ito na nga. Okay, pistol round. Astralis sa city side, G2 naman dito sa may T side, and G2, daming UTs. Smoke, flash, and molly. Para sa G2 side and Blame F, ang asim naman dito sa A-short. Grabe, grabe naman yung silip niya doon.
Naku,
The
napaka-asim.
spot coming from our league. Tamang gulang lang. Parang sa kabilang laro ko lang nakikita yung mga ganong info play, but Fire League,
Jumping
napakaganda
spot.
naman yung pag-imitate niya doon. Oh, and a double angle up and down from the top to bottom dito sa Astralis. Ang ganda ng hinuhold nila dito. And G2, pinipick na yun. But Alexi B gets the head of Fire League. Ganda naman ng tutok ni Alexi B doon. And feel ko makakross na nga dito safely ang G2. Unless lalabanan to ni Sipnix. Pero Monisi, mas sharp siya doon. Auto head yan gamit ang P250 and Blame F. Trying to maintain the pressure dito sa may A-long barrel. But Nico, grabe naman. Puro ulo lang. Walang tinatama ang katawan dito ang G2. And the swarm dito na nga. Getting config sa may backside. It's gonna be a free B plant for G2.
Wow. Parang
Just like
basic
that.
strat lang ginawa ng G2. Late mid na to yung utilities.
Yep.
Sakto nga lang naman kasi i-clear muna nila yung yung car. Yung cross angle. Then they will go for the A cross setup or smoke setup yun. Well, Glaive gets tag and ayun, wala siya nakita kalaban na clean round para sa pistol ngayon na G2 Esports. And again, yung pinaka-expect natin na nakikita lagi sa round 1 no? Pagka
Yep, expected na nga yung
5-man swing lagi or
Oo,
4.
pre. Pag nagsama-sama gaming, ang hirap. Kukita naman natin doon, ganda ng A-long take ng G2 and feel ko ang gumana talaga is yung firepower nila, which is yung tutok, pre. Labanan ng tutok yun kasi ganda naman ang setup ng Astralis doon. Hirap nga tamaan. Isa nasa taas, isa nasa baba. Double angle nga, pero Astralis, apat yung dadalhin dito sa A-long and upgraded pistols lang naman sila. Oh, not upgraded pistols but a force buy. For Astralis, yep, may scout si Glaive dito, but G2, magiging maingat lang sila, making sure na walang pushes dito sa may lower tons and upper mid. Yung Astralis config with the spam, tamang amuyan lang sila dito sa may smoke sa middle and a hinge smoke incoming coming from Alexi B. Ayan na.
Yung mga nag-aawak ng dito ng Macted, si Monisi and or si Hunter and Alexi B. Sila yung may pinakailangan na kumuha ng info muna, their Mactens. Wala, full of deagles sa side ng Astralis, tag nga ng scout or tag ng barrel dito si Glaive. As the scout pero overpower A-set na nga ang gagawin dito ng G2 Esports. Nico, with entry, Farley goes sa config. With the deagle. Okay, heads all over my feed. The 3v3 situation is starting around 2. Morrissey, mainit na mainit. Traded by grabe ang piece ng trade. Nakakapanibago dito. While Glaive and the huge flank para naman kay Hunter. 0-2 ang ating score. Again, G2 Esports. Papainit na with their ENCE and yung kung paano sila mag-take ng site.
Yup, Astralis doon, hard read lang naman sa ilong. Wala naman mas sa ginawa nila. Tamang sugal lang. And yun nga lang, hindi yun kinuha ng G2 nung early round. And feel nila, same idea yung gagawin ng G2 na mag-hard ilong take. Pati doon na nga, another read coming from Astralis. 4 na naman yung binitawang players dito sa ilong. But Hunter, ganyan makapag-check dito ng lower tons. Alam niyang wala nakapush dito yung Astralis and napakalaking info or map space na to for G2. Lalo na nakuha yung shot. Oh, parating naman yung players dito ng Astralis mo ko sa lubong play
Oy.
ang mangyayari dito. Pero mag-iisa lang dyan si Hunter. Sasalubungin niya yata. Oh, good flash. Yup, Hunter, good for 2 and a trade from BlameF. Gets Hunter dun, pero good for 2 yung kay Hunter. Pre, Mach 10 pa yun, sir. Farm yan. And dito, Jax, Ilong, contact. No P, takot siya dyan. And na-dink nga si Jax dun. Medyo nangati lang siya saglit. But Monisi, babawi naman dito sa A-short. Tamang gapang lang yan. Maingat na maingat. Yun nga, nahuli si Config. No, good for 1 na si Monisi dito. Good headshot. Good thing coming from BlameF there. 2v3 situation. BlameF, may info dyan sa Ilong na yan. And mukhang Nico. Gapang ulit sa short. Ayun na, nahuli si Glaive. Alam nilang nasa A side lang to si BlameF. Walang mangyayari. They're just going to B side and I think B is freely open to plant for G2. Ganda na ginawa nila po eh.
Pang save na lang ng isang AK dito and look at the map control na ginagawa din ng G2 Esports. So, binibigyan nila respeto lahat ng areas na possible ko rin dito na Astralis. Which is yun nga, yung mga close angles pa lang, takot na sila eh. And the punishment kay BlameF, sabay trade ng galil dito ni Jax. And again, P&O. Momentum will go for the side of G2 muna dito sa ating first 3 rounds.
Real quick lang, partner. Napakalinis nung ginagawa nung G2.
Puro lang muna eh, support na daw, no? Support play. Ginagawa ng G2 Esports.
Parang 2-man play, no?
Wala pang masyadong, wala pang halos na dry pickings mga ginagawa dito ng G2 Esports eh. We'll go for the setup, flashes, and round 4 dito sa ating first half. Hunter mag-out ng AK.
Bilis.
Nakuha niyang baril doon kay BlameF. Mid control, Molotov doon sa may A short. Mukhang ano to A split, tas bubulaga din sa may A long.
Ang ganda ng paghila ng rotation.
Tingnan natin kung gaano kalakas yung hold dito ni Sifnix and while Farlig, kailangan niya tulungan dito si Sifnix and Sifnix gets 1. Taking down Jax. Nasa yung kid dito sa may pit pero bulag, makakaisa pa rin si Farlig dyan, Grudge Crossfire set. Naman ang ginagawa dito ng Astralis. Punishing the two guys from G2 Esports. Hindi pa good Farlig pero
the boost!
Hunter not even expecting that boost from Config. 4v2, Nico and Monisi. Yun na nga, Farlig mo ang clean up lang to at di yan overextend dito.
Masyadong maaga yung sinabi mo.
Masyadong maaga rin siya nag-pick pred. Hindi ka sa time. And since off dun si Farlig, Pusaklap, no? Kailangan makuha rin yung para for the next round. Or kung mas maganda, mapanish rin dito sa Nico. Oh! At the wall back.
Oh my God! No way.
Situation, no way. Pwedeng possible clutch pa sa kanya. Nakita yung info mo, Glaive. Papatay apoy dito kay Nico. 1-3 ang ating score. Astralis. Pigan na.
Pinakababa ako ng Astralis doon. Unang-una yung kay Farlig doon. Tapos yung easy flick shot doon sa may site. And tama naman Astralis. First by round nila. First decent guns nila. Tama-tama na ginawa nila, no? Nag-react lang sila accordingly doon sa binigay na fake info ni Hunter. Then late Alon take nga sila. But yun lang, ang ganda ng pwesto ni Sipnix. Makakaback siya and makakasupport nga yung player na si Farlig nga doon with those supporting flashes. And ito mo naman Along, ganda ng pag-hold nila dyan. And ang ganda pa ng pag-delay nung A-take ni Hunter. Kita mo naman yung boost ni Config doon. Napakabilis nila mag-react after that molly.
Alam nila na may ipit sila eh. No? Sa A site. Kaya they try to take A short control doon sa Molotov. Hindi man lang Si Hunter yun, no? Nasa may short. Kailangan niya pitasin si Fire League sa may car para makagalaw yung mga ilong players dito ng G2. Dito sa ating round 5. Double up setup for Astralis pa rin while G2 Esports, Hunter and Moni silang muna yung magawak ng double credit pistol sa kanila. Di pa natin nakikita, umasim yung Astralis. No? Good reaction lang to punish G2 Esports. Doon naman sila lumalamang ngayon. Okay, Flash trying to play lower touch, but that's a good nade. Nico got tagged. Down to 52 HP sabay mga boto. Pangit ng ugali ng player dito ng Astralis. Sinaktan lang si Nico. And wala nga siya dumikita pero possible pa na mapanish siya ng op ni Farlick dito kung hindi niya na-expect. Natin reach. Going for that flick. Pero expect na kaya si Nico na nakaupo lang dito sa may mid doors natin. 1 minute. And kita mo naman yung 4 na players sa G2 Esports magkakasama dito sa may mid area. Clave with the A1S trying to get some. But Nico, siya yung mas nakakahanap na magandang timing dito sa may mid. Grabe kung paano nila i-clear itong mid area. Nakakaramdam din yung Astralis dyan. Double smokes be invested doon sa may city side. Arlig, playing with the smoke kill. Make it their man advantage. Hindi rin alam dito si Clave. Ang grabe yung one-way smoke niya. Taking down na Lexi P and Moni si Nico and Hunter na nga lang matitira. Hunter, Tech 9 pa. And then, Farlick pa rin na magsasara ng round for Astralis. Pahabol na to. Isa na lang.
Again, sinimplihan ng Astralis dun. And what a hard read na mag-double up, no? Knowing na walang masyadong UTs yung G2 dun. Napaka-weak nung ibang buys nila. Nakagalils lang sila. And tapos, yung baon nila, isang flash lang. And may Tech 9 pa nga doon na si Hunter. And tamang-tama lang talaga yung setup nila doon sa B-site and Glaive with that pretty smoke. Giving him a one-way. Naka-multi-kill siya doon at masyadong matibay yung B-side doon. And a peak dito for Fire League pero mag-mintis siya. So it's gonna be a free A-long for G2. And I think magkakaroon tayo ng reactions for Astralis. Ito na nga yung reaction nila is to retake A-long. And a good molly but a better shot coming from Nico. But good trade coming from Fire League. Boating house is secondary which is pistol. And Monisi. Okay. Gapang-gapang lang sa may lower tons.
Lone boys sa G2 and wala rin silang baril. Mahirap na round to, no, para sa G2 Esports. Well, Config. Expected pa, no? Hindi niya chinek. And nakita ni Config, nandito yung bomb. Makakapag-react na yung 2 A-long players. Config with the headshot. Only in his FAMAS. Si Jax na nga lang yung matitira dito with the Deagle. Alam natin na si Jax yung nauunang pumasok. Pero Astralis, sa kanila naman yung momentum with the 3 straight rounds. Papakitang gilas na dito si, si Fire League naman. Parang masyado natin, or kapansin-pansin na siya dito agad sa first half pa lang eh.
Yep,
Nung una nating kinasto, support, more on support role lang siya ngayon. Siya na yung kumukuha ng mga opening frags dito sa laban nila.
Kumbaga nung mga unang sabak niya, no? Nung sa Astralis roster, kita natin, di pa naman siya ganun kaasim. Not like now, na hinahanap niya talaga mga opening kills. Tapos ang bilis na rin niya mag-rotate. Being a proactive, active oper, talagang malaking advantage yun para sa'yo eh. So, ito na nga. B, upper touch lurk. Coming from Hunter, na-spam from Glaive pero wala siyang tatamaan dyan. Slow play coming from G2. Tingin ko slow mid take lang gagawin nila dito tapos biglang B hit. Pero 2 players are guarding B site. Knowing that wala naman masyadong pressure all throughout the map. Pati ito sa short, good flash dito para paback kay Farlig. Na counter UT para di makapasok doon sa may catwalk area. Ito na nga, a fast mid to B gagawin dito ng G2. And Alex B is out doon sa may mid door. Walang kamalay-malay dito ang Astralis. And feel ko magagapang to ng G2 with just 1 smoke.
Pwede maipit yung yung dalawang players sa B Wala na, hindi na nakakagapang at di lalabas sa smoke yung city player nila. Well, Nico, try contact and nakita na kayo may tao sa card as Config. Hindi na makakaisa pa. Kovac Casin lang dun sa may B site. 3v4 situation. Grabe naman yung magpinsan dito. Sila yung nagkakaintindihan and with their connection, They're leading G2 Esports dito sa ating round. So, grabe, mid-area talaga, no, feel ko.
Pre,
Mid-area na yung pinakamalambot dito sa Astralis.
nahanapan na ng butas ng G2 to. No, kanina pa pinapabayaan ng Astralis yung mid and lagi sila nag-iilong taken. Kita mo naman na punish na yung ganyan setup. May baon yung G2 na yan. Hindi lang naman para sa ilong yung mga strats nila, kundi para sa may mid din yan. Or mid to be na kakagawa nga lang nila. So, G2, nakabawi naman sila dito. Nanakaw sila ng isang round and pare, mention ko lang, yung Kuva Cousins na yan, last match nila, sila rin yung nag-pop off. At the same time, dito naman sa first half pa lang.
Mainit kung sila yung nagsabay na ano, no? Na ganito na yung laruan. Talagang nagpapa-heat-check na yung magpinsan. At yun nga, nabasag nila yung 3 rounds straight dito ng Astralis. Parang napanood natin ito kahapon or kagabi, no? NIP versus CPH. Puro 3-0, 3-0, then mababasag after round 6. Maganda rin ata yung senaryo. Magkaiba
Salitan lang.
Laban. Salit lang dun eh. And si Pix, di pa siya masyadong nakakakita ng kalaban. Dito sa ating first half, knowing na G2 Esports more on mid-take. Nagawa nila, ano yung A-long, wala bigay na rin eh. Favor mo mag-A-long sila, 4 or 5 agad silang tatao dun.
Oo, kumbaga si Sapnix, makakarating na lang siya sa laban kung kailan nakakukuha na ng site yung G2, no? So parang, yun nga, laging mag-call for a save yun since napakahirap na nga i-retake no site. But Jax, napakabilis naman dito sa may upper tuns area. Nakamark agad dun sa may cross sa left side, pero nakita niya si Alexi B na good smoke, good molly, para makabalik lang siya. A lot of pressure dito sa may B site and hindi pa rin nila lalagyan ng tao. And yun na nga, masyadong malayo yung rotator nila. Nasa may mid-era pa lang. A solo B-play dito for Astralis. But the bomb is leaning towards dun sa may ilong. Mukhang ilong retake ang gagawin ng G2 dito. And again, mid. Nabigay na naman ng Astralis. Kita mo naman, Hunter moving freely sa may Xbox area. Papuntang A-shirt pa yan. But a setup coming from Astralis dito. But iniwan na si Sipnix sa may blue container. Makakailan kaya siya dito? And G2 are out. And a good flash coming from Morrissey. Inabutan pa si Sipnix doon na nasa dulo na nga lang siya. And medyo kalas na yung players ng Astralis dito. But a boost. Play incoming. Nakita niya si Hunter pero mukhang may ipit na siya. Hunter, pinaglalaroan lang yung angle dito. Making sure that Farley goes down para mabuksan yung A-site. Blame it for the spam and a glaive. Good lurk dito sa may Lakingon. Gets the head of Hunter. 3v4 situation. Hindi pa nakakapasok totally sa site. Ito, but si Monisi makakapasok na sa site with the bomb on his stand. Gets config. And ang ganda naman na salo ni Jackstone. Gets the head of Glaive and Blame F. Makakabawi siya. Pero wala nang players ang Astralis dito. And si Nico nakaabang na lang. No save for you. It's a 5-3 scoreline. Lamang ang G2 idol.
Look at G2 Esports kung paano nila overpower yung A-long. No? Kakasabi ko lang kanina, if ever man na sa mid sila 4 pa rin yung tatao. And ginawa lang nila dito sa A-long area, making it sure na ma-take down nila yung mga nag-hold doon sa A-site. Good utility usage, also yung timing ng A-shirt player dito ng G2 Esports. Yep. Grabe, nahirapan yung Astralis sa pag-hold. And therefore, man-take, A-long, or retake ba ang gagawin nila dito? Walang paramdam. Yung Astralis, pero sa pop flash, Nico with the op, may ipit ba nila? Ang sagot, hindi. Kasi nandyan din si IGL, Alexi V. Kita ba naman yung salo dito para kay Nico and Hunter. Clean, clean round. Like that. Para sa side ng G2 Esports, 3 naman yung kalamangan nila. Ito na naman tayo sa 3 rounds straight.
Ganda na pinapakita ng G2 ngayon. And although Astralis, ganda naman na rin ng mga hard read nila. Talagang natatalo lang sila because of firepower. Kita mo naman, naka-deagles lang sila doon. Nothing much to do. Tapos naka-cross pa si Nico doon sa may blue container. Then, napakadali na nga lang talaga kunin yung A-long noon. So, it's gonna be 6-3. Momentum na ng G2. Medyo mainit na. And an A-long take again coming from G2. Blamef. Win at Molly. Pero bulag na bulag siya dito. Alexi B. Walang magagawa. No trades incoming. Sipnix. Naka-through the smoke pa dun sa may A-long door. Killing Hunter. Ganda naman ng A-long defense dito ng Astralis with the spam. Walang tatamaan yan. Makakatakas naman dyan si Jax. But Nico, too fast. Dito sa may mid area, will they expect this? And yun na nga, may nakamark ng off dyan, Nico. Delikado ka dyan. Kailangan mong smokean yung cross sa may city. And yun na nga, narinig ako ni Kuya Nico. And a molly.
Magandang hold to. Tatlong
Oo.
tao sa may A-long while Nico dinediretso lang yung meron pa flash. Sakto, medyo half-blind lang din do si Nico. Morris and Jax na lang yung matitira. Oh, that's a good pick. And the flick, para kay Farley, kailangan niya ba mag-repick? I think kailangan niya lang hintayin. Kakampi niya dito at ayun, ang ganda. Si
Oh.
Morris pa yung natira. Nakautakot pa at mas mabilis dito si Farlig. So 4-6 sa ating scoreline. Again, the contact play. Medyo nahirapan ulit yung G2 Esports. Mid naman sila para iniiba nila, no? Iniiba naman nila yung pacing nila dito sa kanilang T-side.
Yung feel ko dito sa G2, in-expect nila na hindi na nga masyado tatauhan yung A-long since nabubutasan lagi sila sa mid-bad. Dito mo ni Sia boost sa may suicide area pero ginamitan na nga na smoke ng Astralis kasi medyo delikado nga naman talaga mag-cross doon sa may middle area knowing na bilis mag-flick niya ni Monisi and accurate talaga mag-flick yan eh. Hop, Nico?
Dodo
Flash,
flash.
bulag na bulag siya dito and Farlig will back off nga sa may middle area. Again, the same setup. We're gonna be seeing for the side of Astralis but an A-short take. Run boost? Okay, pero wala naman
Oh.
tao dyan. Fancy play. Making sure na walang makakahuli na off doon sa kanya. And a good decision for G2 to do that. Knowing that si Farlig, mahilig rin tumao sa short yan doon sa may markel off area or sa may bandang goose. But then, a good smoke coming from config. Delaying the idea of G2 to head towards middle area nga. But Monisi mukhang papunta nila sila sa A-short. I think we're gonna see a full A-short execute coming from G2 and only Blame F standing
Five-man.
alone dito sa site. Yup, a 5-man hit para sa A-short will Blame F be ready for this? Oh, pagod nade! Oh, yuppie, a good nade. Tags down Hunter. On to 57 HP. Alongside Morris, but too fast. That's why what's so fast. Ano, flash coming dito kay Blame F. Self-flash. Wala siya makikita. Masyadong maraming ult nangyayari. Masyadong mabilis yung mga swarm dito. And Nico gets the entry kill para kay B-site. Open ang B-site dito for G2. And down to 3 players na lang ang Astralis. Just like that. Ubos ang players ng Astralis. Glaive, kailangan niya makaisa dito or else talagang sure save na mangyayari. Oh no, Fire
Ginagawa
Lake
ng G2 Esports. Tutukan lang talaga muna, no? And good
Oh,
utility
pre.
usage. Pero feel ko hindi na rin i-retake. Ngayon, Astralis to. And G2 Esports na naman, dinadaan sa dami ng tao. Yung A-short o yung kung paano nila i-take. Yung mga areas dito ng Astralis.
Kalma ka lang dyan, kuya. And papainit nga talaga sila eh, no? Tama ka dun, partner. Parang
Painit
Nap-
muna eh.
yung first few rounds, parang naramdaman nila no pistol doon pa lang. Uy, wait lang, kaya to sa tutukan na. So parang nag-try naman sila ng ibang strats past few rounds. Di lang gumana ng isa, tas balik na naman sila dito sa play nilang sama-sama, tas tutukan lang, no? Pintis ng
Tutukan.
adjustment.
And maayos na timing lang din sa pagbato ng utilities. O sa may A-short kung paano nila i-invest yung 3 smokes sila doon sa may cross. Napakalinis lang also yung spacing dito ng G2 Esports. Kasi halos lahat naman sila nakakapatay eh. Nico nga with the 13 frags and wala nag-underperform sa lahat ng players natin dito.
Yep.
Matchup na to. And sobrang dikit pa rin ng laban. Knowing na dust to Odyssey. Oof. Nakakatakot yung ginawa doon ni Playmef. And mid control for their side. But Farlig, naghanap siya ulit ng kill. Bulag na bulag. So A-short control ulit. Ito yung main goal na ginagawa lagi ng G2 Esports. Is kunin yung A-short. Then doon nila napapareact ngayon Astralis. Down to 1 minute. Dito sa ating round 70 or round 12. Still, Nico trying to create the space towards the A site. Siya lang mag-isa dyan. He has no trade. But, palay mo naman, maisahan niya or matimingan niya ulit sila Himef na magbabatulan na kaninang Molotov. Marami pang time. Kinuha niya yung A-shot. Dito naman sila sa may mid. Expected na ba? Agad ng Astralis to config. Together with Glaive naman maglalaro doon sa may B-site. The spam will tag Alexi B. Pero hindi hadlang yan. Dire-diretso na sila dito. Going for the B-split. Si Alexi B magagaling sa may mid. Glaive with bulag-bulag yung mga players dito. Config. Buhay na buhay pa rin together with Glaive. And no, ang ganda pa nung repo nila. Two-man hold for the side of Astralis doon sa may B-side or B-site.
Oh my
My
gosh.
God, a good play and grabe, sobrang solid lang nung hold nila Glaive and config doon.
Oh my gosh, ganda sana ng idea ng G2 na iparamdam na split B yung nangyayari tapos sobrang dami nung manggagaling sa upper thoughts. But the hold coming from Glaive and config, kita naman natin yan, napalakas talaga mag-anchor niya ni config. Hindi na kailangan patunayan yan. Ilang beses niya na napatunayan din at dito pinakita niya lahat ng lakas niya dun sa B-side. So, ganda nun for Astralis. Kumbaga, panira ng momentum yun eh. Kanina pa nakakailan tong G2 tapos bigla mong sisirain ng ganong kaaga.
Lurk smoke by Hunter. Ano kayang balak nito? Mabilisang take lang. Oh my God. So 5-7. Mid control. Pinipilit ng G2 Esports ng ganito nag-iba na naman. Ganito kaaga nila na nandito agad sila sa lower mid area while Astralis will play it passively dito sa round 13. Ginagamit yung time. G2 Esports sama-sama lang talaga, no? Never sila nahiwalay dito sa T side.
Yep.
Parang
Family
kakaiba
system
to
indeed.
Oh, goodness!
My gosh!
Or the 4-man sa side ng G2 Esports. Puti ka pa mga half HP lahat. At may follow-up nade pa dyan. Oh no! Airstrike incoming for the side of G2. And Nico with the trade after 2 frags doon ng Astralis. Ayun na nga, nagkakalat na dito yung G2. Only the IGL ang matitira sa kanila. Nakita rin ni BlameF. Sobrang ipit, hindi na afford makapag-plant pa dito ni Alexi B and 6-7 ang ating scoreline. Astralis again. Good hold na naman, doon naman sa may A site.
Yeah, again, the timing UTs coming from Astralis, napakagaling talaga nila gumamit ng UT and yung management nila, alam nilang ilong yung tinake nila, wala naman kailangan needan doon since napaka-expected na doon at sinave nila yung need nila for a short take ng G2 and yun na nga, just in time para malagas ang HP nila. Siyempre, pag nalagas yung HP niyan, auto-dig na lang yan for Astralis knowing na naka-M4 lang sila. Oh, pan-early info naman dito coming from Astralis. Napakabilis. Alam nilang wala ng tao sa may upper tons. And they need to be aware that possible na middle or A-long lang ang kunin nito. But a full Glocks. I mean, 4 Glocks but 1 Deagle for the side of G2. Makakita tayo ng run boost dito, idol.
Run boost yan. At ayun yung sinasabi natin. No? Ganito na paano i-clear yung mid ng city. No? Kailangan talaga ng boost. But config, if ever matuloy yung boost setup nila dito, tatama ba lahat ng spray down nila ni Sifnix? Ayun yung kaabang-abang or yun yung question. If ever man mag-go for the mid boost. Pero I think this is a dead round para sa Astralis. Tingnan natin, Farlig. Medyo hindi lang tama ng konti. And buhay pa rin si Sifnix dito together with the config. Nico and Hunter na lang yung matitra yung magpinsan nandito sa may upper tunnels. Last tinahawak na baril. Tigil lang dito si Nico. Hindi rin tatama yung first shot niya kay BlameF. So, still, dikit na dikit yung laban natin. 7-7 para dito sa dalawang matigas na teams. Grabe. Walang nakaka-momentum, no?
Oo, pre, lagi basag momentum siguro. Pinaka consecutive rin is ng both teams is 2 rounds lang. Tapos basag agad ng momentum. Ganda na pinapakita ng both sides. Talagang 50-50 ang Dust 2 pagdating sa Tier 1 CS. Alam naman natin lahat yan. Walang CT side dyan or T side. And Astralis, ang ganda ng bangon nila. Knowing na medyo nangunguna na yung G2, no? Kumbaga sa momentum wise.
Yep.
Sila na yun nakuna sila sa may 7th round. Hindi naman medyo lumayo, nakahabol agad yung Astralis doon, nag 4th round sila, tapos nagtuloy-tuloy na, tapos sinabol nila hanggang 7th. Ganda na ng mga readjustments nila and wala naman sila masyadong parang try hard na setup. Alam mo yung sobrang innovative tas yung fancy setup. Talagang normal lang Tamang standard lang by the book lang. Tapos nagre-react lang sila accordingly sa kung ano nga yung ginagawa ng G2 and now we're gonna see heavy upper tons naman coming from G2. Ayaw nilang papushin dito yung Astralis knowing that medyo maasim na nga sila. Ilang rounds na nila inaasim yung middle area. But Monacy with an op. Oh, I mean scout. Wala pala siyang pera last round,
Hindi ko
pre.
siya nakita mag-off, no? Isang beses na yun,
Oo.
napatay ni Fire League.
Mm.
Oh my God. Hindi napainit yung off ni Morrissey nung first half pa lang. We'll expect more, but Config with a crouch pick. Doon sa may upper tunnels, taking down Hunter. Hindi nakatrade si Alex B. Hawak din nila yung upper tunnel, so malaking info ang binigay ng nila Config doon sa may B-side. The spray down, grabe naman. Masyadong ano yun tatama ba lahat ng spray na yun? But si Nico, mas lalamang sa duel na yun. Again, yung Lurk Smoke, gagana ba to? Gagana ba sa side ng G2 Esports? Blamef, nakaisa na rin. And man advantage para ngayon sa Astralis. Oh, napakagandang shot para kay Alex B. Opening the site ngayon sa Astralis. Oh no, G2 Esports dito sa ating B-side. Going for the retake. Last round and sakto may tatlo rin silang kit. Kaso hindi na masyado, di na rin nahawakan yung upper test. So possible maipit nga dito yung G2 Esports. Si Alex B, low HP, hawak yung mid and Farley will hit the shot. Para doon kay Alex B. Also Sipnix, down to Morrissey with the scout. Kung op yan, okay lang din. But sakto low lang din si Farley. And the clutch.
Gosh.
Para kay Morrissey, kinabahan daw siya ng konti. Makakuha niya pa rin yung round 8-7. G2 Esports with the lead.
Astralis, ang ganda ng ginawa nila config doon sa may upper tons. Nakapitas sila doon, nawala agad si Hunter, which is yung kaninang mainit na player ng G2. But then again, Monacy stepping up for that round para sa first half. Para makalamang na nga talaga silang tuluyan dito against Astralis. Monacy stepping up, getting 2 heads. Tapos ganda pa ng mark niya doon sa main door.
Pero hindi makakapitas na si Morrissey, no? Kanina.
Oo.
Kasi naka-scout lang din moving. Ayun nga, dito matama or hindi niya pa napapainit yung op niya kanina doon sa T-side. So walang good warm-up para kay Morrissey dito sa first map natin. And isa pa rin naman yung kalamangan ng G2 Esports. Sobrang dikit pa lang. Dito magkakalaman sa pistol round. Morrissey makakasagupa ng 3 players. At good flash. Wood for 1 lang sana yung kunin ng Morrissey doon. And pwede na siyang mamatay sa may short. But the 5v4 situations, Nico still or whiffy shot. Tigo pa rin, makakaisa, buhay, and trade down by Config. Also claim. Oh no! Nade! Punishing Alexi B. Naku po, Jax. Na-disgrasya pa dito yung G2 Esports.
Oh my gosh, ano nangyari? Parang nagulat ba sila? Masyadong mabilis pa yung Astralis doon sa may mid area and Morrissey. Hindi niya nga in-expect masyado na sobrang close na nung Astralis. No? Kumbaga nagkukumpula na pala sila doon. Then, ayun nga, napitas si Morrissey doon and Nico. Napaka-uncharacteristic nun na nakahold na siya ng angle doon sa may default. Tapos, mahirapan siya makaisa. So, that's gonna be tough for G2. Doon hindi gumana. But rush bilang coming from Astralis. Napakasimple. Bulag na bulag dito si Hunter. Config, good entry. Sumas. Dito sa may smoke. And Config, putting out the secondary weapon para maubos nga yung lahat ng players ng G2. Yup, a hit check coming from Config. An entry player indeed for Astralis. Grabe. Ilang beses na pinatunayan ni Config na grabe talaga yung capability niya na mag-entry frag, no?
Grabe nga. Mach 10. Maximizing that Mach 10 para lang makapag-farm. G2 Esports siguro naging kalbaryo na yung piso round nila Astralis, naghahanap na sila naman maunang makakakuha ng 3 rounds dito sa ating second half. Grabe talaga yung mga tira dito ni Morrissey, no? Also, the no-scope. And may follow pa na 5-7. Inubos yung 3 para sa side Astralis. Grabe, ayaw magpakamatay dito sa may A-long doors. Ito, nakadakaw rin siya ng AK. Oh my God.
Kinukulit niyo masyado yung bata. In honesty, knowing him, napakabilis talaga yung bata. Kita mo naman yung flick na yun. Real quick lang against config. Hindi ito na... Pero yun na nangyari. Sayang yun, and medyo expensive ground nga yun for Astralis. Kita mo naman dito magpe-pay off yun. May galil sila in Mac 10s because of that round. Pero okay lang naman. Wala pa rin naman ang pambay G2 dito, but Monacy will lead the pack dito sa may top mid area. Leading the way para makapag-info nga tong G2 and trying to get an early pick-off pero wala na siyang aabutan dito. Astralis being too fast lang dito sa may ilong. Good flash para mabulag pero the spray was serious coming from Flameth but the trade coming from Glaive just in time para ma-open yung A-site. And config uli, expect Nico. Nakuha pa ng the timing! Nag-switch weapon si Nico doon. And config naman. Walang papatakas na players dito against G2. So A-site is open freely in bombs been planted. Hunter with USP lang. 3 HP na lang yan, Idol. This will be tough for Hunter even for to get an exit fragment. What? Ala.
Kuya
Ayun na nga.
Hunter. So 10-8. Grabe, talagang alam na paano alam na Astralis kung paano nila kukunin ng ganito ka-safe yung first rounds nila. Ito yung nakakatakot sa Astralis pero kapag gumana yung mga calls ni Glaive, no? Alam natin lahat pumapabor eh, no? Pag si Config mas pinili niya na mag-lurk dito sa Astralis, gagana rin siya. Also yung mga entries niya, no? He has 21 frags.
Oh.
11 deaths dito sa ating matchup. Glaive, bulag na bulag pero hindi magpapatinag dito sa may long. Expected ba ng G2? Mukhang A-long control ang gusto nitong teams. Pero mukhang makakuha dito ng Astralis. 3-man will go back sa side ng G2 Esports sa may A-site. Yan, ang mid A-long control. Pinapakita sa atin ng Astralis. Ano kayang setup nito? Si Config bigla na lang naging siya ata magiging support dito ng A-long players nila. So 19 G2 Esports hindi masyado maasim. They have the A-short control while Nico naman kanto yung G2 Esports na nakikita natin kung paano sila mag-take ng mid, no? Kung sa Mirage may mga bait setup, mayroon din dito sa may mid. Kasi hindi enough yung info nila dito ng G2 Esports. Possible, sobrang laking bagay nito sa Astralis, no? Knowing na nakuha nila yung A-long, hindi nag-overextend and hindi umifo doon yung G2 Esports. Pwedeng mabuy time yung oras ng Astralis. They only have Galil's 3 AKs but great utility. Yung time nga dito, masyadong malayo sila, no? 25 seconds pa lang. And ngayon pa lang sila magko-commit towards the A site. Fake A ba to? Pero wala nang time eh. Try pa rin ba nila? 15 seconds, no flash, and no problem, but traded by Config and 10 seconds remaining. Hindi na agad sila makakapag-plant ng bomba, but Hunter with the trade ng kanyang nade. Oh no, 3 seconds, no time, and good try pa rin sa Astralis. Talagang kailangan lang or hindi sila naging aware nang wala na silang time dun sa A site.
My gosh, just like that. Tapos agad yung round sir. And nakita mo naman Astralis walang masyadong time. Masyadong nauubos na yung oras nila dun. And yung start nila siguro magtira sila at least mga 50 seconds or 40 seconds para gumana yon. And the bomb was too far. Galing pang A-short. Siguro kung A-ramp maintindihan ko pa. But then again, mas maraming tao nga sa A-short kaya nandun yung bomb. I mean, a better defense lang talaga coming from G2. Ang ganda ng mga reactions nila. And yung B hindi overextend para walang makat na rotations. Kasi possible kapag nakat yung rotations dun, mag-head towards B na lang yun. And ito mo naman, ganda ng decisions na ginagawa ng G2 ngayon. Mapa mid round or late round, and the info play coming from Alexi B and Nico dun sa may mid, laking bagay na yun para makapag-set up sila ng A defense. And ayun na nga, mukhang heavy mid dito ang gagawin ng G2. An early pick off coming from Hunter dun sa may middle. Pasag agad si Config. nawala agad yung entry fragger netong Astralis and mamba out na ang G2 kasi okay na yun. Nakaisa na sila dun eh. And Alexi B, wait a minute. Kala ko aasim siya dun and may one way kasi dun si Sipnix eh. Oh, Farlig. Oh no, Farlig just in time para upuan yung smoke. Magfe-fade na nga naman. Gets money si and Alexi B, Nico duo again. Will we see a better A long defense? Nico with a spam. Doon kay Farlig and tamang baawas lang ng players dito against Astralis. Hindi mabuksan yung A long. Ganda ng crossfire na ginagawa na dito. But yun, Alexi B. But no. Both players
Wala
of
na naman silang-
Astralis. Oh, ulo na.
Parehas pa low.
Yuppie, this is gonna be dangerous for Astralis. Only Blame F remaining. 1 HP na lang siya dito. Knowing na may nakapush na dito sa may middle. Ganda pa ng smoke niyan. And Blame F, I think he will expect this man. Pero kaso lang low na siya. Kaya hindi niya mapapatay si Hunter. So that's a 10-10. Lamang na, tie na dito ang G2 and Astralis. Pre, balik-balik lang yung momentum. Ang bilis
Balik lang momentum, hindi
pumasag
talaga dumidiretso. Kung mag-init yung Astralis, kaya agad pigilan na ng G2 Esports. Also yung mid or yung A-long aggressive take to ng G2 Esports. Di nila expect na papalagan. Oh! Sipnix out of nowhere. Makakapitas na isa doon, taking down Hunter. Grabe naman yun, isang scout lang, hindi na kailangan ng op dito ni Sipnix. So why rotate at sama-sama na lang sila with their man advantage. Alam nila na G2 Esports maayos yung baril compared sa kanilang hawk na guns dito sa ating round.
Bilis naman nila dun sa may upper turns agad.
Upper turns agad, mabilisan lang nga. Kasi wala na silang utility. Ano kayang gagawin nila ditong kung paano nila take yung B-site? Itore dyan eh. Also, Nico, umi-info na rin sa may mid.
What?
Oh, the spam!
The
Sakto,
game
walang
sense.
armor. Oh, yung game sense dito ni Nico. Nakikita 4v3. Going for the third frag. Kaso nga lang, Blame if mas mabilis doon.
Oh no.
Hawak dito na Astralis. Tulow pa si Bonisi.
Nakakanakaw?
Nakakanakaw man siya ng isang A1S. But kayang or ilang segundo ba para makapag-commit dito yung Astralis. Dalawa. Yung tatawag din sa may short while Blame F will cut the rotation on G2 Esports or Astralis. Oh, di expected Alexi B. Mo na timingan siya agad. Nakita niya na nga yung headband dito no isang player sa site. And the flip para sa nila, planted ba sa short? Kaso nga lang namatay rin si Blame F doon. Planted sana sa kanya if ever man malaso niya yung rotators sa side ng G2 Esports si Farlig. Naman yung gagalaw. Or iikot pa ba si Farlig dito? May ipit sila sa may side. If ever man di agad siya makapitas. Knowing na he has HP advantage but Farlig gets one. Hindi mag-over si Jax. Hihintayin niya si Alexi B. And mukhang hirap. Or mahirap na rin to. If ever man mapatay ni Farlig doon si Alexi B. Pwede pa. But G2, they have the time. Yes, enough lang yung time. And 10-11 nating score. G2 Esports, naghahanap ulit ng kanilang momentum.
Yup, sayang naman si Blame F dun sa mid. Kumbaga, ganda na ng idea ng Astralis is to go A and Blame F holding an M4, cutting that rotation, pero not enough. Kahit makaisa man lang dun. And alam naman natin, low na rin yung players ng G2 dun. Sayang, hindi lang tinamaan ni Sipnix sa may ilong. But what a hold coming from G2. Yung late round nila, gumagana na talaga, sir. Yung mga mid-round pushes, mga mid-round info, tapos yung mga setups pa nila, yung tiwala na binibigay sa teammates nila. So, yup, lalamang na dito yung G2 for the first time ulit. Na nga. Oh, pa-flash dito sa ilong. Alexi B, pulag na pulag sa may pit area. And I think Astralis are very aware may pit player dito in a boost sa may blue. Pero nakita ni Alexi B. Oh, nabulsa pa yung nade. The nade? Yup, a good nade coming from Alexi B. Tags config down to 44 HP. And Alexi B, may smoke pa dito. Mukhang nalaro niya na nga yung A-long. But Blame F, ayun na, gumana. Jax was
Oh,
getting too much info dun sa may upper tuns, 4v5 situation, and Along talaga nagkakaamuyan pa dito for both sides of the map.
di makabak si Config. Oo, yun, napatay pa ni Monisi. Si Monisi pa pala yung kailangan para lang mapitas si Config doon sa may blue container. 4-man is alive sa side ng Astralis. Naga sila na isa. Trinay nila kunin yung A-long control. And si Hunter na lang yung pinakaasahan dito ng G2 Esports. No? Knowing Astralis will overpower the site with their AKs. Hindi enough utilities. Meron pa naman silang 2 flashes para lang mapabak dito si Hunter. But the Hunter, meron siya magandang timing and a good molotov to delay Astralis yung pag-commit dito ng Astralis sa B site. 20 seconds, no rotation still for the side of G2 Esports. Tingnan natin, the Kovac Kasin holding the B site. Tingnan natin gaano katibay ito. Nakita ba si Hunter doon? Down to 10 seconds, they need to plant the bomb. But yung hold na naman ng B players natin, 4 seconds remaining and the Astralis, mauubusan na naman ng time dito sa nilang T-side. 2 rounds lead na po for G2 Esports.
Grabe, props to Alexi B holding down Along. With the support smoke, syempre coming from his teammate, and kita mo naman hindi talaga nakuha yung Along sa kanya. Hindi man siya napatay doon like agad doon sa by pit. Ang laking time na yun na nalagas for the side of Astralis, and Hunter, yung management niya ng UT, ang ganda for as a B player, kailangan mo nang magtira ng isang smoke or isang molly, and yun na nga, gamit na gamit yung UT doon ni Hunter just to buy time para makarating si Nico doon for that bait setup. Kumbaga peak of contact yung ginawa ng Cousins doon, and napakabilis nung setup na yun para sa kanila. Ang bilis ng reaction for both players, and mukhang grabe yung chemistry nga nilang dalawa, sir.
Mhm. Paano mo
Iba
ano
eh,
paano sila
bilis mag-react.
magsaluan?
Mm,
Sobrang sanay na sila based on their experience
yep.
dito sa ano nila, gaano katagal sila naglalaro together.
Mhm.
Nakikita natin 'yan. And that gap, Hunter has an info. May guy doon sa may tao sa mid area ng Astralis. Kung Kovac kasi talaga yung no, unang umi-info this round.
Oo.
Binigay rin ng Astralis yung buong mapa muna. Using their time pa rin. Kanina, naubos na sila ng time. Pero this round mukhang uulitin lang ulit, no? Pero sana naman, bilisan nila na mag-commit sa site. Or at least makuha agad nila yung A-short. Alexi play off akin. Nice spot dito in the spam. Deceive Nix. Hindi enough yung Diga shots. Para lang mapatay dito si Alexi B. Dahil dun sa door and dagdag armor ngayon para kay Alexi B. 1 minute, Far League naghahanap ng mapipitas at mapipitas dito sa ating mid area natin while G2 Esports umi-info na rin sa may Mitadens.
Yeah, because Astralis is taking too much time. Kailangan nga makuha na yung info kung saan ba talaga sila, kasi tamang-tama lang may pressure doon kanina si Ilong and Jax. Naspatan niya na yung upper tuns na walang tao. So, players of G2 should be ready off this hit by now. Kasi 30 seconds remaining. Nico, ito na nga. Napakadaming smokes dito. A full A-short execution. Coming from Astralis. Napakabilis na nga ng players dito. Counter flashes. Incoming. Bulag na bulag dito si Blamef. Nico with a double kill dito. Against Clave. Hindi yan pa pwede. And Monesi. The flick coming from Monesi. Killing config dun sa may city. Saradong A-side dyan. And no time for Astralis to push through. And Sapnix will fall down sa may A-short. Ayun na nga. Far League has to save this up for the next round para may bawi man lang sila, kasi wala sila masyadong pera. Or I mean, they can buy. Oh my
Nakakabay naman
gosh.
kaso wala eh. Kapag nakahawak din ng magandang baril tong G2 Esports, kaya pa rin palagan. And ayun nga, nagkaka-problema talaga sa time management dito yung Astralis. Medyo nag-aalangan if ever man 20 seconds pa lang sila magpupush and magpa-plant ng bomba doon sa may site. Fire League, alam or aware dito yung Astralis na may tao sa may lower tuns. Pipikin nila. Naku, na maasim, hindi nila alam. Double man doon sa lower tunnels natin, which is si Hunter. Again, na-pick kay Config. Grabe, sinagasahan lang dito si Alexi B. Open yung A-long sa side ng G2 Esports. Sagupaan dun sa may upper tuns. Dito naman sa A-long, wala eh, kung magbabagal pa sila dito sa round na to, still
Oh,
a
the
good flash. Grabe yung mga support flashes natin na nakita sa G2 Esports sa Hunter. Still finds a frag doon sa help ng flash ni Jax. Then flick config na lang ang matitira. Marami pang time pero yung tao lagas na sa side nila. Ay, hindi man lang ulit sila makapasok dito sa may site. Nice pa man, and na one-way pa nga dito ni Nico. Config na low HP pa yung matitira. And again, yung flash na naman ng G2 Esports. 10-14, last 2 rounds na lang para sa nila to seal our first map. Astralis, ito na yung chance na mapatunayan nila, no, na madidikitan pa nila tong G2 Esports.
Yup, sayang naman yun for the side of Astralis. Parang masyado silang nagbabagal ulit eh, no? Knowing na kanina pa nila ginagawa yun. In G2 naman, wise decision to play aggressively na nga kasi kanina pa sila nagpa-passive setup and nag-crossfire lang sila. But Sipnix, bibilisan na lang dito sa ilong. Familiar itong play na to na ginagawa lagi ni Perfecto. But Nico, with the taps, getting Sipnix dun sa may pit and bawal yan. Ito pa kasi Nico, spray down. Will not work for him, but Nico has to get out. He's so low. Wala pa siyang bala
may
dito.
nade
And a good nade coming from Nico. Tags Farlig down to 48 HP. Pero Astralis, mukhang ilong na nga yung gusto nilang puntahan dito. But Hunter is too fast on that flank. The flash incoming dito. Config with the entry peak. Flash makikita dito. Ganda naman ng smoke dito ni Monesi. Making that one way. Idol na idol si Simple. But Config, nahuli si Nico doon sa may city. Alam natin, low na yan. Encounter, walang makikita si Hunter dito. Nasa smoke lang yan. Good morning.
my God.
Jax, umabawi dito sa may city. But the trade coming from Glade. And Hunter sealing that round for that match point. G2 ang lalamang 15-10. Last round for G2.
Grabe, yung chaotic round sa side ng, or sa dalawang teams na to. Wala ang bis mag-rec ng G2 Esports sa Beilong. Alam nila na sama-sama play lang din yung ginagawa ng Astralis. Feel ko medyo magkamukha lang yung T-side nila, no? Nung first half naman.
Yep,
In-overpower nila yung A-long. Kaso, wala. Ang
same
ganda ng
idea,
mga
no?
same idea, same approach. But flashes na pinapakita dito ng G2 Esports, yun yung ano eh, nagiging edge pa nila, nagiging lamang nila sa Astralis, yung mga support. Kanina, doon naglalak naman yung Astralis nung city side. And isa na nga lang, nakuha pa nga ng G2 Esports yung back point dito sa ating map 1.
Kumbaga yung ginagawa ng G2 kanina, parang same lang rin naman sa Astralis. Magkaiba nga lang sila ng timing, tsaka yung pacing doon sa may A-long. But then again, ganda talaga ng depensa ng G2. And yun na nga yung counter flashes. Wala tayo masyado nakita nung first half. And 5-man dito. Ang Astralis na nanday. Molly, burst B. Coming from Astralis. Jax gets the head of conflict. Pero Monesi with the blind kill. Ganda na saluhan dito. Jax, nililinis na lang ang A-site. Monesi, nag-miss pa doon. But Jax will clean that up. It's gonna be a G2 win para sa map 1 natin.
Di na sila nag-overthink, pre. Rush B na agad. Ay. Kaya tayo masabi na one-sided. 16-10 naman yung score. Palitan lang ng rounds or after 3 momentum rounds ng isang team, no? Ganun lang din yung nangyari. Mala NIP and CPH. But this time around, G2 Esports, yun mas nanaeg dito sa ating second half. With 6 rounds lead or gap dito sa Astralis. Napakagandang laban. Dito Dust 2. And grabe, ano masabi mo doon sa matchup na yun?
And para sa akin yung matchup na yun is 50-50 and ang problema lang kasi nung nag-city side nitong Astralis, lagi sila natatimingan nung city side nung Astralis nung first half. Natatimingan sila nung G2 and G2 nung first half, parang pampainit lang sa kanila yun eh. Parang nag-warm up lang sila nun para sa tutok nila. And kita mo naman no second half, nag-pop off lahat. Saktong-sakto lang yung pushes. Tapos tumatama na rin si Monesi with his op. Yun yung maganda dun. Kumbaga,
Proud, no?
Yep, kung ano yung kulang nung G2 last round, kumbaga napasok nila agad nung second half, kumbaga nabawi agad kung ano yung mga lapses nila doon. And yun na nga, Monesi hitting those amazing shots. Even with the scout pa nga lang siya eh, di ba?
Yes, at yun nga, mukhang totoo yung sinasabi dito ng stats na G2 has a 43% or win rate percentage dito sa Dust 2. Talagang ano eh, yung composure nila dun sa city side. Yun yung naging kalabangan nila dito against sa
Yep.
Astralis. Most of the time, pagka sama-sama dito yung Astralis, napapanish kasi nga ang bilis ng mga follow-up flashes dito ng G2 Esports. Hindi
Oo,
nakikita or
grabe
wala man
support.
lang Oo, grabe yung support. Wala man lang nag-play as or wala nag-anti-flash dito sa Astralis once na na-take nila yung A-long area. Also, buong mapa kanina nung G2 Esports nung T-side sila, hawak na hawak nila eh. Lahat may presence, may nagbabato ng utilities doon na which is si Hunter sa may B-side. And ngayon,
Tsaka
Astralis
yung
medyo nag-short lang talaga.
Yung G2, ang galing nila sa mga bait setup, no? Kumbaga, tsaka yung spacing din nila pag pumapasok sila or pag nagpo-push sila, tamang-tama lang ng mga ka-trade, making sure na laging may katulong, laging may sasalo dun sa player. And yun yung medyo nag-lock dun sa Astralis nung first half, and Sipnix na iiwanan nga sa ilong. Dun sa blue container pa, ang hirap iwanan dun, idol. Then di ka makakaback dun since pit talaga kasi yung pag-asa mo dun. And feel ko yung pit talaga yung naging malakas dito for G2 pag nag-hold si Alexi B doon. And so, ayun, map 1,
Yes.
G2 win.
Map 1, G2 wins and 16-10 in favor nga dun sa G2 Esports. Mapick nila, no? Mapick nila yun.
Oo,
Sa
map nila yan.
Astralis, tatalon tayo sa ating map 2. But for us, we'll be having a short break lang muna. Huwag kayong aalis dyan. Again, this is the official Filipino broadcast ng PGL EU RMR. Don't go away.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
We are back dito sa official Filipino broadcast ng PGL EU RMR, presented to you by Focus Fire Gaming. Again, the best of 3 series pa rin against Astralis versus G2 Esports. Kami pa rin na may kasama nyo or makakasama nyo this series, this Kenoid.
And this is Naufu.
Yep, don't forget to like and share the stream mga idol dyan sa Facebook and also sa YouTube channel natin. Subscribe na rin kayo sa ating YouTube channel. And pasalamatan muna natin yung mga sponsors natin dito sa ating broadcast, no? Lupon WC, Focus Fire, syempre, The Armory, and Rivalry. And yun nga, kung may mga, kung lahat, kung gusto nyo mag-bet dito sa ating Rivalry, huwag na kayo mahiya, go through to our site, rivalry.com/focusfire. Meron kayong 100% welcome bonus kapag ginamit nyo yung code namin na Lupon WXC. And available dyan, Gcash, Bitcoin, and other banks are supported dyan sa ating site. And eto, bebet tayo para sa map to naman. Kanina, ikaw ba pumili? So,
Ikaw naman ngayon.
Oo, mo ako naman nata ngayon So, Ancient, mahirap. Pero sige
Okay.
nga, mag-Astralis naman ako dito sa Ancient. Kahit ayoko mag-map 3. Kahit ayoko mag-map 3, tingnan natin kung Astralis map na to or magkukuhanan lang sa ng map. And yun nga guys, ganun lang kadali na mag-bet dito sa ating site. Huwag nyo kalimutan yan. May nagtatanong dito pala sa Facebook channel natin. Mahirap or easy ba yung transaction dito sa Rivalry? Sobrang easy, sir. Pwede kang lagi naman natin ginagamit Gcash for nowadays, no? So, sobrang easy lang mag-deposit, also mag-withdraw. Talagang 1 to 2 business days lang, makuha mo na yung cash. But, sige, pag-usapan muna natin tong Astralis versus G2 Esports. But this time, sa Ancient map na, Ufu.
Yes, sir. Ancient map. Alam natin na comfortable talaga tong Astralis dito sa Ancient map. Alam ko lagi talaga nila pinipick to, and isa to sa mga go-to maps nila for the past few games nila or past few tournaments na sinalihan, no? But again, kailangan mag-pop off dito ng players ng Astralis and also CFX. Nung last match kanina, sobrang lamig niya, sir. 1 digit lang siya doon with 7 kills and 18 deaths. So, medyo mahirap yun.
Siya
Kumbaga,
nakakarap ng kalaban, no?
oo, parang pilay si CPX or pilay yung Astralis dun na knowing CPX. Grabe naman yung capability niya na mag-multi-kill talaga every round. But doon lang sa G2, malamigan siya, and also the Kovac Cousins popping off. Nico again with a staggering 1.61 rating. Init nun. So, anong kaya babaguhin dito ng Astralis? Oh, but a rush B coming from G2. Oh my gosh. I mean, Astralis, Sara. Yup.
Mabilis ang bihit lang. Kuha yung back alley. Dito ni Config, good plan para sa kanila. Sobrang hirap nito, 5 or wala sila nagtas sa side ng G2 Esports. Isang hit and smoke, grabe double smoke dito sa may alley. Paano kayo makakangat yung mga city players nila yan? Oh, yun na nga, Hunter gets the head of Config, making it a 5v4 situation dito sa ating round. But Firelig, hindi na siya tatama. Andyan si Blamef and Glaive together with CPX na kanina hindi makapantay. But Nico with the trade, grabe, pinakawalang dragon. He has the kit, kaso kailangan niya na ma-info dito si Blamef. Blamef will buy some time para lang makuha yung pistol round. Sobrang secure. And nag-good try sa retake ng G2 Esports. But pistol round will go for Astralis.
My gosh, what a round coming from Astralis. Ganda naman nung read ni Glaive doon, knowing na ibibigay lang ng buong buo yung B. Which is may cave. Kumbaga may cave control naman yung G2. So hindi naman kailangan i-contest ng mga B anchors yun. And yun lang, masyado nabigay yung site doon for Astralis. And yung double smoke sa may city spawn, yun talaga yung nagpa-buy time para sa Astralis, para makakuha sila ng magandang post-plant positions. So Astralis will be sealing that round. Oh, a fast mid take coming from Config. The flash will fail coming from Astralis. Mas maganda yung flash ni Jackson, but a trade coming from Glaive dito kay Jax. But Hunter, madaling na bumabawi dito sa may mid-era. But pasok ng Astralis dito sa may A. Blamef na check pa yung temple doon. Alam niyang walang tao na dyan. And it's a free A site for Astralis, but Morrissey too fast. Deep my temple area. Babakta siya dito. And Hunter, tamang lasa mo siya dito. Yup. 2 low dito sa Astralis. Mahihirapan pa sila dito. Ang ganda ng adjustments ng G2 and Hunter. Making full use of that gap, and the bomb is dropped. Yup. Masyadong mahirap to for Astralis. Wala na silang masyadong UT to delay this retake coming from G2. Oh, nani?
4v3, plant, na-spamman pa doon si Glaive. Oh! Nasagot din ng spam dyan ng Mactin. And also, Moxie, after that fade, smoke, makakapitas din sila dito, G2 Esports. Kailangan din sila umarot. Lawak ni Blame F yung bomba. 1-1 ang ating scoreline. Grabe, G2 Esports napigilan yung A plant dito ng Astralis. I think budol yun, no? Yung MP9 din kasi wala eh, lagas sa utilities din dito yung Astralis.
Yup, napaka-real quick lang nun for Astralis. Ang ganda naman talaga kasi nung idea nila, which is yung labanan yung mid. Para nga naman mahila yung donut rotations and just in time for the G2 naman. Mid control din ang nais nila. Nagkasalubungan sila doon pero a better reaction coming from G2. Ang ganda ng mga rotations nila. Just in time, pasok na pasok lang sila. And Monisi not giving the temple area. Sobrang laking bagay nun for G2. So, gonna be 1-1. Ang bilis naman ng bawi ng G2 doon. Cancel agad ang momentum ng Astralis. So, Astralis with a full eco lang naman dito. Plan nila siguro is to buy na nga next round. Bigay na nilang ito yung second round nila for this eco. And G2. Okay, Hunter dito sa may catwalk area. Pero magbo-burst mid lang sila dito. And Hunter with a good spray down. Gets 3. Almost a 4K coming from Hunter. But Blamef, babawi naman siya dito sa may B area. But Nico is very aware na nandun si Glaive. Good pick off coming from Nico. It's gonna be 3v1. Alam pa si Blamef kung saan galing.
Hindi na makagalaw si Blame F dito. Hindi niya hawak yung bomb. And wala siyang sap na barrel para pumitas dito sa round. Siguro kita rin nila or ng G2 yung bomb doon sa may elbow. Possible makuha nga nila tong round. Which is round 2 pa lang. Kala natin na Astralis makakuha nung first 2 rounds eh. And yun na nga, the off angle ang mananalo dun sa round na yun. Nico with a headshot. 2-1 ang ating scoreline. Again, G2 Esports. Ang ganda ng pistol round na pinakita dito Astralis. But yung second round talaga, doon nagkaroon ng problema side nila.
Yup, no second round nga nagka-problema and kita mo naman G2 with a good clean off lang dun and Hunter manning down dun top mid area. Inuubos na nga yung players ng Astralis and also tamang painit lang yan. Maganda yan for his confidence booster. Oh, a fail! Anti-molly coming from Config. Pero maabot nga siya dito and forces him to go back. He's down to 44 HP. Ang ganda naman ng UT ng G2 dun. But bawi naman sila dito sa may Biram. Blamef is out dito sa may catwalk area. But Nico, a good anchor lang dito sa may Biram area. Oh, good smoke. Para madali lang dito. Oh, and Lexi B. I think medyo expected siya dito ni Blamef and Lexi B trying to get a
Walang
pick
ano eh.
here. Yup, nasipatan na nga.
Walang A-main
Blamef.
control yung Astralis. Kasi mo nahirapan sila mid control ginagapang nila while G2 Esports wala nagbabatulo ng utilities.
Yup.
Pinipigilan nila yung Astralis, di naman kailangan nila agad pumitas ng gantong kaaga kaya hinayaan nila si Monisi yung gumawa ng trabaho na yan para side nila knowing na naka-op or nakapag-invest na agad ng gantong kaaga na op si Monisi, no? Pero nakatawid nga and the timing dito ng Astralis possible Monisi nakaisa pa rin taking down Config and a 5v4 also Glaive meron ding frag dito Nico with the reaction time lang sakto para may matulungan dun si Monisi 4v3 situation Alexi B with the tight angle kaso nga lang na timingan siya lamang siya sa angle doon but Farlig siya yung may mas magandang timing but Sifnix sobrang talino lang nag-spot kay Alexi B ay na-info nata na low HP dun, no? And the 2v3 situation dito sa B side. So Blamef taking down Monisi. Jax na lang matitira with the A1S and a kit. He's trying to clutch this round para G2 Esports ma-boost pa kanilang momentum pero hindi yun di pwede yun sabi ni Sivnix and na 2-2 ang scoreline Astralis talagang basag momentum lahat dito sa magkabilang teams.
Yup, napakabilis dun for Astralis. Ang ganda na ng ginawa ng G2 eh. Monisi just in time dun sa may donut. Checking middle. Nakaisa nga siya dun and Nico. Ang ganda ng salo niya dun sa mid area. Ganda ng trade nila. So, malas lang ni Alexi B. Out of position siya dun sa B and Kita mo naman ang daming wall bangable spots doon, and pag na out of position ka, ipit ka na doon. And a good nade dito sa may catwalk area. Tagging down Blame F. Down to 75 HP, pero parang magkakasalubungan pa yata sila dito ni Hunter. May nakita tayong boost doon. And a config with the one way, but Hunter will spot that. Mapapaback niya doon,
Ay,
but just
naku.
in time, si Blame F to trade him, and Hunter is down dito for G2, but also config is low. The swing coming from Alexi B. We'll see what's lang yung pistol niya. And alam niya si Safenix nandito pa rin na flash. Okay. Alexi B, no. Tatango si Alexi B dyan. And naghahanap na nga ng kakampi tong si Safenix. Kailangan ng swingan to. Going is low. And Safenix, ministo na lang. Alam niyan low dito. But Jax, nakabawi nga doon sa may middle area. And Monesi getting a lot of info dito sa may middle area. Nakita niya ba yung bomb?
Yata nakita, but Monesi na-take na agad dito si Safenix. Gato lang kabilis para lang makuha ni Safenix yung bomb na 2v3. Nabang sila sa tao. Sa alis, no? With the man advantage, delikado since kung ma-infoan ni Monesi yung bomb doon sa tiis. Sobrang may iba yung kwento. But Nico, with the headshot angle, naku, the bait. Sakto low HP doon si Safenix. Nanalo siya sa trade down na yun. Jax and versus Firelig and Glaive. Dito sa ating round 5. Magandang rotation. Yep, mabilis. And nakatingin dun si Glaive sa city. Sakto, may op din. I think he will save the op for Monesi. Dito sa ating round 6, no? And Astralis with the lead pa rin naman sa kanilang T-side.
Yep, good damage dun for G2. Pwede na yon since kita mo naman talaga nalagas lang sila dito ng Astralis getting those early pick-offs. And malaking bagay na yon para sa early round dito since G2 napakalakas nga mag-late round yan. Alam natin na kaya talagang i-recover yung round. But not this round. Astralis naman na magwawagi and it's a free B-side for them. So it's gonna be 3-2. Lalamang na Astralis naman dito. Pero pwede na yung na-save ni Jax yung op no? Para kay Monesi this round. Kumbaga, save ko na lang to, tas bawi tayo agad din. Maybe pick up sa momentum once na nabawi itong round na to. But then again, better offense coming from Astralis. Kita mo naman basang-basa yung setups nila dito. And di pa rin nasisira yung confidence nila. Kumbaga di pa rin sila natatakot mag-take ng initiatives.
Yup. So, isang op nga yun na save dito para kay Monesi. Full of USP or pistols lang yung hawak ng G2 Esports. Aangatan ba to agad ng Astralis? Okay, possible na makalason or at least makukuha sila ng isang rifle para lang makatulong dito sa op ni Monesi. But the time, ito na, ginagamit na naman nila ulit dito sa nilang T-side. They have a lot of guns and utilities. Config, nag-expect tayo na magpa-pop off siya agad dito sa nilang first up. But feel ko kailangan nila pag-entrain pa si si Config. Monesi got disabled. But yung boost or yung bait setup dito, Safenix, nakita na rin si Alexi B. Lagas na isang player dito yung G2 Esports. And eto na naman yung mid-take na ginagawa ni Config. The classic mid-take para kay Config. Dito sa may red room area natin. USP lang yung kalaban. Sobrang hirap ng baril dito na G2. Pero off-guarded nga si Hunter. Traded by Glaive. Naman at nakita na yung bomb sa mid donut area. Here comes the rotation ngayon sa side ng G2 Esports. Config. Siya yung magkakat na yun para di makatulong doon sa may A site. Okay. Buhay pa rin yung offer na si Monesi. Kaso mukhang nakita na lang din ni Config yung barrel nung kanyang op. And he will not go for it doon sa A site para matulungan si Jax. Down to 20 seconds to plant the bomb. Nakakatakot pa rin si Jax. Yung may hawak ng Deagle dito sa may A site. Hindi rin i-clear yung A main. And ayun na nga, nakita siya agad. And they will go for the double swing. No time. Enough yung time. Hindi napigilan ni Jax yung pag-plant ng bomb. And mukhang delikado yung kalalagyan dito ni Jax sa may A main, and Astralis will win their 4 rounds dito sa T side nila. Toast lead. Makakita tayo, walang walang 3-0 dito sa unang natin.
Gusto ko talaga dito sa Astralis is yung fast catwalk take nila. Napakalaking bagay yon and napakalaking info for the side of them, and alam natin si Blamef mahilig tumao dun, and gustong-gusto ko sa Astralis is yung pag-take nila ng map control. Talagang sulit na sulit yung UTs nila. Kumbaga, hindi sila madamot sa UT. Kumbaga, per angle, fa-flashan natin yan. And yun nga, tamang-tama. Na-flashan nila si Monicy dun. Ang laking info nun. Gagawin na lang nila is iiwasan na lang nila. And yun, what a round. Coming from Astralis. O, Hunter. Catwalk area push. Pero makakabak naman siya dito. And Blamef is so blind. Dahil sa flash ng kanyang teammate. And Monicy, first time natin makikita mag-anchor ng A2. But Farlig with his op. Trying to spot a player dito sa may A site. Hoping to get a kill. No P. Wala siya makikita dyan. But I don't think so kung narinig nila yun. But oh no, A site is being given from G2 with a gamble play dito sa may mid. But good trade-off. Tamang-tama lang yan para makaisa sila. And just in time naman yung rotation dito ng G2. But a miss coming from Farlig. Will be able to open the site and a Blamef. Lurk kill down with a config. Better entries are two wing for a side of Astralis and two players are low naman. Good smoke.
Wait lang ha, tatlo pa yung boy din sa G2 Esports and hawak pa nga yung katong na matimingan pa nga ni Alexi B. Napakaganda and yun yung bomba. Sayang yung control ng A dito ng G2 or ng Astralis. Kung hindi naman nila makakuha yung bomb. And feel ko ibibigay na lang nila knowing na may nakataon na rin dito sa B side. Si Blamef na low HP. Monicy with the punish. Hindi agad makaka-rotate. Dito si Config. And sakto low lang din si Blamef. 2v1 situation. Farlig. Nasa kanya na ang palaran ngayon ng Astralis. Mukhang manalason lang ni Alexi B dito. Reposition. 1v1 situation sila ni Monicy. And enough lang yung time para ma-plant yung bomb. Tingnan natin kung na rin ba siya or mukhang expected yung angle ni Monicy dito. Kapang na kapang, walang kit and the taps or 3 bullets para kay Monicy. Again, 3 to 4. Muntikan pa yung Astralis doon. Si Phoenix, narito siya eh. Kung magpapaiba siya. Kuha nila yung A-site also si Blamef nakataon na rin doon sa may B, no?
Yup. Pero props pa rin naman kay Monicy trying to get an early kill dun sa may middle. And yun nga, successful yun. Agang mad advantage yun for G2. Pero Astralis, ang ganda ng mga kuha nila sa site. Yung mga reactions, nahila na rin yung rotations for the side of G2. Kaso yun lang, nung mid-round, medyo disgrasya yata inabot ng Astralis. But then again, Farlig sealing off that round with this perfect clutch. Ito ngayon, walang pera ang G2 dahil dyan.
Ng pera, kung makalason, pwede pa. Half nila yung mid, oh. Blamef. Matimingan dito. And yun na nga yung trading hunter. 4v4 situation. Nakanako na isang AK at mag-tips din dito yung duo natin. Delikado yung Astralis. Nico, kung tatama ka pa dyan, ibang kwento na to for G2 Esports. But Hunter yung AK kay nila. USP, sakto low. At nakapulot ng AK. Monicy gets 2. Only Jax versus Phoenix ang matitira dito sa round 8.
Grabe yung lason
my God. Oo, tsaka wait lang, yung bomb hindi pala hawak ni Phoenix. Pwedeng makita siya agad or matimingan pero nakatingin din doon si Phoenix and he will win that round for Astralis 2-6. Momentum na ngayon kitang-kita na natin nasa T side.
Yup, mukhang kaya pala talaga tang pinili ng Astralis to kasi parang mas magaling yata sila mag-map control. Unlike G2, may mga nakukuha naman sila pero not enough para mapigilan yung pang default ng Astralis. Kumbaga, dalawang players or at least 2 players yung kumakalat dito for Astralis para makakuha ng space. Then yung tatlo magsasama-sama, magpa-family system. But Farlig, masyadong maaga dito sa ramp. Bulag na bulag siya. Naspot siya doon ni Nico. But Nico, di niya binaril. Di niya ata nakita because of that molly. And Farlig will get that entry kill dito sa may B-ramp. Good molly. Pero makakatakas yan si Hunter. Yun nga, better swing coming from Blamef. Gets the head of Hunter. Lagas ang G2 dito. Oh no, ang bilis naman ng round pre. Wala pang 1 minute. Lagas agad yung G2. Hop!
Uy, wait lang. May ball bang pre? Delikado yan.
Oh.
Apat pa yung kalaban dito ng G2 Esports. Pero once na grabe yung space, kita mo naman yung buong mapa. Hawak ng Astralis. Jax with the punish. Kaso aware ba sila na nakagapang na si Config dito sa may A site? Mabilis ang rotation lang yung 2 players doon. Farlig and Glaive will go towards or they're heading towards the A site. Para na free plant, hindi expected ni Jax na ganito kabili config. Talaro na naman yung buong mapa ngayon ng Astralis. And Monisi, a good smoke dito sa may donut area. Hindi agad madedeny yung plant and go for the A-hit ba? Farley, good mark to take down Alexi P. Morrissey na may off. I think good for save na to para sa next round. Di sila makahanap na or wala every rounds nabubutasan sila dito ng G2. Nakakita rin tayo ng mga solo plays no ng G2 Esports, nagkukulang sa trades and stars doon naman sila lalamang or they use it as their man or as their advantage dito sa ating T side.
Naspatan pa nga ni Config si Monisi doon. No save for you, Monisi. So, it's gonna be another round for Astralis. Tuloy-tuloy na sila dito. And what I love about Astralis talaga is yung default nila. Kung may nangyari doon sa kabilang side, di pwedeng walang mangyayari din sa may other side ng map. And also, Far League, props to him. Alam niya na kung kailan siya magiging aggressive. And kita mo naman doon, ang ganda ng pick-off niya kay Nico doon. Sira agad ang B anchor ng G2. And for the other side of the map, kita naman natin si Config doon nakakuha ng timing sa may A. And masyadong malaking space na ngayon na nabigay niya for his team. And G2 will not expect that player to be that close, di ba? Parang ang bilis masyado eh. Kumbaga ang dami nangyayari doon sa may B area. Tapos may nakalusot na agad na player doon sa may temple.
Ang gandang gapang and ayun yung gusto natin makita si Config yung nagta-try mag-lurk, no? Mapa overpass, makita mo siya maglaro sa overpass, also dito sa ancient. Di pa nga siya or isang round pa lang nga niya nabutasan yung red. Okay, B ramp take for Astralis. Blame if naman yung tatao dito. Salita na sila ni Config. Aso nga lang yung damage kay Nico pre. Lagas na siya agad. Down to 25 HP. Hawk niya nga lang yung Deagle. Hoping na makalason din si Hunter inside the smoke. Expected ba ni Config? Feeling ko naman i-check out pa to or mukhang na ata yun, nakakaramdam. Doon si Config getting to the Hunter. 4v5 situation dito sa ating around 10. Up control lang muna yung pinaka kinukuha ng Astralis. 7 rounds na sa kanilang T-side. So, berap nito ng kalagayan sa G2 Esports. May mga gapang play na naman nagaganap. Config, hayaan mo nila gumalaw while Blame F will punish the Bonisi or the Opper sa side ng G2 Esports. Tatlo na lang yung matitira sa G2. At ilang time na lang may ihipit na rin si Alexi B dito sa may cave area. Grabe, hawak ng Astralis yung buong mapa. Also yung B-site. Kiniklear lang ngayon ni Config. Hindi nagpapalaso dito yung tatlong players o apat na players sa harap ni Alexi B. Down to 30 seconds. Enough yung time. Malaking info. Clear yung B-site. But the Config will go for that kill. Hindi na ina-knife yun. Nakaharap na rin si Alexi B. 2v5. Walang patay sa side ng Astralis. Feeling ko, di rin sila makakuha ng baril.
Yep, kailangan gumalaw ni Nico dito or else talagang masasayang yung round dito ng G2. And for us, yun na nga, Config. Bawal yan kay Config. And for Astralis talaga, no, ang lakas talaga nung default nila. Kumbaga napakatibay. Alam nila kung ano yung mga butas nila. And tamang-tama lang yung mga protocols nila para makakuha sila ng map control. And linis, kumbaga, kunwari kumukuha sila ng middle area. Kumbaga all angles talaga na check ng Astralis. Unlike yun nga, may mga ibang players na gaya ni Carrigan, no? May mga times na hindi niya na-check yung angles but yun nga, kita mo naman Config, hard checking that close angle dun sa mid area na leading to an early pick-off and also a man advantage for Astralis. So, ito na pinapakita ng Astralis ngayon, no? Gusto ko naman yung mga idea ng G2 para bumasag lang or may magbigay man lang ng gulat plays pero Astralis is too much aware, di ba?
And also yung mga alert ni Config, napapagana niya pa rin dito sa kanilang T-side. 8 rounds na nga yung naipondo nila dito sa ating first half. Hindi na mabasag dito ng G2 Esports. Parang tingnan mo, bad info na naman yung binibigay ng Astralis sa may ramp. Hawak rin ni Alexi B. Yung catwalk, they will go for a site hit. Magkalayo yung dalawang players ng Astralis na nag-hold sa may T-base. And yung Bob, mukhang papagalawin lang muna nila yung yung G2. Kaya pa gustong umasim nila Monesi or nila Alexi B, no? Pero hindi nila magawa. Pipigilan lang sila dito na Astralis with their contact play, overpower nila kasama-sama yung mid area. Dito masubukan yung G2 Esports, and ayun na nga guys, 1 minute sa ating round 11. Comes the nade. That's a good nade and a punish para kay Glaive. Wala yung IGL ngayon ng Astralis. A 5v4 situation. Hindi sama-sama place nga dito yung Astralis. Kailangan nila i-check down si Alexi B na walang ka-trade sa may cave area. And look at that. Alexi B will get one. Hindi na agad siya magre-repo. Alam na, or nandito lang siya sa may hard right na cave. Sipnix together with the Opper. Ngayon, 30 seconds left to plant the bomb. Wala na ring lurk na assign dito sa Astralis. Medyo kakainin lang yung time nila. Good the Molotov or utilities lang na binabato dito sa may B-site para libreng-libre yung pag-plant. And feeling ko naman ipaplant lang din doon sa may pillar Go for the wall bang. Kasi nga, di sila lamang sa tao, but that's a fire league to take it para doon sa may B-site. 3-3 na retake ngayon sa side ng G2 Esports. Meron silang isang kit. Fire league gumagana pa rin with the op. Sino kaya mas mabilis? Hunter. Talagang igagamble nila tong cave area, and most na lang matitira. Gagana ba yung kanyang op? And Fire League, grabe, mainit na yung op niya. First map pa lang, nadala niya na rin dito sa second map.
Grabe, the re-aggression nga kami from Fire League. Kita mo naman, kala ko lalaruin na lang nila yung post plan passively, knowing that may op na rin naman sila para makapag-hold ng angle. But Fire League getting Nico there, alam niyang may B-anchor dun and buhay pa si Nico. At napakaganda ng expectation niya dun sa pick ni Nico doon, leading to an equalizer. And ayun nga, mas better yung post plan setup nila. But Astralis, momentum nila dito. Kanina pa sila nakaka-rounds against G2. Hindi talaga nila mahulaan kung saan pupunta eh. Or hindi talaga nila matalo pagdating sa mga setups.
AKs, tapos pistols lang dito. Possible round ng Astralis. Walang utilities or walang A1S man lang sa side ng G2 Esports. Kaso aware na rin si Nico na laging or every round kinukuha na Astralis tong red room. Tingnan natin kung yung overpick going for the double pick. Kaso nag-miss doon si Farley getting the leg shot lang kay Hunter. Also Nico nakaisa pa rin. Nauna lang mag-pick si Blamer. Hindi sila nagkaintindihan doon sa pag-pick sa may mid. Mas si Nico, that's config, nagagalaw sa may city side. Expect ba yung angle ni Monesi? Pwede siyang ma-auto-dink dito once na pumasok sa temple. Kaso mas matalino ata ngayon si Konig. Look at the bomb na papunta doon sa may B-site. Kaso nga lang si Hunter naman umiikot, no? Sa buong mapa. Kailangan bilisan ngayon ng Astralis kasi ilang time na lang ang kailangan nila para i-plant yung bomb. May info na or enough info na rin si Hunter sa may mid area. 25 seconds. Alexi B will go for the wall bang. Hindi siya nagparamdam. Kaso nakita na rin siya dito. Isa lang guy lang yung tatawa sa may cave area. And a 3v3. Good timing. Sivnix gets one. But the punish is there. Kay Monis si Alexi B. Alam yung pwesto niya dito sa cave. Wala nga siyang barrel. And mukhang ipa-farm lang din si Alexi B dito ng Mac 10.
Happy no hope for Alexi B dito. Astralis. Adink. Possible
Alam
na
niya.
extra kill. Yup, extra kill for Alexi B. Tapping the bomb. Naspatan siya dito. He knows his offense. Sipnix with clutch shutdown knowing that he is the clutch minister of this match. And bumabawi na siya dito. Dito siya masyado malamig. Also, Farley, good try naman dun sa may middle. Talagang ganda lang nung setup nila dun sa may donut. Pero, good try for G2. Medyo kulang pa sila dun. Knowing that mahina naman kasi talaga yung mga barrel nila dun. And kailangan na nila manalo to if ever bumalik sila. Kumbaga, napaka-important round na to, pre. Kasi 10 na yung Astralis, kailangan at least makalima dito para makapondo man lang.
Pre, 9 straight rounds na dito yung Astralis. Sang ka pa.
Grabe,
Oh my God,
bilis.
dire-diretsong 9 rounds. 2-1, tapos wala yung momentum nasa kanila pa rin. Sa kanilang T-side. Hindi natin expect na Astralis yung magpapakitang gilas dito. Talagang gamay na gamay nila yung buong mapa. Isang op kay Morrissey, hindi pa tumatama or wala rin nakakuwang pick. But pag nag-oversend niya si Config, a possible punish nga. Yun na nga, alam na isang guy, si Config yung naglalurk dito sa rounds ng Astralis. But with the man advantage, G2 Esports, kailangan nila maging maingat. Hindi pa nila mapapondo tong Astralis, no? Double digit round na yan. And alam naman natin na mas stressful nga sa T-side kaysa sa City side. The flank. Ano kung may kita ata yung bomba, pre. Kung mag-right side, hindi niya alam. And Clave dapat mag-i-away siya dito. And Jax gets the head of Clave. A possible info nga para kay Jax. At ayun, nakita niya na yung kayamanan ng Astralis. Down to 30 seconds. 3 months alive para ngayon sa T-side natin. And Farlig with the op. Mabilis na mabilis. Papatay si Jax and also Nico with the trade frag doon kay Jax. And buhay pa si Farlig and Sifnix. Op and si Clutch Meister dito sa round 13. But enough ba yung time para nakaplant? Ito na naman yung angle ni Nico. Expected Sifnix yan. Down to 10 seconds. Kailangan na lang magtago ni Alexi B. Kasi yung plant, no, mas maganda pa ata. At ayun, na-spaman na. And far na lang matitira with the op. Mukhang mapapatay rin dito after the time. Naku, but hindi umabot. Hindi siya namatay doon. Hindi nalagasan ng pera si Firelig. And still, G2 Esports are hoping na maka-close out sila dito or possible maka 5 rounds sa city side nila.
For Astralis, medyo naubusan yata sila ng time doon. And the timing coming from Jax. Yung info play na ginawa nyo, napakalaki for the side of G2. Laking oras yung naubos nila doon. And kita mo naman, wala nang time para mag-beat. Tinatakbo na nga ni Config dito sa middle. Umawi siya dito kay Hunter. And a Sifix, good play down. Tagging down Nico pa to low HP. And what? Ubos na agad ang players ng G2 dito. Just because of that fast default play in Jax and Monisi are left dito. 5v2 situation. 30 seconds pa lang yung lumilipas. And Jax, nakita niya si Config. But Config will get Jax pa rin ng duels. Hindi na nanalo na ang G2. Astralis taking over. Ancient Map and Monisi na lang matitira dito with this off. Kailangan niya nang isave to for next round or else malilintikan talaga sila dito.
Grabe yung ADR ni Fire League. Also, yung tatlong players sa side ng Astralis, pre, Sifix, Config, and Fire League with 100 ADR. And yun na nga, mas mabilis talaga si Fire League ngayon, no? Mas nag-work yung op niya dito against Monisi.
Pre, para sa akin, mas komportable si Fire League mag-off dito kaysa kay Monisi. Kita natin, yung mga galawan ni Monisi, hindi siya masyado nakaka-early pick-off, no? Kumbaga hirap siya and yung timing niya sa mga re-aggressions niya medyo palya. And yun nga, feeling ko ang missing piece nga nila dito is Monisi, knowing na kayang-kaya mag-pop off yan anytime with this op eh.
Oh, low buy for G2 Esports. Sobrang hirap nito. Alam natin nasa tutok na yung Astralis. Tingnan natin kung makakalason pa sila. They will go for the aggressive take nga dito sa may piram kaso hindi magpapatinag yung Astralis dyan. Sakto low lang. Hindi napansin si Blame F. Parang nag-envy doon sa may bira. Napakabilis. Hindi man lang napatay ng MP9. And Monisi, Hunter ang matitira ngayon sa round. Mabilis ang round lang. 30 seconds left. Nakalita kung makaka-recover ba dito yung G2. And 2v5 situation, Hunter with MP9. Mukhang delikado at may ipit din dito sa may cave. And ganda ng timing. Hunter gets the head of Sifnix. Makakanakaw at mababangga doon sa wall sa may cave area natin. Monisi, siya na lang yung tatao sa may B-site. And delikado na rin siya dito. Knowing naka-18 si Farley and a very one-sided half for Team Astralis. 3-12 ang ating scoreline. Tapos T-side pa yun ng Astralis, pre.
Pre, may hirapan ng yung G2 dito sa second half, knowing that nung city side, wala sila masyadong naibaga dito against Astralis. And kita mo naman Astralis having full command to all areas dito ng ancient, mapa-A site, mapa-B site, and yung catwalk area, yung nadadali dito. Kanina pa nakukuha ni Blame if yan. Walang masyadong contest and Fire League. Grabe, props to this guy. Tamang-tama lahat ng ginagawa niya. Bihirang-bihira siya magkamali and kita mo naman namamatay lang siya. Either makakabawa siya ng isang player tapos mamamatay siya or makaka-info siya ng sobrang laki for his team. So, Fire League, ang ganda ng ginagawa niya dito sa first half. Magana yung op niya dito and then G2, mukhang 5-man A take to, sir. Familiar to.
Pistol round. And shoutout pa sa nanonood sa atin dyan sa YouTube channel, ah. Again,
Yun.
ito yung Filipino broadcast ng PGL EU RMR. Welcome na welcome lahat na mag-comment lang kayo dyan sa YouTube channel natin. Shoutout namin kayo. Pero A-hit ang gusto dito ng G2 Esports with bet to smoke do sa donut also sa may city side. Parting makakailang kaya? Oh, the lovely sweep by
Oh!
Jax
What?
hitting 2K sa may A site and 5v3. Grabe yung entry na naman ni Jax. Alam natin kapag naka-pistol dito si Jax, wala, sobrang laking potential na maka-multi-kill siya sa site, but the blame F would punish. Jax pa rin ang gagalaw doon together with Nico and P250 pa ngayon and Sinifnix. The clutch minister or meister sa round na to, wala siyang hawak na kit pero yung top tumatama pa rin. Hindi na pwedeng humarot yung G2 Esports Nico and Monisi. Okay, that's the info na na-dink siya na low HP nga si
Oh.
Sifnix doon. And pistol round, makuha naman ngayon ng G2 Esports. Okay, mukhang good reset lang ang hinahanap ng G2 Esports this time.
Yun na nga yung inihintay natin, yung pistol round, which is makuha ng G2 and Jax. Popping off. Stepping up dito for his team. Getting those 3 hits very clearly. For the side of G2, giving so much space. Leading to their first round dito sa second half. And kailangan nila alagaan to, sir. Kailangan nila mapanalo yung mga at least first 3 rounds nito para maka-build up man lang ng momentum kahit papano. And who knows? Pwede magtuloy-tuloy yun. And Hunter, good spam lang dito sa smoke. But will he expect that config is too close? Dito sa may smoke, nagkakahalika na nga sila. Yun nga, Hunter will spot dito si config. Yung masyadong kitang-kita yung boots na doon and di talaga pwede lumamang dito sa smoke. And Alexi B, okay, contact play yata ang gusto nila dito sa may A. Yung tumatalon lang si Alexi B doon. Spots Glaive and Sidnix mabawi doon sa may kabilang area. But Jax, good entry na naman sa A site. Clearing that off and making it a free A site for G2. Giving so much space. But Cifix, meron siyang AK dito. Possible retake pa ba to for Astralis? Oh, mukhang save na nga. Yep.
Wala silang kit. And okay na yun, nakanakaw sila ng AK-47. Pero mukhang magpapainit naman yun yung G2 Esports. Kung magtuloy-tuloy yung good round calls ni Alexi, pwede nila maging advantage dito sa T-side naman. Hunter, 14 frags, together with his cousin Nico. Mukhang sila talaga yung nagkakasundo, no? Blame FN config kanina.
Yep.
Or Monisi and Jax. Malamigang first half sa kanila. Pero yun nga, yung mga pistols ni Jax, hawak na pistol yan, sobrang katin. Talagang makakaisa siya after niya makaisa, pwede na ulit siyang kumalma.
Ito na yung time na kailangan na talaga mag-pop off ni Monisi dun sa op niya or not even sa op, sabihin natin yung capabilities niya na magbigay ng space ng team, getting those early pick-offs. Sana makita natin yun dito. But then again, Astralis, sobrang laki ng lamang nila. Ang dami nilang opportunities dito para mabasa na yung T-side setup ng G2. So, again, another eco round for Astralis. Pero Civics holding an AK there. Pwedeng-pwede na. Oh, triple
the
nade.
nade.
Yuppie. The UTs coming from Astralis. Super on point naman doon na good call na naman yun coming from Boss Glaive. Oh.
Spam, Hunter with the Mach 10, taking down Glaive. 5v4 situation, patay yung Agile ngayon na Astralis. Hunter lang yung tumatawa sa may donut area. He'll get punished by Fire League. 5-7 lang yan, kumagat pa rin. Bullets, Tito and Jax, mas maghihintay na may push na mga magaganap sa A-main area natin. Only 3 man left para ngayon sa Astralis, no? May isang AK, yun nasa kanina. Paano nila gagalawan to? Siguro abangan nila at hindi na nila lalasunin pa tong G2 Esports Ang ganda ng pag-mark, hindi halos gumagalaw yung G2 sa mapa.
Yep, knowing that man advantage sila, parang nag-e-expect pa sila ng re-aggression dito coming from Astralis, no? But Astralis says no, i-gamble na lang nila dito yung A site. Wala na silang pakialam sa middle area. And A site, okay, tamang paramdam lang si Alexi B dito, pero mukhang alam natin kung saan papunta talaga yung G2 and which is A. Nandito yung bomb on Monesy's hands together with Jax and Nico. I think he will just try to get a kill here para magbigay ng space dito for his team and Nico. Creeping down dito sa B, but bawal yan, sabi ni BlameF, and may info na nga si Nico dun, and G2 has to go para makuha tong B side. 15 seconds remaining and 2 AKs I think will be saved for the side of Astralis. Kasi medyo malayo na to and no kit sila. So better off to save these 2 rifles and armor. Pwede na yan.
We're just waiting na makapag-off na rin si Fire League sa city
Pwede.
side nila.
Yup.
Kanina mainit siya sa off niya Mapati side, nakahanap siya ng mga early pickoffs, early or opening kills sa mga rounds. And this time, kung paano naman siya mag-off sa city side, feel ko pwede, or yun yung meta no? Parang iniiwan yung offer sa may A.
Oo.
Hold lang yung A main, but the blame F with the exit frag. Killing Monesy. Hindi nila pinapainit yung bata and Fire League din. Nakahawak pa rin ng frag. Alam na maraming barrel din sa may A-mid. Saktong shopping lang dyan. Yung Astralis and 6-12. Medyo malapit na. And look at the hype man ng G2 Esports. So si Jax lagi yung dalawa yung trabaho niya dito sa G2 eh. Siya yung maging hype man. Siya yung para nagli-lift up ng team or yung confidence ng team. No? Si Jax yan.
Yup,
Yun
yung...
nakita natin sa attitude niya eh.
Yes sir, yung 3 rounds na ba yun ng G2? Will it be enough para maging momentum na nila dito, lalo na first decent guns to ng Astralis and Fire League? With an off na nga dito, but config. Tamang bantay lang dito sa may middle area and G2 just maintaining the pressure. Dito lang sa mid. Pero hindi sila tutuloy dito. Good flash coming from his teammate. Bulag na bulag yung kakampi niya doon. And yep, we're gonna see a slow play nga dito coming from G2. No? Again, the default. Tingnan natin kung sino mas matibay. Kung sa Astralis ba or sa G2. Kasi halos ganito rin naman yung approach ng Astralis kanina with that catwalk player and late middle round take. Okay, Glaive dito lang sa likod na smoke sa may red room area. Getting an info pero not that much. Going na si Moneysy, naka-mark na nga dito pero napaka-unlikely nun for Moneysy to miss that shot. Sayang yun for Moneysy. Laking info na sana yun. Then makakaisa na sana siya dun sa may middle area.
Oo, ito na. Mukhang sama-sama play lang sa G2 Esports. That's a good smoke. Para na ma-delay yung G2, Astralis. Ang ganda ng hold nila. E1S. Magawak alam nila sobrang crucial nito eh. Possible momentum naman mapunta sa G2 Esports pero yung info na ginagawa ni Config sa may mid, dito na kailangan bilisan ng G2 Esports. 25 seconds, pasok na sila dito sa may site. Nico, nakita ata yung isang guy sa may Av and let's see. Oh, Nico the sig tap, taking down Glaive. Also yung 3 frags ngayon ng Astralis. Fire League din, nakahawak na rin ang off. Only Jax ang matitira. They have the plant. But Jax, kailangan niya lang ng milagro. Di niya rin alam na may guy pa sa may alley, which is si Flamef. 1 HP and a dream. Mapapatay dun si Jax. Grabe, 6-13 ang ating scoreline. Astralis pa rin na mababasag yung momentum ngayon ng G2. And look at the bunny ngayon sa side ng G2 Esports. Makakapag-drop pa naman ng AKs.
Yup, may mukhang naipon naman tong G2 dun sa first 3 rounds nila. But again, Astralis, good readjustments coming from them and hindi sila masyado nagmadali doon. Tamang patience lang and napaka-smart nung mga fights na tinake nila. So it's gonna be Astralis that round. Nakuha na naman nila yon. And G2, medyo nag-aalangan na ata sila sa mga ginagawa nila.
Uy, wait lang. Mid-control agad yung gusto ng G2 Esports and that's Glaive. Grabe, sobrang OP talaga yun ng angle na yun pag nilaro mo sa doon at unang nakita ko yun kay Bit eh. Ngayon, talagang gamit na. Siguro wala lang talaga makagawa sa City, no? Yung ginagawa ni Rain dito. Yung mga wallbang, but blame if anong wallbang, but grabe naman yung Mach 10, tumatalon lang. Sila good one frag
Oh,
sa kanila. Astralis with aggression. Hindi expected ng G2 na anytime lagi nagpo-push dito yung Astralis. But ano nga, nag-overpick pa ata si Config. Ang layo ng katray niya. Si Farlig na nasa likod, hindi agad na puntahan dun si Config. 3v3 situation. Talagang kino-contest ng Astralis. Mapa-B-ramp ban or a mid control ng G2.
yup, and a slow round indeed coming from G2. Kaso lagas na sila dito and I think they're heading towards B. Kaso medyo delikado to. Dalawang
Oh,
players
fade
na
away
nandito
siya.
and a good shot coming from Glaive. Papasok pa lang ng sight sila doon. And Sipnix naspatan pa. Ganda naman ng saluhan ng dalawang yun. So, mahirapan talaga yung G2 dito. It's too late for Jax. And just in time for Sipix to watch that angle. Sir, grabe naman yung
Mhm.
recovery round nung ginawa ng Astralis dun. And na-read also. Dalawang players na yung pinapunta nila dun sa may B and just in time si Glaive. Naka-cancel niya dun agad yung pasok nila sa B site and also props to Config. Siya pa rin talaga yung nag-ano, no pre? Siya pa rin talaga yung umaasim mid-round and siya pa rin talaga yung nagbibigay ng info para sa team. Consistent siya pagdating sa playstyle niyang ganun and yung timing naman niya, napakaayos din naman. Di naman sobrang baruba lang na nagpo-push. And Farlig,
Nako,
masusubukan dito sa A site.
ace-lose
Daming
lang to,
players
pre.
ng G2 and the flick. Tamang tag lang kay Jax, but out na dito ang G2 and Coffin just in time para sa
Oh!
spray na yan. Gets 3. Inuubos na dito ang side ng G2 and once more. Oh my God, Config.
Mm,
Gusto pang pumikin. Hindi nga
going for
binigay
the
dito yung
ace.
space for Hunter and Nico na lang matitira dito sa T-base. Walang kahirap-hirap yan for Astralis. Ganda lang ng saluhan nila dun, pre. Kanina pa eh.
Safe map point. Ang masasabi natin ngayon sa Astralis, hindi ganun kaganda yung economy ng G2 Esports. Walang gumaganang digas, no? Map 1 pa lang, kahit na low gun dito, walang nagwo-work. Hindi nakakalason. Unlike kapag naglaro yung face clan, di ba? Mga digis tumatama talaga. Well, on this matchup naman, G2 Esports and Astralis, both players or lahat ng players sobrang aware sa economy ng isa't isa. And map point will go for the side of Astralis. 6-15 ang ating scoreline. Nico still finding a frag para na makakuha ng rifle for the next round. So safe to say this round will go for Astralis naman. 6-15. Malayo. G2 Esports mukhang nabigyan kasi dun kanina no 12 half natin and Fire League hindi or tatama pa rin yung op niya di sa ating second half with that lead ng Astralis. Naglo-look forward na ba tayo or maglo-look forward na ba tayo dito sa ating decider map?
Yup, match point secured indeed. For the side of Astralis naman, bawing-bawi talaga sila dun sa may Dasto na yon and kita mo naman, Astralis map pick nila to and talagang pinakita kung bakit nila pinili itong mapa. Kumbaga komportable sila for both sides of the map. Kita mo naman yung movement nila all throughout the rounds. Napakaswabe lang
Na
si
si
Fix.
Sipix naman.
An early kill doon sa may B-side. And then Config na ipit na nga dito sa
Oh!
mid hunter. With the 2 kills, opening that B-side for the side of G2. Oh my gosh, those opening kills coming from Hunter. Kailangan na kailangan nila yon. And Glaive, kumukuha ng info dito sa A main. Pero Jax, will he expect this? A good jiggle coming from Jax. Ayun na nga. Nahuli niya si Glaive doon. And I think A is open for G2. Dire-diretso na dito ang players nila. And Cifix low pa. Hindi yata makakapag-cancel ng plant dito. And I think it's gonna be a call for save for Astralis. Bumabawi naman dito yung G2 and Hunter. Okay. Hindi papasaven dito si Cifix but I think he won't expect for Farlig to be this far.
Mhm.
Okay.
So,
Pero hinahanap pa rin siya, pre.
oo, hinahanap pa rin siya and wala
Oh
maganda
no!
yung pera ng Astralis kaso yung timing, makita ba ni Firelight dito si Hunter, mainit na mainit pa rin and Astralis dun sa round na yun, ano nag-iiba lang sila ng setup, wala na rin mawawala sa kanila 'no? Siguro kung maging overconfident lang sila dito sa ating second half, puwedeng-puwede makahabol yung G2 Esports Pero still, they're trying lang naman na maiba yung setup plays, hoping na makalamang agad sa tao. Buti na si Hunter, ang ganda ng reaction doon sa may catwalk.
Yep, buti na lang si Hunter nag-take ng initiative doon kasi wala talaga nagpo-push for the side of G2. Wala sila magalawan na area dito. And Hunter proving himself like a Kovac. Getting those first 2 kills for G2. Napakalaking space doon. And ayun na nga, nahuli na yung mga re-aggressions ng Astralis. And again, a default for the side of G2. Taking those map. Oh, saan galing yun? Oh, config again. Umasim na naman dito sa may middle area. Gets Alexi B. Dun sa may catwalk. Man advantage for the side of Astralis. Monocy. Tag down to 33 HP pa dito. Contact play coming from Nico. Gets the head of Blaymeth. Good equalizer to for G2 since kanina pa sila nabubuli dito ng Astralis sa pagdating sa mga mid-round pushes. And yup, pagod molly dito. Malalaman na si Config but Sipix just in time to help Config. Pero si Hunter bumabawi pa rin. Pre, grabe yung trades dito ng both teams.
Grabe nga yung trades na pinapakita, but wala 3v3 pa rin. Naka-regroup na dito yung G2 Esports. Monacy, siguro ma-hold niya yung magpa-plant ng bomb sa G2 Esports. Mas mabilis si Firelig doon. And ayun na nga, na-swarm na agad ng gato kabilis. Hindi na inintay yung plant. And that's Jax with the 1v2 situation. Mapaplant niya ba yung bomb? So magandang discipline lang ang papakita ng Astralis. Pwede na nila makuha tong mapa na to. And Firelig talagang hindi siya nagbi-miss with this off shot. Ready na ba sa swing? Dito si Clave and good for the info play lang. Down to 15 seconds. Here comes the fake plant. And ang ganda doon ng mark ni Firelig. So 16 to 7 ang ating score. We'll go or we will proceed naman dito sa ating map 3 Vertigo. And still a good fight for G2 Esports. Wala, nakalamang sila nakalamang yung Astralis sa first half no? 12-3 yung scoreline. Sobrang layo na yun. Knowing na T-side nga, di natin expect na si Firelig magpa-pop off at sobrang ganda nung laruan niya dito sa Ancient.
Yup, pre, pinatunayan talaga ng Astralis kung bakit nila pinili tong Ancient. Napaka-komportable nila doon. Kita naman natin sa galaw nila sa mapa, napaka-loose lang nila, no? And confident talaga sila sa mga ginagawa nila, buong buo yung loob nila. And also, yung support players ng Astralis, napakalaking bagay yan. Against G2, knowing na mahilig kumontak play yan. And yun na nga, gumana yun for side of Astralis. Wala tayong masasabi doon. Talagang kita mo naman, mapa T-side, mapa City side, better setups yung pinapakita ng Astralis. And talagang laging naiipit yung G2 pagdating sa pagpasok nung sites, no? And again, Astralis will take that map 2. Napaka one-sided nun. 16 to 7 yun, Lods. And pwede yan maging momentum para sa decider map pa natin.
Feeling ko yung tumulong din dun sa matchup na yun. Firelig, di ba? Yung op ni Firelig. And knowing dito sa Vertigo, sige, pag-usapan muna natin kung anong mga posible maganap dito. Astralis, nakita natin ito maglaro against, nakalimutan ko na sino yung nakalaban nila dito sa Vertigo. Pero, I'm expecting a lot sa side or sa city side ng Astralis dito sa Vertigo. While G2 Esports, siguro nagkakaroon ng mga solo plays no dun sa Ancient map. Nag-lock sila sa mga trade or hindi ganun or di enough yung mga refrags dito ng teammates or mga individual frags ng G2 Esports. Doon nahihirapan yung side nila. Also, hindi nila napigilan yung init ng ng Astralis nung nag-T-side.
Yup, and feeling ko for map 3, kailangan lang talaga nila pigilan si Firelig and also config with those middle round aggressions na doon talaga nahihirapan yung G2 So, ayun, Astralis will take that map 2 away from G2 leading to a decider match.
So next map natin will be Vertigo pero yun nga guys, shoutout sa mga viewers natin dyan sa YouTube channel.
Yun no?
Yan, batiin muna natin mga nanonood sa atin dyan. Yui,
Yes,
yan,
sir.
sila Irving, yung mga loyalista natin sa ating YouTube channel. Or sa Facebook, huwag kayo maya mag-chat or mag-comment lang dyan. Dire-diretso, mababasa rin natin yan. And ayun na nga, 1-1 ang ating series, tied up into one-sided second map pa nga ng Astralis. And for us, mukhang mag-break lang muna kami sandali. 10 minutes break lang mga sir. Huwag kayong alis dyan. We'll be right back. Official Filipino broadcast. Dito lang yan sa Focus Fire Gaming.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
And we are back dito sa official Filipino broadcast ng PGL RMR. 1-1 ang ating series, Astralis versus G2 Esports. Kami pa rin may sa'yo for this or for tonight, this Kenoit.
And this is Naufu.
And yun nga guys, don't forget to like and share the stream. Kanina muntik na tayo umabot ng 1K or umabot na tayo 1K sa YouTube channel natin and also sa Facebook channel. Huwag kayong mahiya mag-comment and supportahan yung napupusuan yung team. And also yung mga bettors natin dyan. Please do check out rivalry.com/focusfire and use the code WXC to get a 100% welcome bonus. And yun nga, Ancient, siguro masabi natin na one-sided nga yun for Astralis naman.
Yep, one-sided indeed for the side of Astralis. Doon kita mo naman all sides. Mapati side, mapa city side. Talagang kain na kain ng Astralis, no? Map control pa lang, nahihirapan na yung G2. Either way, talagang hindi sila makagalaw, pre. Kahit sa map control or yung pagpasok ng site. Kumbaga, na map control pa lang, lagas na or dami nang naubos na time for G2. Then again, nung pagpasok pa ng site, mas maganda yung protocols ng Astralis eh. And yun nga, Fire League popping off together with CFX naman. Si CFX yung malamigan last match pero kita mo naman, siya yung bumawi dito with a 1.67 rating. But for G2, Hunter, masyado mabigat yung team para sa kanya. Siya yung may 20 kills dito with 1.28 rating. The rest, hindi man lang umabot ng 1. And Monisi, sobrang malamig. Wala siyang makuha na fights doon. And his op, medyo malamigan nga. Laging naiiwasan or laging nakaka-info yung Astralis kung nasan siya naglalaro. So, mahirapan ka nga naman talaga doon. And masyadong check lang talaga yung G2 that time, pre.
Tsaka, looking at the stats dito sa ating decider map, Vertigo nga, G2 Esports has a 100% win percentage, no? With the 3 maps played sa mapang to. Medyo nakakatakot for Astralis naman. They only have 33%. And puro green lang naman dito sa side ng G2. Not being biased, pero sabi nga ng stats, feeling ko mas mapapalagan ng G2 kasi hindi rin sila nakapondo ng na one-sided niya sila doon ng Astralis, knowing Astralis sa Vertigo. May mga times na nasi-check pa rin sila, may mga times na naglalak or nagkakaroon pa rin ng mga small errors. Pero malay mo naman, mapagkaroon nila si Ponisi dito sa Vertigo, di pa siya na masyado nakakabaril eh. Si Fire League talaga yung mas nag-perform dito with the op.
Kumbaga, yung style kasi ni Fire League is positional offer siya, no? And kita mo naman, ang ganda ng mga mid-round aggressions niya. Tapos yung mga late round anchor sa site. Yun talaga yung nagiging advantage niya itong Astralis. Also pag T-side sila, ang laking bagay niya pag post plan. Kumbaga 3v4 situation, napapanalo pa nila dahil sa op niya. And yun na nga, makakita tayo dito ng op battle against Monisi and Fire League naman. And Monisi, will he redeem himself dito sa last match natin para sa series na to, Astralis G2. Ito na sir, pistol round. Let's see.
Grabe, ang daming utilities sa T-side ng G2 Esports. Full utilities para LXB, no? Grabe yung invest na utility dito. Also, Monisi, meron din siyang one smoke. Siguro kung iti-take nila tong A-ramp, but Nico with the P50. Spotted one doon kay Blamef. Delikado, kaso nga lang Blamef with the 2K, mabilisan lang. 4v3 situation, grabe ginapang yung parang nakita natin kagabi na ginawa ni Nico Dos, pero this time USP naman yung gamit ni Blamef. Tatlo yung matitira dito, utilities dito, Jax with the pistol, nakakatakot pa rin. Kanina naka-double kill siya. And this time, expected niya rin si Blamef, nagtatago lang sa kanyang lungga dito sa may sandbox area. But by time na ginagawa dito, Blamef malalaro rin yung smoke. Nico, kailangan niya nila pumitas, sobrang on point and sharp lang ng USP sa side ng Astralis. Morrissey and Jax ang matitira ngayon sa G2 Esports. Makakaisa, pwede pa makuha ng G2 to, knowing na si Blamef sobrang low, hindi na siya agad nakarepo sa may sandbox area natin. 40 seconds left, and that's the info. Good flash para kay Fire League. Hindi pa rin namamatay yung low HP guy. Blamef still buying some time para lang matulungan dito ng kanyang teammates. Isang flash na lang ang katulong niya dun. Sobrang laking tulong ni Blame F dito. Tingnan mo. Si Moni, hindi niya rin mapitas. Inaabangan niya. Kailangan mag-plant ni Moni ng bomb.
Pero hindi ko tila, no?
Sobrang hirap po. Disiplina lang talaga. O yun na nga. Nakakabang shot. But the Blame F round, indeed, dito sa ating pistol round.
Yup, Blame F naman dito ang babawi sa may A-ramp area, setting off for his team yung early 2 pick-offs niya doon. Ang ganda naman yung angle na ginawa na doon. Ayun nga, tama ka dyan partner, parang malaniko dos yung ginawa niya doon. And kita mo naman, the discipline coming from this team. Blame F, nagtatago lang dito. Last guy lang naman na yun. Kailangan na lang pumasok ng site yan. And what a round. Coming from Astralis, pwede yan maging momentum starter.
Oh, wait
para
lang. Low
sa
si
kanila.
config. Low si
Uy,
config. Saan
bilis
nanggaling
na,
yung load na
oo.
yun? Mabilisan. Siya yung nakahawak ng FAMAS. Safe Nix. Yo, munti ka pa ma-off guard. Pero ang ganda ng spray. Lahat tumama kay Hunter. Kaso hindi na nag-isip din dito yung G2 Esports is alam nila na si Sifix ay nag-hold sa may B site. Kuha nila itong B. Good for plant. Sakto, ang ganda rin ng swing ni Config. Down to 4 HP pa yan pero pumipitas pa rin. Hindi mapitas ngayon ang Tech Knights ng G2 Esports. And kasama pang USP, Nico left the 37 HP and a Deagle dito sa ating round 2. Munti ka pa ma-off guard si Fireleg. That's the 2 straight rounds ngayon sa Astralis.
Yup, tinry naman talaga na mag G2, mag-contact play doon. And ganda naman talaga nung ginawa nila no early. Na low nila si Config, medyo basag yung armor niya doon. And possible for a one-side hit na nga yung ginawa nila. But then again, yung Astralis, ang bilis ng reaction nila. And yung rotations nila were just in time para makatulong doon sa B-side. And yung ganda ng depensa nila. And G2 is gonna be broke here in Alexi B trying to get a pick off pero di siya tatama dito and an A-ramp has been given for the side of Astralis.
Aga aggression pre oh. Naparod na natin to lagi once na low or low gun si Glaive. Most of the time siya lang din yung tumatao din sa may ramp. Tutulungan niya lang dyan na Blame F, double angle, Config gets one. Taking down Alexi B again, the upgraded pistols, hindi mag-work. Sa tayo ng G2 Esports, nabawasan sila agad ng tao, which is si Config lang pumipitas dito. They have a lot of info na ginagawa ni Glaive sa may A-ramp. Oh no, mukhang clean up round lang to for G2 or for Astralis naman. Farm ba si Glaive dito? Glaive gets 2. Sakto, 4K on his bank. But Nico, ang matitira, hindi ito matama yung kanyang Deagle. Or puro body shot yung Deagles ngayon ni Nico. Hoping na makakita tayo ng mga sick one taps ni Nico. But this time, medyo naiilang siya sa Astralis. And I think clean round for Astralis naman to.
Yup, clean round indeed. And si Nico na lang nagtatry dito para makaisabit. An off angle coming from Sapix will seal the round and will get their third for this matchup naman. So, momentum is on the side of Astralis and this is time kung makikita natin yung G2 makabasag momentum again or I think we're going to see another 3-1 na naman if ever maka-entry kill dito si Monisi with this off. Feel ko magta-try na to mag-aasim na to since sobrang lamig niya last match. Alam mo yung parang gigil ka makabawi and bigay na space for the team. And ayun na nga, Config, masyado maaga dito sa gitna. And yun, nakuha si Jax. Getting off his head doon sa may middle area. And tamang mamba out na nga si Config doon. Man advantage agad for Astralis and Monisi with his off.
Double nade.
Yup.
Grabe na yun. Tinatauhan talaga na Astralis tong A-ramp natin. Nico, sumasaga siya. Sakto lang yung mga flash. Kaso tatlo yung kalaban niya doon. Hindi niya alam kung sino unahin niya. And grabe, gumagana pa rin yung MP9 ni Glaive dito. Makakuha rin siya ng A1S. Again, A-ramp control for G2 Esports. Hindi nag-work. Kasi ang ganda ng counter utilities na binibigay na Astralis dito. Glaive still going for the re-aggression. Hoping na mapunish si Hunter dito sa melee yellow area natin. Tingnan natin kung sino na makakita sa dalawang to. Good jiggle pick lang ginawa doon ni Glaive. But Hunter, may mapa. Hindi expected yung second guy pero mamamatay pa rin si Fireleague. Down to 3v3 dito sa ating round. Bukas na nga yung A-ramp. Dalawa yung matay sa side ng Astralis. Wala pang rotation na nagaganap sa city side natin. Okay, wall of smokes. Good counter utility. Pero may info dyan si Hunter. Alam niya na wala pa naka-cross or closed na naka-angle dito sa may A site. And the lurk, ito yung mag-iiba ng round, no? Kung maganda yung lurk ni Config, kung hindi siya ma-check sa may ramp, possible round nga nila ito. And Config gets 2 hits dito sa may ramp. Also Sipnis na nakapamas lang.
Good.
Malinis na retake. Hindi na pinapwesto sa post plant. Ito yung G2 Esports. And again, 4 straight rounds. Momentum. Alam nyo na kanino nasa city side. Astralis.
Yup, that was the first decent guns or buy round of G2. Pero kita mo naman Config. Ganda ng early pick off niya dun sa may middle area. And again, grabe pa yung lurk niya dito or flank pagdating dun sa retake. Kita mo naman sobrang on point niya until this time. Map 3 na to Lods and still Config is very consistent. So it's gonna be 4-0 nga. Hindi na patunayan yung G2 na kaya nilang basagin yung momentum ng Astralis. Kumbaga anytime, no? And napapost sila dito. And wala si Nico. Parang na-log out yata. Yup, a tech pause. Dito
Wait
muna.
lang. Kwentuhan muna tayo dito habang tech pause. Na-off dip ba dito si Bonis pre? Parang
Wait, pare. Oo,
hindi siya napitas ng off nina, no? Malay mo this time. Wala, T-side. Sobrang dalang lang natin makakita ng offer. Mas nasa T-side ka. Tapos vertigo pa yung map.
Yup, knowing Municipal, alam naman natin na lakas talaga niya mag-op no? Kumbaga sa duels. Pasok talaga yung op niyan but feel ko parang nagugulangan siya ni Farlig doon sa may Ancient since mas komportable siya. And yung mga positions nga, sobrang napakasakto lang para sa kay Farlig, no? So, ito na. Bumili ulit yung G2, sir. Palagan talaga to.
Palagan and gun rounds ngayon sa Astralis. But G2, sobrang kailangan nila itong round. Kung ayaw nilang dire-diretso dito yung Astralis on their city side pa. Let's see the off angle. Ganda. Off angle yung nag-config. But the trade is there. Good trade na rin. Para dun kay Jax. 4v4 situation and Astralis being realistic dito sa ating round, no? After that kill, hindi na ulit aasim at maasa sila na magkakaroon ng errors yung G2 once na nag-take sila sa ating B site. And let's see kung ma-hold back nito ni Sifnix. Again, Sifnix yung tumataw sa may B site. Kilala natin si Sifnix na sobrang steady hold ng ginagawa niya dito or kahit ibigay mo sa kanya yung buong site, kaya niya i-hold but this time around wala siyang utilities. Pag namolit lang siya doon sa Mistil, sobrang delikado para sa kanya but utilities are not good din sa side ng G2 Esports. And yun yung whiff para kay Sifnix. Open na nga yung B site and Hunter good kill para sa side na G2. Looking forward na makukuha rin sila dito ng first round. Sa nilang T-side naman, good molotov. Makapag-plant ba? Saktong-sakto lang. Morrissey plant the bomb for G2 Esports and Astralis going for the retake. Ang dami nilang pera dito. Good one-way smoke din. Big Clave and ang ganda rin ng swing ni Hunter but the trade hindi na maabutan agad and dalawa pa yung kailangan pitasin dito ni Fardig. AK tinapon niya yung op since makakapag-buy naman sila next round ng op. Na first round, I think G2 Esports nakasolusyon dito naman sa may B site.
Yup. Ganda ng trades ng both teams but then again G2 mukhang nakahanap ng solusyon. Op, Farley gets one but no, Nico says no. Yun nga, walang save dito para kay Farley. Unang puntos na itong G2 naman. Ano pa? Ganda nung ginawa ng G2 doon. Pag naisip nila, di naman natin kailangan i-take talaga yung A-ramp. Tamang pressure lang. Mamintain lang nila yung pressure doon. And ayun na nga, successful yung B-hit dito with that entry kill. Coming from Hunter. Kovac again.
Yup. Shout out to you, Joshua Aquino, dyan sa ating YouTube channel. So, round 6 na dito sa ating first half. Again, G2 struggling na makakuha pa ng at least 5 rounds dito sa nilang side. Monesi hindi rin siya na makakapag-invest ng op. Will go for the AK. Kailangan nila painitin tong batang to. Ito yung parang last option nila, no? Para mapantayan sa firepower yung Astralis. So, the angle, hindi expected yung swing dito ni Farlig din. Napakagandang hold sa may mid din. And Daymef with the A1S. Tamang sabit lang sa may platform area. 3v2. Onis and Nico yung matitira. The duo, yung pinakamakating players pa side ng G2 yung matitira dito. Well, i-hit. 2 Molotovs. Counter utility naman sa side ng Astralis. No choice na. Monisi, hindi na sila mag-rotate doon sa may B side and he'll get punished by Sivnix. Nico ang matitira ngayon this time. And feel ko, i-stick na lang to ni Config and try na lang nila i-cover up yung defuse. Tatlo yung kailangan pitasin ni Nico dyan. Hindi na rin gagana yung taps and that's Astralis round dito sa ating round 6. 5-1 ang ating score. G2 Esports, kailangan nila magpainit. Also, feel ko kailangan na rin na mag-ambag ni Alexi B sa, sa frags.
Yeah, pre, napakaganda talaga ng sistema ng Astralis, no? Kita natin ng mga mid-round. Kita mo naman yung setup nila, talagang tiwala lang sa teammate and yung saluhan. Sir, mahirap yan pag nagkamali ng timing yung kakampi mo pagdating sa saluhan kasi pwede maging disgrasya yun eh. Kung off timing, no trades yung naganap, wala talaga mangyayari yun. But for Astralis, ganda ng mid-round setups nila. Nakapitas sila dun sa may middle area. Yun nga, yung saluhan ni Config in Fire League dun din. Yung retake pa nila, sir. Napakasimple lang. Napaka-standard lang pero yung utility management talaga. May natira pang molly sa kanila eh. Parang dalawa pang natira mong molly yata yun and kita mo naman, gamit na gamit yun for that retake with just one na UT.
And with that 55% win percentage sa Astralis na tagang city side, talaga pinapakita nila na strong side nila to while G2 Esports, hindi pantay-pantay yung barel. Nila din sa ating round 7, 3 pistols lang yung hawak nila while Astralis sobrang healthy ng utilities nila. Also yung magbaril, no? Late flash and pick use si Sifnik. Delikado and risky yung ginagawa niya doon sa kabilang mapa naman. Dalawa na agad yung namatay. Again, trade frags pa rin after makauna doon ng Astralis. Mabilis ang trade lang. Expect natin makakita tayo ng mga burst setup. Kaso yung off angle dito ng Astralis, tignan natin kung magdedire-diretso sa may peak. Si Nix, good hold ba to para sa kanya? In the second, hinabol ni Alexi B, pero nandyan si Blame para tulong. Si Nix, and a 4v1, napatay pa nga ni si Nix, or hindi pa nga siya napasok dito sa may B site. Hindi rin hawak ni Jax yung boba. And may info ngayon, yung 3 B players ng Astra. Bruce lang si Jax, and meron pa nga sa likod, Glaive, 6-1, 5 rounds gap for G2 Esports.
Yup, nadadali talaga sila sa setups ng Astralis and kita mo naman si Fix. Sakto-sakto lang yung smoke niya doon sa may side. Tamang self-smoke lang para pa nga ma-delay itong G2 sa pagpasok ng B-side and Blamef. Ang ganda ng salon niya doon sa may backgen. Alam niyang hindi wall yung smoke doon and nilabas niya talaga para makatulong kay Safix there. So, another good defense setup coming from Astralis and Monesi with the off naman dito. Makakita na ba tayo ng amazing shots
Maasim na
from
naman.
this wonder kid?
Tingnan natin, ang ganda ng boost. Yun lang, sakto-sakto. One-way smoke kay Nico to take down Config. Kanina pa nila inaasim tong ramp. Ayan na muna yung solusyon ngayon. And wala ring info sa gapang na ginagawa ni Nico and Clay. Pares gusto umasin nitong teams na to. Hunter sa kabila naman will take down Safenix sa may B-side.
Oh no.
EV5, napakagandang gapang to kay Nico. Knowing na sobrang laki nung hawak niyang dito sa A-site. Yung area na hawak niya sa may A-site. Kitang-kita niya na nakaangat pa rin dito yung Astralis. Sana magpalason dito ay nag-glaive, good pop flash para kay Blamef. Kaso hindi sila aware na nasa likod nga lang si Nico. Good Molotov, but Blamef makakadalawa pa rin. Iniwan si Fireleague dito sa ating round 8. Try niya i-clutch tong round na to and look at the distance sa side ng G2. Expected nila na close lang at naka-repo or naka-quest agad si Fireleague sa may A site. Sakto low lang din si Hunter 'no. If ever man mauna ni, Fireleague, dito si, Jack. Ayun na nga, nakita yung bomb, kaso mas on point to si Jax with the headshot. 6-2 and G2 Esports. Nahihirapan sila dito sa may A-ramp, pero with that help sa flank ni Nico, ayun yung, nagbaliktad dun sa ating, round.
Yup, a fresh idea na naman dito coming from G2. Buti na lang may mga ganito silang tinatago. A good boost dun sa may A-ramp just to open that A-ramp area para makalusot sila sa may scaffolding. And ayun na nga, good timing from Nico dun sa may A para ma-open up talaga. And another din yung discipline ng G2. Di rin natin makakount off yun. Ito mo naman yung ginawa nila dun nung late round. Di sila nagmadali sa A side.
Napalaga talaga tong ramp po. Tingnan mo na, wala na magkakitaan dyan dahil sa smoke. But G2 Esports, libreng-libre nila makukuha to. Wala ring matatag dun sa utilities ng Astralis. Well, Hunter pa rin yung mag-play as a lurk. Guy off guard lang. Sana gusto ni Nico dito and aware na aware si Fireleague na lagi may nagko-close angles sa A-ramp. Well, Sifnix, iniba niya naman yung pwesto sa may B side. Expected ba to? Good pick off kay Hunter, taking the head of Sifnix. Pasok agad sa B side and kailangan pala ganun yung config. Tingnan natin kung makakailan siya dito sa may B. Wala na ring utilities and they will go for the boost play. Saktong-sakto lang yan si Config. Sisirahan yung boost na yan at yung tore na ginagawa dito ng G2 Esports. Going for the 4K. Malinis na malinis. Astralis, 7 rounds. Nakangiti na nga si Glaive dun sa round na yun. Good reaction at backup para kay Sifnix. Config still proving sobrang ng rifle niya dito sa ating first half.
Until map 3, gumagana pa rin si Config. Napaka-consistent talaga nito player na to. Tingnan mo naman yung rotation nila just in time para di makapasok yung players ng G2 dun sa may P-site in the Config with the last on play. And ganda naman ng timing niya sa pag-pick doon. Good spray down, good spray control, getting those two and leading to a 4K. Config tayo dito muna, sir.
Config round ata dun nagulangan no. Hindi nila expected na lalaroin na Astralis retake na lang. Kaso may isa pa silang problema which is si Config na laging umaasim, hindi nila or di binibigyan yung G2 Esports ng space sa mga site. Iniipit lagi nila Glaive yung A-ramp hit din dito ng G2 Esports. And from there, hindi nakakapwesto agad yung T-side. Pa-flash, trying to control the A-ramp. Mabilis lang and aware na aware. Hindi rin bulag dyan si Blamef. Take down Hunter but Nico, he has the Hero AK para sa round 10. Aasahan natin si Nico dito for G2 side. Hoping na makarami pa siya with the low guns nga nila. Kaso nga lang mapatitake down siya dito ni Fireleague. Also Glaive. Spatan si Alexi may ramp. Medyo nahihirapan dito yung G2 Esports. Hindi sila makakat sa may A site. Sobrang passive lang din naman yung B player nila which is si Six, no? Pero yung mga flashes na binabato ng Astralis, sobrang ayos lang. And the nade, double kill and a Kobe para kay Fireleague. Jax ang matitira with the A1S. Mukhang hindi niya na rin itatry to or marami pa naman siyang time na lang mo dumamage sa economy ng Astralis. Kaso dalawa yung kalaban niya dyan. And 8-2 ating scoreline. Again, 6 kasi yung kalaban dito ng G2 Esports. No? 5 masakit na players and yung mga utilities pa na binabato nila.
Grabe yung ginagawa dito ng Astralis, sir. Ganda nung pinapakita nilang aggression sa A-ramp. Ayaw talaga nila ibigay sa G2. Then, G2, hirap na hirap talaga i-take hanggang sandbags, no? And Nico, tinry magka-timing doon but Fireleague was very aware na kayang gawin yun ng G2 and I think that was a Fireleague round. Perfect UT pa yung ginamit niya doon just to seal the kill doon sa 2 players ng G2.
Most of the time, G2 Esports talagang try nila na i-contest tong A-ramp hold ng Astralis. Knowing Astralis, nakita natin maglaro to sa sa city side pa lang. Glaive, no? And Fireleague, lagi tumatao din sa may A-ramp. Hindi nila mapitas kasi lagi sila nakaharot ni Config sa ibang area ng mapa.
Yup.
Hirap na hirap sila pumesto.
Okay, tinatry ulit nila dun sa may A-ramp area. Creeping off lang dito si Nico together with his team. Ayun nga, si Kovac Hunter. Nasa likod nyo dyan sa scaffolding area sila gagalaw. And Astralis, I think they're very much aware na dito nga papunta yung G2 kasi kanina pa sila nagdo-doorbell eh. And mag-glaive, okay. Counter UTs ang ginagamit dito ng Astralis para lang ma-delay ng onte but Modesty dito sumusubok pumitas kahit isang player man lang pero wala siyang mahuhuli dito na miss shot coming from Modesty. Good flashes coming from Farlig and Glaive will seal that kill but Nico better swing. Yun nga, nakadalawang punta sa Nico opening up that side and Nico once more but Farlig says no. Dito, good shot coming from Farlig. Naripig from him. Nalow lang dun si Jax. And it's all up to the clutch minister to clutch this round for Astralis and Jax with the low HP. Together with
Nako.
Hunter, dito sa Irap, but the
Mismo.
smoke has been dropped. Pero a spam. Oh, what? Oh, okay. May gap lang yung smoke. Kala ko naman. Na-smoke lang si Cifix doon. Oh, what a round coming from G2. Series of trades. Ang dami nangyari dun sa A site and talagang ang dami lang si Nico dun sa A short, no? Kaya nabigyan ng space.
Mhm. Dun sa kill or yun yung pinaka ano eh, crucial dun yung miss shot ni Monisi. Siguro kung napitas niya
Okay.
agad, walang mababawasang play sa side ng G2 Esports. And also Farlig nakakatakot na siya yung tumatao din sa may A site most of their rounds or Astralis rounds. Talagang nakakatulong si Farlig din sa may A para matulungan mag-hold yung kanyang team. G2 Esports, di pa tayo nakita ng B setup. Lagi si Config nabasag yung ano eh, yung unahang setup dito ng G2 sa B site. Kaya siguro try naman nila na ulit-ulitin yung A-ramp. Nahanapan na rin naman nila ng butas and siguro ma-take down agad nila si Farlig. Ayun eh, yung nagbibigay ng disgrasya dito sa G2 Esports.
Yup, mukhang Aram talaga yung gusto nilang kunin dito against Astralis since kanina pa talaga sila nabubuli. And ito na nga, with the flash dito, just to back up Monisi pero babalik siya dun sa angle na yan. Pero a lot of smokes being thrown dito sa A. Hindi ko alam bakit. Sobrang daming harang. Wala talaga maspatan yung offer dito and I think this will take more time para sa side ng G2 para pa-control yung A-ramp and config? What is this unusual gun? Okay, naka-shotgun sa dito sa middle area but Jax mukhang nakakaamoy nga siya ng close range fight doon and ayaw niya na i-risk dito. And 1 minute remaining. No info for both teams. Wala pa silang map control masyado. And ano to? Oh, good nade!
Oh! Grabe na yun, nagparamdam na agad ng nade while Nico, hindi niya expected si Glaive na nakaupo lang dito sa may smoke. Possible tiyate kung sino unang makakita dyan at sino may ayun na nga, si Glaive pa yung unang nakita doon while Hunter, nakareact na sila agad din sa may B. Taking to Sipnix, kanina pa nag-hold, dito si Farlig, wala siya magagawa but the 5-7 ni Blame F, mabilis ang trade down doon kay Farlig. Ang hirap na baril or kung naman si Config naka-XM lang for shotgun dito sa round na to. Paano ito may retake ng ganito kadali with the no utilities left on their pockets? Let's see, 5-7, natagagad ko. Tabi lumaragas ang fight shotgun dito. Well, the post plant is good. 1v1 situation. Morrissey, bilang sarag miss yung kanyang off shot. Wala rin namang hit dito si Blame F and na Morrissey surviving that round for G2 Esports. Nakakatakot yung shotgun ni Config. Grabe, kala ko easy kill na dun. Yung pinatay niya sa generator.
Yup, kala ko nga parang good for bait lang si Config doon but kita mo naman nakaisa pa siya doon and almost dangerous round for G2 but then again Monisi, ito na ba yung nakikita natin? Nagsi-step up na siya and nagpapainit na ba talaga? Kita mo naman yung post plant niya doon. Linis lang against Blame F.
Mhm.
Heavy mid dito para sa G2 pero nakita ni Jackson na may nakakross ang ladder and yup, he will expect Config to be on the right side at the top. From Jax, tamang linis lang dito sa may middle area. Gets the head of Glaive and Hunter. Pressuring down sa B. Taking some space and getting a lot of info. And yun na nga, Hunter gets safe fix. So, tamang linis lang ata ng round dito yung G2 and grabe yung contact play na pinapakita nila. So, it's only up to Farlig and Blame F para man lang maka-damage this round and blame if lumalapit na nga siya dito sa may short and hard. They're aware na pa-insight na dito but Alexi B will clean off far leg. Blame if na lang ang matitira. Pero still, G2 is still very cautious. And yun na nga, tamang linis lang that round. Good anti-eco for G2. Pwede
3
to,
rounds
sir.
gap. Pwede pa na mapondo at ma-8 to 7 nila dito yung first half. At least nakabawi sila sa T-side, no? Kanina, kain na kain talaga ng Astralis eh.
Oo.
So,
Sama eh.
tapos, sama nung lamon na lamon nila yung yung mga utilities
Uy.
na binabato doon ng Astralis. And double tack or timeouts na yung ginawa dito ng Astralis. Looking forward sa nilang double digit round naman. Siguro may ni-explain lang dito yung or nililinis lang ulit ng G2 Esports kung paano nila i-take yung A-site. Gumagana naman eh. Kaso biglang mag-miss si Monisi siguro do sa mga off shots na kailangan to make it their man advantage.
Yup, Monisi is the integral part nga dito for G2. Kailangan hindi na siya mag-miss sa mga simple shots na ganun. And knowing Monisi, alam natin na kayang-kaya niya talaga umentry anytime pre. Alam mo yung pag nanggigil yan, tas yung sobrang flashy na maglaro. Alam mo yung, yun yung time na feel niya na talaga eh. But nonetheless, medyo malamig pa rin si Morris dito and Nico. Again, likes to flirt with his smoke. But ayun nga lang, mahuhuli siya ni Glaive. Power siya in a sudden B-hit. Ang nangyayari dito, napakabilis. But Config was ready to rotate and Simpix holding this B-side alone. Ayun lang, Simpix whipping those shots in Hunter. Ang ganda ng bawi niya dito and opening up that B-side. 2 players are low. Jax and Hunter down to almost 1 HP. And I think this is gonna be a
Pwede
retake
pa.
for Astralis. Yup.
Dalawang low sa side ng G2. Ito na nga yung nade, yung mag-iiba. Kaso, hindi enough. Konting tag lang and Jax with the headshot. 1 bullet lang kailangan dun kay Fireleague. Only Glaive, the IGL. Tatlo yung kalaban niya. Ang ganda ng pagmamark dito ng Monisi. Getting the head of Glaive. 8 to 6. G2 still recovering their rounds dito sa nilang T-side.
Yup.
Parang same setup pa rin yun Paramdam sa may A-ramp. Tapos biglang B-hit. Sira yung rotation. Also si Phoenix, nalito siya kung magro-rotate ba siya or papalagan niya ba yung players doon ng G2?
Yup, medyo nahirapan nga si Sivnik dun sa pag-hold ng B-side. Kala ko ang ganda na ng saluhan na mangyayari doon together with Config. But then again, mas maganda yung puso ng G10. Mas mainit sila dito. Yun nga, speaking of mainit, Hunter was very ready para sa push B main doon. Gets Fireleague and still G2. Gusto pa nila. Oh,
Uy!
fail lead.
EU nades.
Uy!
Wait lang. Medyo delikado yung movement na yun. Config. Binibigyan pa ng cheat or ng Astralis na maka-7 rounds dito yung G2 Esports. Isa-isa na halos sila pinipitas dito sa ating last round. The A players yung matitira. And the tight angle para kay Blame. Going for a frag but mas mabilis and lamang sa barrel dito si Monisi. Very likely shot incoming in from Config, no? Sobrang delikado nung ginawa niya dun sa wood.
Yup, na early man advantage nga yun for G2 and tamang-tama lang nila. I mean, tamang-tama lang yung pinuntahan nila or sinwarm nila na area which is yung B and ayun na nga, nauna si Farling dun. Kaso Delubyo ang pinasok niya sa may B-ramp and also Config. Medyo delikado nga yun, napaka-risky man advantage na nga yung kalaban tapos medyo nagmaasim ka pa dun and ayun lang. Sayang yun for side of Astralis. Siguro misclick lang si Config dun.
G2 Esports, kailangan mag-step up ng ibang players nila para sabay-sabay. Kasi sa Astralis, ang ganda rin ng mga saluhan also yung trades na dala pa rin nila dito. Mapa-map to pa lang. Yun nga, na one-sided nila yung yung G2. Hindi na napainit talaga ni Monisi yung kanyang op. Most of the time, Fire League, yung nakikita natin sa kill feed natin.
Yeah, for dito naman sa G2, no, ito talaga inaabangan ko is mag-pop off si Jax and ito na, nakikita na natin Jax popping off. Kita mo dito, mainit na mainit and Monisi trying to catch up naman. Tingnan natin kung enough pero rinig na yung Astralis dito.
Tignan natin kung A-hit. Ang gagawin nila, they will go for the contact play. Molotov will be thrown doon sa ating sandbags area. Kaso sama-sama yung tatlo sa lane. And sa Astralis, looking forward na agad dito sa ating A side. Good smokes or late smokes na dito sa may side. And I think mukhang deja vu ba to? Pero this time, sino kaya mananalo sa pistol round? Wala pang napipitas. Config with a headshot through the smoke. Taking down Nico. Di man rin pinabaril. Tag din si Config. Down to 42 HP. Config masyadong maasim. And oh no, napilitan na lang mag-push dun si Config. Hoping na makaksa pa rin. And munti kang pag-collateral kay Clave. Yung G2 dito, iniipit ni Blame F. But the trades nandiyan. 3v2 situation and grabe all Glocks ang maririnig dito sa ating site. 9-7 ang ating scoreline. Astralis pa rin ang mananaig sa mga pistol round.
Yup, mukhang yun na talaga yung meta ngayon, no? Pag nakapag-plant sila sa A, hindi na nila hinahayaan makapag-setup yung city, makapag-setup pa for retake. Kita mo naman yung back of site, nilabanan na talaga ng Astralis dun. Kung hindi na nila binigyan ng masyadong space, eh. Ayaw nila mapunta sa passive post-plant positions. And yun na nga, good round coming from Astralis. Gets the pistol round and a force buy dito coming from G2. Yuppie, Monesi with a scouty.
Grabe, mga momentum na ng Astralis to, no? Lahat gumagana. Si Safenix nga lang yung isang malamig na players nila. If ever si Safenix, gumana na rin yung mga entries niya dito sa T-side. Why not? And yung mga timing ni Clutchmeister. So, 4 Deagles, isang scout ang ininvest ng G2 Esports. Low utility naman ng hawak nila. Wala rin silang kit. And kita mo naman yung anti-eco strat. Sobrang ingat ng Astralis. Para lang ma-secure itong almost. Grabe, isang shot na lang. Isang angat lang doon ng first guy ng Astralis. Delikadong round pa yan. And again, inulit nila na mag-take ng A-site. Libreng-libre lang with the 2 smokes. Nagagawin nila smoke. Kaso nga lang muna si with the kill. Wala siya nakita ang kalaban doon. Hindi ko lang alam bakit hindi smoke kill yun. Well, Alexi B will try to sneak dito sa loob ng smoke para lang makaisa. But Farley has the better angle and a gun. Doon sa round na yun and a 4v4 situation. Retake pa ba? Jax, dumadalawa pa rin with the Deagle Glaive and specific na rin matitira. Kailangan nila magandang palitan dito. Stick defuse, knowing na 10 seconds nga yan. Kailangan mapatay yung nagde-defuse dito. Morrissey will hit those shots na kanyang south and mapaparish pa ni Nico. Dito si Safenix and again, epic round for G2 Esports. Nakatingitihin na rin lahat sila dito. Look at the smile sa lahat ng ng players ng G2 Esports. Talagang hindi pa tapos yung mission nila dito sa tire map.
Yup, G2 pumupuso pa nga dito and oh man, Jax hitting those important shots. Yun nga, killing doon ng Fire League tapos umisa pa no? Kumbaga di pa siya tapos. And yun na nga, medyo nalugi sila sa post plant na yun and masyadong passive na yung positions nila. So it's gonna be a G2 round. Babawi agad sila dito. Di na nila pag momentohin tong Astralis. Kumbaga basag agad ng momentum eh.
Basag na yung niyan. Also, yung economy, hindi maganda sa side ng Astralis naman. Feeling mo anong kailangan ibahin dito ng Astralis sa T-side? Kasi tinatauhan na rin ng G2 tong yung ramp. And that's Monesi with the repick. Napaka-asim. Di expected Glaive yung repick niya doon sa may ramp.
Yup, and Monesi being sharp na nga dito. Mukhang nagpapainit na nga lang talaga tong G2 and knowing G2. Alam ko, sobrang lakas rin talaga nito mag-CT side eh. And ang pinaka-forte yata nila is yung mga mid-round aggressions and info. Kasi alam ko, magaling tumiming tong players ng G2 and Monesi with a scout dito sa A-Rap being a watchtower for Astralis. Astralis are out but Nico is there to save Monesi. Para sa nga nitong
Uy, wait lang, Digil.
But yup, Limif. Trade dun si Nico.
Ganda
Okay.
nung tago ni Hunter. Di alam yung spot
Sakto
niya
lang.
dito. Hindi wala nakatingin sa Astralis, possible makailan. Dito si Hunter with the Galil, hindi expected na may AK guy, but config, hindi niya agad mapapatay si Hunter doon. Trade down naman, Deagle dito ni Blame FM Monisi, hindi, kailangan lang pala na scout, hindi ng off, dito ni Monisi.
Yep, dapat mag-scout na lang yata si Monisi. Mas tumatama pa siya dito and
Tsaka mas mabilis yung ano niya, yung movement niya kapag scout yung gamit.
oo. Kumbaga mas makakalikot siya, eh, 'no? And knowing Monisi, malikot na player talaga yan and napakabilis talaga ng reaction time yan. So, bagay na bagay talaga sa kanya mag-sniper dito and ayun na nga, 9-9 na. Pantay na ang scoreline, idol. Ganda-ganda na yung laban and Monisi with that off na. Dito sa Byron, makikita natin kung makakapalag ba talaga siya or kung yung Astralis, mababasa kung nasan pumipwesto si Monisi. Eh, yun nga yung problema nung Ancient, eh, no? Masyadong na-check si Monisi doon, hindi siya masyado nakakuha ng mga early pick-offs and yup, mukhang kailangan yun din yung same yung approach ng Astralis dapat kung gusto nila makuha tong round na to.
Glaive and Sif needed to step up dito sa ating T-side nila. No? Low ADR yung pinapakita nila dito, pero team play naman yung pina-focus nila. But the info, Nico, hindi siya aware at na-timingan yung jumping info niya dito sa may ramp. 5v4 expecting na si Morris pa manggagaling. That's a good flash. Hunter and still flash para sa kanya. Good for one. And also wala pang smoke na nagaganap dito sa may site. Lagasan ng players na G2 Esports and napakita ng Astralis rather dito sa may site. Glaive and Blame na lang ang matitira ngayon para sa kanila. Hawak nila yung bomb. Or paano nila malalaro to? Wala pa rin namang lurk sa side ng G2, no? Sino kaya makakauna ng double digit round? Good hood lang or good crossfire setup lang siguro for G2 Esports to convert and seal the round na round 19.
Yup, but 15 seconds remaining dito for Astralis. It's gonna be a 2v3 situation. Alexi be pressing the issue. Ayaw na pagpaplan din dito yung Astralis. So, a good shot coming from Monisi. Nagigising na dito ang Dragon. And Monisi getting those 2 last round kills para hindi makapag-plant. Para masil na yung 10th round nila dito. And what a round coming from G2. Nagigising na sila, idol.
I think
Ayun.
Hunter,
Tama.
wala ginawa na ni Hunter lahat ng trabaho niya, no? And
Oo.
this time, si Monisi naman yung
Yup.
sasalo. Kasi di pwedeng lahat malamig sa G2 Esports. The way na di nga sila nakapondo ng marami dun sa side. First 5 rounds pa lang, but the flick will tag Farlig down to low HP. Kasak may nade pa doon si Hunter. Also gumagana na dito yung rifle ni Nico. Tatlo yung matitira sa side nila. And again, graded pistols hindi mananalo dito sa G2 Esports 9-11 ang ating score, mabilis ang round lang and ayun na nga, nagpapainit na rin si Monisi na kanina pa natin hinihintay with this op.
Yep, and Monesi, humiinit na nga dito. Kita mo, hitting those flakes, making some damage para sa mga riflers niya. Pero naman sila Nico, ganda ng salon nila dito, expecting that A-ramp rush coming from Astralis. So it's gonna be 11th round naman for G2. And
Massive!
fast boost coming from Monesi,
Oh
but
my
he
God.
was too blind. Good flash coming from Civics. That's a protocol for them, and that will nourish the team. Hunter is too fast dito sa may landed area. Gets died up, but a good trade coming from Glaive. Pero si Alexi B, bumabawi dito sa may B area. So it's gonna be a 3v3 situation. 30 seconds pa lang yung nalalagas sa round and trades
Okay.
already incoming. for
Tingnan mo
both
si
sides.
Jax, ready na sa rotation dyan. Meron siya isang flash once na napa-flash niya yung mga players nila sa may B-ramp, delikado yung Astralis with their full utilities. Siguro naghanap na sila ng magandang timing to set up the B side. Pero tutulungan na rin ni Jax dito si Alexi B. Si Alexi B, hindi ganun kaganda yung hold up. Time round, flashes are in. Dito sa may B-ramp, hindi nakakaangat dito yung Astralis. And katulong nga dyan si Jax, hindi pa na-clear out dito si Alexi B. Kaso asan yung trade? Masyado atang napagalan dito si Alexi B. Only Nico left for G2 Esports gets soon, pero ready na sa rotation agad yung dalawa. They have the time. Si Nico yung kalaban nila, but the game sense para kay Nico to rotate ng ganito kabilis sa may A site.
Uy, grabe naman yung read dito
Oo.
ni Nico. Oh yeah, just in time. Tingnan natin kung magkakasalubungan nga tong both players or makakakuha ba ng trade ang Astralis dito. Oh, the timing from Nico. Hindi niya nakita yung players ng Astralis but smokes will be placed dito sa may A site and Nico is aware na sa E site nga dito. Oh, good
Oh,
kill para dito sa planter na si Glaive and he doesn't know about Blame if na nandito nga lang sa may sandbags area. Wala
naku,
siya
pipik siya.
masyadong pinipick. Yup.
Hala, alam niya ba na walang kit dito si Nico? And sakto, low HP dyan si Blamef. Good for jiggle pick lang. Info lang ang gagawin niya dito. Knowing na sobrang on point. Pare sila na HP. Lamang lang sa isa. But the dick is there. And Blamef, hindi pa siya mamatay. Kailangan na talaga i-push doon ni
Oh
Nico
my
yun.
gosh.
And double digit round. Mapupunta naman ngayon sa side ng Astralis. And again, sobrang higpit na laban para sa ating decide the map. Hindi natin alam. Or walang nakaka-momentum pa dito sa ating matchup.
My gosh, Blame if playing that post-flood position and clutching that round perfectly for the side of Astralis. Ang ganda naman ng pinapakita ng Astralis ngayon. Mukhang nababasag na rin yung depensa ng G2 and okay, rush mid yata dito coming from the side of Astralis. Name will catch ka Alexi B. No, Alexi B will be just in time para makapag dito. Pero Config was just too fast with his SMG. Yung Mach 10 Ometry dito with his Guardian and another Mach 10. Nalo lang si Jax and a good trade coming from Blamef dito. So Astralis medyo ginagulat na yung G2 and it's only up to Nico and Monacy para maklatch tong round. But what an angle coming from Config naman, Nico. Yup, mahuhuli niya dun si Config. Pero mahirap na yan. Bomb has been planted and mukhang save na nga ito for Nico.
Hindi niya pa makuha yung op ni Monacy. Delikadong round to. Look at the money or yung bangko sa side ng G2 Esports. 700. And Astralis, alam na naman natin, kalaban na lang nitong players na to. Pero, oh no, Ninja Defuse, enough ba yung time? And sakto lang, nakita ni Farlig, 11-11 ang ating scoreline. Talaga mapapa-shopping ka dito sa ating matchup. Salitan lang ng rounds. And yun nga, tulad ng sabi ko kanina, sa economy lang talaga magkakatalo tong mga to eh. Hindi naman sa strats.
Parang hindi nga sa stats ang nangyayari dito and kita mo naman yung labanan nila talagang timing and firepower. And both teams parehas naman yung pinapakita nila and the call from Glaive making full use of those SMGs and para good round coming from Astralis to get the equalizer. 11-11 na tayo dyan and another slow play coming from Astralis. Oh, nasunog dun. Yup, nasunog nga sa wood area si Jackson. Aware na sila na may close na nagaganap dito in a boost play coming from G2. Pero walang
Wala eh,
ata.
sa kabila.
Yup.
Sa kabila tatao yung Astralis.
Mhm.
Pwede pa sila makalason. 3 B players naman ng G2 Esports. Kaso mukhang i-infoan na lang nila. Yan na anti-eco strat yung ginagawa din ng Astralis na techniques. Mukhang nakita niya na may gay pa dito. Mabubulog siya sa sarili niyang flash. Bias smoke para lang makapag-repo dito. Ipit na with his AK. USB yung kalap dyan. Kaso makakatulong yung smoke na yun. Para hindi agad makatrade down dito sila Jax. Na Blake alam niya na pistol lang, sobrang tapang nga ni Nico doon. Mananakop yung isang AK, config din, papatay doon sa kabila. And Farlig with the flank. Paubos na yung player sa side ng G2. Di aware si Nico and Monacy na wala na silang tao sa may B side. Sakto pa yung flank ni Farlig. At nga, Monacy gets the head of Farlig with the trade down lang kay Nico. And again, Astralis, pinapakita at nagkakaroon ng fast feeling dito sa nilang side. Nagiging confident na sila na confident sila na to make ng site ng ganong kadali. Ina-overpower na rin sa duel dito yung G2.
Yup, Astralis bumabawi na dito and kita mo naman ganda nung anti-eco nila. Simpleng-simple lang and a perfect delaying tactics. Coming from Safex there sa may B-ramp. Kita mo naman 3 players yun ang sinalubong niya against G2 tapos na-hold niya pa yun ng mabuti. 3 players din yung na-disable niya if ever, no? And yun nga, ganda ng mga timing pa dun sa may A side so it's gonna be an Astralis round. So G2 kailangan ng Baka kailangan na nila makahanap ng butas. Feel ko kailangan nila kunin yung A-ramp ng hanggang dulo, if ever.
Mhm.
Makakita tayo ng mga gano'n.
Uli 'no, parang 'di pa sila talaga nakakaangat. Dito gusto nila palagan yung Astralis, kung paano nila i-take yung, ramp. So yung halo-halo is ginagawa dito ng G2 Esports. Eto, decent guns na naman para sa kanila. Anong setup or iibahin ba? City setup? Well, Morrissey, narinig dito yung Molotov, Blame F. Grabe, nag-alagos rider doon sa may ramp. Yun na nga yung Molotov, Firelig, mabilisan lang. Hindi na agad pinaparep yung si Morrissey. Alam na natin na wala siyang katrade dyan or tutulungan after that smoke. And oh no, hindi alam ni Morrissey, nasa gilid niya lang or nasa likod niya lang pero hindi pa rin bumabalik Glaive. And ayun na nga, tap. Muntikan pa makaisa doon ni Favor hindi agad patayin ni Glaive si Morrissey. So 4v3 situation. And again, one big the lurk roll dito sa ating round. But Jax, kita niya or na-late lang yung info niya doon kay Config. Siguro hindi niya in-expect na wala palang tao sa mid area nila. 55 seconds, low si Farlig, and nag-regroup. Ang ginagawa dito ng Astralis, well, Jax, sakto. Raid at naka-watch dyan si Farlig. Sobrang talino lang. Low HP pa yung nakapatay. Doon kay Hunter, only Jax left for the side of G2 Esports. Hindi enough or wala siyang ibang utilities na hawak dito. He only has an AK and mukhang Astralis. Mananakaw na naman yung round dito sa G2 Esports.
Yup, kailangan na i-save ni Jax 'to and, talagang lagas yung players ng G2 pagdating sa mga gano'ng play, eh, 'no, and napaka-unexpected nga nung ginawa ni Glaive. Ginapang niya yung smoke dun and just in time nakapag-cross siya dun and Monesi, tanggal ang offer ng G2 dun. So, napakalaking part yun para sa depensa nila dun sa may A, 'no, and yun na nga, Fire League with the recovery round pa dun sa kill niya against Hunter.
Feeling ko dapat hindi nagugulat yung ano, no, yung G2 Esports sa,
Oo.
sa Astralis. Kung paano sila mag-take ng site, talagang kino-contest nila, hindi nila hinahayaan yung, Astralis. O sa A-Ramp talagang kino-contest ng G2 Esports. At the same time, maganda lang lagi yung timing and ano, ng T-side natin. Si Farlig talaga being consistent sa ating matchup. Map 1, map 2. Nakita natin si Farlig talaga na tumutulong dito 'no sa ating, Astralis.
Oo, kumbaga mapa-rifle or mapa-off, gumagana siya, eh. Lahat na gagawa niya. Oh, an entry kill coming from Blamef. Grabe, sira talaga yung wrist niya dun and a good angle coming from Jax. Masyadong mainit si Config mag-lurk and
Uy,
nahuli
wait
na
lang,
Jax.
hindi
Uy, nakalagpas.
may info sana kaso hindi niya nakita. And Dave, dire-diretso na nga dito sa may B-side. Again, grabe yung wall of smoke dito sa may side.
Oh,
Good smoke sa Astralis. Kakaibang smoke to. Aiming for the plant lang sana. And Farlig hindi expected. 2K spray down para doon kay Farlig. And here's comes the plant. Si Glaive din higtas na isa. Si Jax yung matitira dito for the side of G2 Esports. Again, hindi niya alam kung saan siya tututok. And that's gonna be a 14 rounds para ngayon sa side ng Astralis. 3 rounds gap ang G2 Esports. Again, with the decent guns naman dito sa kanilang round.
yeah, paganda ng anti-eco nila.
Mhm.
Minadali nila, eh, no? Kumbaga, hindi na nila pina-setup tong
Parang se-set pa muna
G2.
yung ano, eh, yung G2.
Yep.
Para expected na se-setup pa 'to, possible boost play nga sa A site.
Oo, but then again, Blame If tinakbo lang and kita mo naman yung entry kill niya dun. Sobrang sharp and accurate niya. Ang taas nung flick niya dun and that will be the round for Astralis. Ayun na nga, Bonisi, nakaisa dun. Oh
Oh,
my
wait lang,
gosh.
Paparamdam pa pala si Moniz dito, ayaw pa ipabigay or ayaw pa ibigay yung map point. Here Ico with the swing of guarding Blame F. Ang ganda no reposition ni Monisi kaso once na mainip siya sa may mid, makakagalaw pa dito but the job mapupunta ngayon kay Nico with the 2K. Grabe sila yung pumipitas naman this round. Mukhang naubos na rin sila Hunter. Lahat talaga nila ng katulong dito sa nilang city side. Config and Glaive na lang ang matitira. Makukuha ni Glaive yung bomb and mapapunish si Nico doon sa may sandbags, making it a 2v4 situation and 1 minute pa yung kailangan nila or yung time nila para makapag-plant ng bomb. Hirap na to. Dalawa, tapos laban sa 4. Kaso kung gumana yung mala-robot aim dito ni Config, pwede pa makonvert yung round and waiting for the pushes lang muna. Etong si Glaive and Config. Alam natin na sobrang lakas ni Config na mag-go for the contact play. Well, Glaive, siguro tetrade niya na lang din dito si Config. Molotovs are being thrown dito sa ating site. May info dito yung Astralis or yung G2 Esports. Comes the fake plant, but Morrissey is too quick to deny Glaive and also Alexi B, 40-12. Nalalapit na rin G2 Esports, nag-aarap ng kanilang tempo or yung hold nila, no, kung paano nila papatibayan dito sa kanilang city.
Yep, nakakabawi na nga dito yung G2 and napaka-importante tong round na to. If ever matalo sila dun, wala silang pera and it's gonna be a match point or Astralis pa nga. But then let's talk about Morrissey. Gumagana na siya dito, getting those first early pickoffs and a better side defense pa. Ang ganda ng setup na ginawa nila together with Morrissey. But ito na nga, Aram pressure again. Coming from Astralis, di na yan bago. Lagi nilang ginagawa yan, but this time around, medyo magpa-passive sila dun. And, yup, a 2-1-2 setup for Astralis. Ibang default to
Ibang default. Kaso expected ba ng Astralis? Baon naman yung yung G2, walang paramdam sa may A-ramp para lang mahirapan ng or maubos yung time ng Astralis ng pag-clear ng area, no? So, same setup pa rin. Default setup sa side ngayon ng G2 Esports. Pinapatibay lang yung depensa. Alam nila na masyadong or natatalo sila sa duels sa Astralis. Okay. Smoke sa may ramp. Pero I think they will go for the boost play. Morrissey, merong info dito yung Astralis. Naglalaro si Morrissey dito sa may site or sa may A site. Down to 45. Marami pang utilities pang pigil. Dito yung G2 Esports. Kaso nga lang, wala silang Molotov, no? And Blame F with the contact play. And the timing ni Nico. Saktong-sakto lang yung gapang niya dun to take down Blame F. But B hit na nga. Gusto dito na Astralis. Parang dito lang kanina. And Jax, hindi siya mapilas dito sa may white. Na-dink pa nga si Glaive. Down to 35 HP. Na 2v situation, din nila hawak yung bomb. Nakakulang din sa may site and ready sa trade dyan. Si Hunter, 40-13 ang score. The hype is real ngayon para sa ng G2 Esports. Kita mo naman kung paano nila or di namamatay yung hype ngayon sa G2.
Pre-G2, nagpapakitang gilas na dito and grabe yung puso nila ay talaga nabibigay yung match point sa Astralis knowing na pag nag-match point yan, sobrang delikado na for G2. Isang mali na lang nila, tanggal na sila dito. But then again, G2 showing their heart and honestly, nagsa-step up na rin siya dito. Tumatama na siya and less mistakes na yung G2 dito. Kanina medyo ang gulo ng mga timing nila, gulo ng rotations and yung re-aggressions medyo offbeat no? But this time around, yung re-aggression nila dun sa may A-ramp, saktong-sakto lang Nico getting blame if nga na naglo-lurk dun sa may A-ramp, no?
Gumaganda na yung lurk. And also, nakita na natin sa G2 yun yung ganong setup sa T-side. Once na may namatay na agad dun sa
Yep.
may ramp, matic react na agad sa may B ramp or sa kabilang area ng mapa natin. And masaklap na pa nga sa Astralis. They will go for the upgraded pistols. Isang AK lang dito para kay Blame F. Pwede pa. Once na or kung makapitas pa siya ng isa sa may ramp. Pero G2 biglang nag-iba, no? Iba yung setup naman nila dito sa city. Hindi nila pinapalagan yung A-ramp Feel ko nakaramdam na sila na nahihirapan nga pumasok yung Astralis dito sa may site. Once na wala silang pang-invest doon sa doubles or sa wall of smokes dito sa may A.
Yep.
Molotov. Pang-back lang sa side ng Astralis and they're using the time naman para lang makakomp dito sa may A site. Still a passive setup din sa G2 Esports. Tinutulungan lang ng utilities nila para ma-delay yung Astralis dito sa round. But 1 minute dito sa ating time.
Kaso
Saan
wala na
kaya
masyadong
magko-commute?
UT yung Astralis.
Wala nga silang masyadong utility. Sakto, si Nico din naglalaro dito sa ating, sandbox area. Iki-clear ba ng Astralis 'to? Kailangan nila i-clear. Kung di nila i-clear 'to, a possible pick pa nga kay Nico na ganito kabilis. 4 yung bulag kasi, mas mabilis makakita dun si Fireleague. Taking down Nico. Na yun na nga, yung contact na yun ay magsisilbing warning shot para sa Astralis sa 4v3 situation. Patay rin si Hunter. Dito, hindi na siya nakakanap ng frag. Ito ni si kailangan niya na at least makapitas. Good one-way smoke. Nalason pa nga sa elevator smoke ngayon. Astralis, 3v3 situation and the retake is on naman para sa side ng G2. Op kay Monisi. Dalawang A1S naman yung hawak nila. No? They have 2 kits. But yung post plant ng Astralis medyo maganda pa. Kung ispaman pa nila tong smoke. Think nga dito si Jax. 2v3. Sakto load din si Sifnix. Pero Alexi B will take down 1. And 2 dito, taking down 3 pa sa site and 14-14. May kasama pang appear ni Hunter dun kay Alexi B. And ayun na nga, yung momentum naman gumagana sa side ng G2 Esports.
Yup, sobrang dikit ng laban. And G2 naman, tuloy-tuloy yung momentum nila dito. And sayang naman for Astralis, ang ganda ng pasok nila dun sa A-site. And config medyo nag-overextend lang yata doon, hoping to get a lason kill, pero siya yung nalason himself. So good round coming from G2. Better retake and also Alexi B stepping up at the right moment. Saktong-sakto lang kung kailan nila kailangan mag-tie, no? Si Alexi B naman yung tumatama doon. So all players of G2 medyo umiinit na, nagsisimula na sila, sir. And kailangan na talaga mag-timeout ng Astralis kasi last chance na din to. Di naman last chance, but last chance makalaban with the decent guns.
Ang tagal uminit ni Alexi B. Kanina pa natin hinihintay yung or kung kailan siya makakatulong sa fragging step ng G2 Esports. The main aggression, mabilis lang Hunter, sinagasala si Config off-guarded. Baka doon sa may mid area, wala pang ka-trade. Alam nila naglalaro lagi si Config ng lurk sa Astralis. At ayun, basag agad and bukas yung mid area ng Astralis dito. With that 1 kill, sobrang ballsy play para kay Hunter na mag-push lang na mag-isa doon sa may mid. Naku po, ulat si Config, pre. Pwedeng G2 bang makauna ng map point if ever man hindi mabasag yung double angle dito sa may mid area. Let's see kung mapapalagan ba nila to. Okay, they will go for the contact play. Farley. Together with Flame F. Naku, hindi expected. Hindi agad nakatrade si Flame F doon. Na-info na dalawa, siguro nagulat lang din si Farlig, making it a 5v2 dito sa ating round 29. And here comes Clave na try na makakuha ng space dito sa may A site. Merong offer na problema, which is si Monsi dyan. And I don't think so. Safe daan si Glaive and Sifnix the Clutch Meister. Paano mo mapapagana dito sa round na to? 5 yung kailangan niyang pitasin, idol, no? 30 seconds. Hawak niya rin naman yung bomb. Kaso, next round, idol, hindi enough yung pera ng Astralis.
Oh no!
Sobrang basag ng economy nila.
Pre, ayun na nga yung sinasabi natin kanina, no, na pag natalo yung Astralis dito, mawawalan sila ng pera, and Cifix just has got to save this AK para naman may chance sila para sa next round, no? And for G2, iniba naman nila yung pacing nila dun sa may middle area. Hindi sila naging passive. I mean, hindi sila maging stagnant dun sa may middle area. Good early push coming from Hunter. Na-off guard si Config dun. Ganda ng man advantage agad. Tapos sinetapan pa nila yung double angle, yung anti-contact play. Mukhang nababasa na ng G2 tong Astralis. Kanina pa nila nababasa yung mga setups nila, and also yung early round aggression ng Astralis. So, eto, medyo pangit yung pera. Pangit yung barrel. 2 SMG and a couple of galils. For Astralis, medyo kadiri yung barrel nila dito. Kailangan tumama talaga sila ng, alam mo yung sobrang auto-dink. Kailangan ganun yung
Kailangan-
nangyari dito.
Kailangan yung mga Mac 10 Astralis, no? Dire-diretso lang. Hindi nila kaya, tutukan muna. Which is si Glip and Blame if yung maghawak ng 2 Mac 10s. and Astralis are in ball dito sa ating round. Medyo di pa nga ganun kaganda or di pa nga nabigyan ng dalawang AK dito yung ano, no? Yung Makati pa sa Astralis. Here comes the Molotov. Para lang maka-info dito sa may ramp pero narinig nila yung steps or nabibilang nila kung ilan yung nakapwesto dito sa may A-ramp. I think makita tayo ng mga ng A-ramp retake. And let's see kung si Hunter, pitik ba siya dito with that flash ni Nico, the Kovac Casin. Let's see kung good for flash. Sakto bulag din siya rin siya makikita doon. In a 4v4 situation, Nico sakto lang matitrade niya doon yung pinsan niya and Sifnix, Alex B. Kailangan niya lang pumatay dito sa lane area. 4v3 situation. Delikado yung pwesto ni Alex B. Yes, the kid. But mukhang Monisi and Jax na lang ang matitira sa atin. Try itong round. Hindi nakarepo si Blamef. Going for the post-plant situation lang sana. But the flank is there as well. Jax naghahanap ng magandang timing, nakita agad dito and Firelig sobrang aware lang na ganun kabilis na makakaikot si Jax dito sa may A-ramp. Only Monisi ang matitira dito sa round. Feeling ko makakita na naman tayo ng overtime dito. Click will not connect and ayun na nga, 15-15 ang ating scoreline. Naka-recover dito yung Astralis.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, low gun guys yung Astralis doon pero napanalo pa rin nila.
Yup. Mahina nga yung firepower ng Astralis doon. But somehow, nakakuha sila ng good timing doon sa may A-ramp. Tamang-tama lang yung executes. Ganda pa nung trade nila doon sa may A site. So it's gonna be a free A site for Astralis at lalaruin na lang talaga nila yung post-plant doon. And ayun nga, ganda pa nung post-plant nila, sir. So, oh my gosh, pre, sobrang dikit ng laban. Kumbaga, sarili na lang yung kalaban nila dito na huwag magkamali eh, no?
Mm.
Oh my
Ay,
gosh.
kailangan na lang ng lesser errors for both sides
So, grabe
para
na
lang
yung
ma-secure yung round.
pinapasarap yung laban para sa viewers and
Yup.
grabe.
Uy, speaking of viewers, shoutout sa 1.3k
Uy.
viewers dyan sa YouTube channel natin ng mga Pinoy at mga
Yun,
foreigner
no?
na ay, ano natin dyan, ng mga viewers natin. Welcome na
Thank
welcome
you.
kayo dito sa ating stream.
Yung.
And ayun, nag-spaman pa
Oh.
nga si Nico and Fire League. Mas matibay nga lang yung AK doon ni Nico. And also, Nico, expected pa ni Glaive na magre-repo siya agad pero hindi yan ganun kabilis. Hahanap pa rin siya ng frag. Wala rin naman nabawasan sa kanyang teammate and why not isugal niya yung sarili niya dito sa may ramp. Down to 3v5. Nagasagad ng dalawa dito yung Astralis and wala, di enough yung firepower nila to control the ramp. Oh, Alexi B with that flash. Sakto nga lang din yung pag-trigger discipline niya. 2 seconds para lang iputok yung kanyang op. Sobrang hirap. Blame if and Sifnix na lang matitira. Knowing Sifnix, hindi siya nakakahanap ng frags dito sa ating laban. Pop flash at no choice na nga dito yung Astralis kundi magsama na lang.
Yup, kailangan na lang nila magsama dito para may chance man lang makabutas man ng ball down pero it will not hit. Oh, blame F entry but nandun si Alexi B to trade Monisi and tamang-tama lang yung mga hinahawakang angles nito ng G2. Oh my God, pre, nakuha nila yung first round ng OT with the double op. Bagong setup yun.
Wala palitan pa lang to eh. No, feeling ko makakascore naman dito yung, yung Astralis. Salitan na halos eh. Pag pinangat yung Astralis sa may A-ramp, wala, kaya-kaya nila once na they will go for the wall of smokes. Ayun yung nakakatulong sa kanila sa may A eh. Para lang ma-plant yung bomb. Again, most of our rounds, no, A-ramp talaga. Yung pinupuntarya dito ng T-side, well, Farlig is down to 7 HP, hindi siya makatalon. Pero makakahanap pa siya ng frag. Sabi ni Monisi, masyado ka na makulit, wala ka ng katrade dyan. May advantage pa nga ngayon sa esports. Monisi with the utility usage, trying to help dito sa pag-hold nila sa may ramp. And they have the grounds, Monisi with punish, then kay Flamef. Tatlo ulit, matitira sa Astralis, may namaba ngayon ng G2 Esports and so alam, may lurk dyan, si Clave gets 1, tapos mapapatay niya ba isa? And 2, good for 2 frags lang para na ma-open yung ramp, mapalagan man nila kasi buhay din dito yung torre natin na si Nico, and the config will do it for his team. 1v2. Sobrang kailangan nila tong round na to once na malaro pa ni config, no? Pero feel mo gamble play na lang sa G2 para hindi malason.
Yep, feel ko kailangan na lang mag-retake ng G2 dito. Di na nila kailangan pahirapan sarili nila. Go for a trade, then defuse the bomb. And go, okay na yun. But G2? Tamang-tama lang yung read nila dito. Feel ko magkakalabanan agad dito. Yun na nga, nas patas. Good molly dito para mapalabas si Jax. Pero not enough para ma-open yung B-side. A good read coming from G2. Late round na naman. Sa kanila na naman papaling dito. And again, a good round for G2. So, dalawang magkasunod na yun, sir. Pwede ba maging momentum to?
Pwede kasi yung composure dito ng Astralis medyo no, nawawala dun sa nilang T-side.
Oo.
First time nila na mag T-side. Grabe, lahat palong-palot. Sobrang dali nila na take yung A-ramp. Pero sagad na nga yung tactical post dito ng Astralis. Palaga na to hanggang hanggang matapos yung ating match. Very crucial match up kasi dito magbe-base no kung sino magko-qualify sa ating major kasi seeding pa lang, and yung mananalo dito top 5, no? Kung siguro may galaw pa na rankings dun sa top 4, pwede pa sila mapasok agad sa major as legend stage.
Yep, pwede pa nga indeed. And kaya nga itong laban na to, napaka-importante for both teams. Kaya tingnan mo naman yung performance nila. Talagang bakbakan, palitan lang ng score, palitan lang ng basahan ng setups. And G2, medyo yung lumalamang dito for momentum and lane. Again,
spam.
trying dito sa may A-ramp, pero masaspam siya doon. Down to 28 HP. But Alexi B, tamang info play lang yan. Makakabak naman siya dito sa may Guardian area. But masyadong mabilis dito yung Astralis. Hunter getting down config dito sa may middle area. Will it be enough for Astralis na makontrol yung mid? Lalo na't patay si Hunter doon. I mean config.
Boost play. Okay, hawak yung mid area ng Astralis. Kung nga lang, G2 Esports lamang sila sa tao. Si config pa yung unang mamamatay, yung kailangan na entry dito na Astralis. Siya pa yung unang mamamatay. Let's see mo, naispatan. Kitang-kita na may info si Alex dito sa may B-ramp. May boost play pa naganap doon. Hindi aware yung Astralis noon na nakita sila. Kita mo, hindi na sila gumalaw sa buong mapa. Sama-sama na lang sila dito towards the B site. And ready nga rin sa rotation dyan si Hunter para lang matulungan dito sila Alexi B. Higap sa smoke. Let's see. Oh, the pick kay Glaive. Medyo nag-overpick lang dito si Alexi B. But Jax, he needs to go big para lang ma-hold tong B site natin. Down to 26 seconds. Yun na nga, nakaisa pa rin. Hindi pa siya agad mamamatay. Una pa mamamatay si Hunter. Morrissey. Grabe, quick recover. Dito sa ating B-side, kailangan na lang i-plant yung bomb. Hindi agad mag-overpick si Jax. Gets 1 and 2. 2 clean headshot
my gosh!
para sa kanya. 15 to 18. A clean 3 rounds ngayon sa first overtime, first half ng G2 Esports.
Oh my gosh, the hype coming from Alexi B. Pinigilan na nga lang siya ni coach doon na wag aperan si Jax kasi napakaganda nga ng ginawa ni Jax dito. Sobrang tagal niya dun sa may steel area. Sobrang na-delay niya yung Astralis dito. And kita mo naman hitting those amazing headshots sa dulo just to seal that first OT. At ang lalamang dito, G2, pre.
Pre, tapos na ba to? Labas mga G2 fans. Kanina, ang daming Astralis fans. Sinasabi nila mga parang tumatalo nga dito yung Astralis natin. Pero asa na ba yung mga fans dito ng Astralis? Kailangan nata ng boses ng bayan eh.
Oh, pre.
Kulang sa hype up dito yung yung Astralis kasi sa kada. Kita mo naman Jax, 'di ba? Nung lamang yung Astralis,
Hype
nakangiti lang
yan eh,
sila,
no?
sila Morrissey, sila Hunter. Iba talaga kapag may isang player na nagle-lift up sa team mo.
Yep.
Yun nga, isang round na lang ang kailangan dito na G2 Esports. Fire League looking forward sa kanyang 30 bumps dito sa ating map 3.
Farlig, mainit pa rin hanggang map 3, no? And very consistent na nga pinapakita ni Farlig. Kita mo yung resulta nila. Sobrang ganda ng performance, both sides. Monesi will be tagged down to 61 HP. Good utility management coming from Astralis there. And a flash incoming. Bulag na bulag si Monesi doon. But a good boost play na naman. Again, we're seeing an innovative play coming from G2. Ginawa niya na yan kanina. Kaso ngayon wala siyang nadaali, sir. And hirap pressure pa rin for G2. Makakita naman tayo ng mid setup.
Kagayin ata ng Astralis naman. And Glaive got tagged dun sa off ni Monesi. With that tag, tamang repo nga lang dyan si Glaive. Feeling ko, kailangan nila magpalit ng off dito ni Farlig. So, 5-man take sa may A-ramp. Ano kaya sagot dito Astralis? Itatake pa ba nila o iko-contest pa ba nila to sa ramp? Siguro isang pop flash lang para ulit. Or para mabigla dito yung G2. Pero, good flash and Hunter. Kinumit na talaga yung lane. Hindi man lang niya pinik yung A-ramp. Binigay niya sa teammates niya. Hindi man naman sila dyan tatao. And let us see. Ready na nga rin dyan sa rotation si Config. And mukhang naghanap lang din ng magandang time dito yung Astralis and Farlig. Good shots. Taking down 2 guys from G2 Esports. Basag na nga and napakaganda ng picks dito ni Farlig. Also Blame F. Likuran niya lang dito si Farlig. And again, yung bata pa rin sa side ng Astralis. 33 frags. Kakasabi lang natin na magta-30 bombs na siya. At ayun, narinig ata tayo agad.
Farlig rising up to occasion dito. Napaka-crucial round yun. Match point na yun for G2. But again, the re-aggression na naman dito sa A-ramp. Hindi na naman binigay ng Astralis. May babawi pa rin sila dyan kahit late round. So, another good round for Astralis. So, ito na yata yung bawi nila for G2. Palit momentum lang pag city side.
Pwedeng hindi nag-work talaga yung bihit, no? Ng both teams. But the punish, Farlig, masyado ka na maasim. Sakto lang din yung Molotov dyan ni Jax. At ayun, nasobrang ata din si Farlig and Glaive will spot Nico dito sa may smoke. Tama pang pop flash, hoping for the info play. Grabe, hindi pa tapos si IGL dito. Kuwang-kuwan sana yung A-ramp. Isang kill lang yung nagawa doon ng G2 Esports and they will try to regroup sa ating A-ramp. Makakita ata tayo dito mga idol ng double overtime. Sobrang di malabo. Knowing na Astralis, sila naman yung nakakahanap ng unang pitas. Katulad niyan ni Blame F. Oh my God, wala pa nakikita dito yung G2 Esports. The spray down, almost killing Alexi B. Down to low HP. Wala ano pa yung gagawin niya dito. Hindi na kailangan mag-pick pa ng Astralis. Kailangan na mag-plant ni Alexi B. Pero that swing ni Glaive, good timing to take down Alexi B and 17 to 18 ang ating score. Ano na, talagang dalawang teams sagutan lang ulit. Hindi natin alam or sobrang maski kami rin, hindi namin ma-predict kung sino makakuha nitong series.
Salitan lang talaga dito for both teams and oh my gosh, grabe talaga yung pinapakita nila doon sa A-ramp, no? Galing mag-A-ramp control ng Astralis and yung gapang pa ni Blame F, napakalaking bagay niyan. Kahit wala si Config doon naman si Blame F para sumalo in a flash. Dito sa may Bira pero wala makikita si Cifix. Okay, tamang info lang doon sa may Bira pero nakatawid na si Hunter.
Tinatauwad na rin ng Astralis tong ramp, which is si Glaive. Ngayon lang
Oy,
ulit nakaangat.
forward na, sobra.
Ngayon lang siya nakaangat ulit dito sa may A-ramp. Well, G2 Esports will try set up B site ngayon ng Astralis. Gaano ba kaganda yung hold naman dito ni Safenix. Hindi natin nakikita yung POV niya dyan. Pero mukhang bait lang yon. Well, Nico again through the smoke will punish a Glaive na close angle dito sa may ramp. Hindi niya lang expected yung second guy. And kailangan niya na lang din maging aware. And yun na nga, sinasabi ko, nag-swing na rin si Farlig. Pero B-hit ang gusto dito na G2 Esports. Good flashes. para lang mapaback. And mukhang ligaw si Config. Saan ka nanggagaling? Parang na-DC lang sa server. No, si Flix with the trade down. Dalawang pick. 3v2 situation. Mananalo ngayon sa duels ng G2 Esports. Here comes the nade. And hindi enough yun para mapatay. And may kasama pang Molotov. Marepo ba dito si Jax? Knowing na naka-Mac 10 siya, hindi na siya matatama ni Blame F. Blame F has a flash and a kit para ma-survive etong round and mag-go tayo sa double o overtime natin. Pero tatlo and the triple pick. And a battle try ulit para ngayon sa G2 Esports.
Inulit na naman nila kanina yung ginawa nila. Once na may namatay doon sa A-ramp, which is Nico, napaka-bonus kill pa nun against Glaive, no? Para mahila man lang yung rotation sa onti ng Astralis. But then again, same idea, same approach ang tatalo dito sa Astralis. So the good last round for G2. Ang ganda ng idea nila dun. Kumbaga napaback si Cifix ng onti, napapassive play siya dun dahil dun sa kill ni Nico eh.
I think yung pagiging careless lang din ng ng Astralis, yung nag-cost ng round na yun. Kasi sa kanila na yung momentum, nakakaunang fragment dito or opening kills yung G2.
Yep.
'Di ba? Nare-recover pa rin nila, hindi nila mapaplant ng bomb yung G2 Esports. Pero wala, nag-iba ng setup naman yung G2 dito sa nilang T-side. And ayun, gumana yung kauna-unang strat nila, yung B-hit nila sa overtime.
Yep, ang nagsimula kasi dito yung momentum nung city side yung G2, no? Wala silang binigay na round dun for Astralis eh. And kita mo naman nung nag-T-side na marami ng opportunity yung G2 para mabasa na yung setup ng Astralis. And yun na nga, nung last round dun sila bumawi, nabasa na yung setup. Ang ganda na ng rotation sila. Ang ganda pa nung call ni IGL, Alexi Bidon, then Nico, stepping up pa with the bonus kill dun sa lurk niya. Diba? Laking bagay nun.
Yup, and 3-1 yung standing nga dito ng G2, no? Meron pa tayong match up bukas and yun yung magiging last day natin dito sa ating PGL RMR Europe and Group B stage na tayo. Malapit na yung major mga lods at isang araw na lang makikita na natin kung sino-sino yung kompletong lineup para sa ating major na Mapa Legends stage and also Challenger stage. And huge shoutout sa mga nakinood dyan sa ating YouTube channel. Sobrang ingay ng mga idol natin dyan, no? Shoutout muna tayo dyan. Yan, kay Rule, kay Melong, ayan, congrats daw sa mga nanalo and also yung mga nanalo sa bets nila sa rivalry.com. Please do check out their website, rivalry.com/focusfire, and get the 100% welcome bonus just by using the code Lupon WXC. And for us, ayan, follow nyo yung pages namin sa akin, Kenoit, and fb.gg/KenoitGaming.
Yup, and para sa akin naman fb.gg now for CSGO. So, yun. Okay, it's a G2 win. Sobrang tagal nung laban, partner. Grabe, pati ako naubos doon for both teams, no? Pati ako na-drain eh. Grabe yung
Nakaka-drain
performance
talaga.
nila.
More on overtime. Tapos, wala eh. Gumana lahat ng players ng G2. Ganun sila ka-compose once na nadala nila sa overtime. And sila pa rin yung mananaig after that one-sided ancient map. And yun na nga guys, mukhang magpapaalam muna kami dito sa ating official Filipino broadcast of PGL RMR EU Group B stage. Dito lang yan sa Focusfire Gaming. Meron pa tayo bukas and kita-kits tayo dyan.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players